survey sampling, randomized response techniques, and statistical inference has made a significant impact on both theory and practice. He has authored several influential books and numerous high quality research papers and has guided scholars across the globe. Professor Seth Gupta will speak on trust enhancement in randomized response technique models. We sincerely thank Professor Seth Gupta for sharing his valuable insight with us. With this, I invite the session chair, Professor Sheila Misra, to kindly take over the proceedings. Thank you. Over to you, madam.
Welcome, process. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. And
Namaste.
as usual, it is an honor for me to be the chair of this prestigious to be given by Professor Sadgupta. And as has already been introduced, Professor Sadgupta is not only an acclaimed statistician, researcher, and academician, but also a wonderful human being who is always ready to be available for us whenever we need him, whenever we invite him, and whenever there is an opportunity. So thank you very much, Professor Gupta, for accepting this invitation from this conference committee. And thank you, Professor Kumar, for bringing us together. And I'm really very grateful for you also for your commitment towards the service, towards this academic event. And I welcome you all in this 11th International Conference of Statistics for the 20th Century 2025. And it is my pleasure now to invite Professor Sadgupta to give us the keynote speech for today. Thank you so much and welcome, Professor Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle, and I really appreciate the invitation. And I think, as you can tell, I do have a voice issue. I've been struggling with my voice for the last 3 years, and it comes and goes. So if it becomes very stressful for me, I may have to stop before the end of the talk. But let's hope that it goes through. All right, so let me share my screen with you. Okay, well, I hope you can all see.
It's fine, process. It's fine. We can
Okay,
see.
great. So the talk is on essentially it's a talk on RRT, randomized response technique. And I think many people who work in service sampling know what RRT is, but the new thing we've been talking about for the last couple of years is trust enhancement. Now, what happens is that when you do RRT, your privacy is sort of preserved, and people may think, well, when privacy is being protected, why are we worrying about trust enhancement? And what we have found is that in spite of the concept of privacy being preserved, some people may still not trust, the technique, and they may lie, and that can, mess up our estimation. Topic, and we published a few papers in recent years. And what I'm going to present today is not one topic, but several things related to trust enhancement. And the work is not just my work, this is work done by my collaborators and my PhD students and other research students. We do run a program on our campus in summers. And we get young researchers from big places like this. I've had students that work with me who came from Harvard, Berkeley, Chicago, Yale. So these are very, very bright students who have contributed to this talk. By the National Science Foundation, we are the grant DMS 2244160. Here's a little outline of the talk. I may speak a little bit about RRT, And then there are these newer innovations that have taken in the last 4 or 5 years. Optionality actually. So that's where we brought in optionality, but mixture and trust enhancement, those are more recent things. So the major part of the talk is on trust enhancement in quantitative RRT model. So a model could be quantitative, it could be binary. So depending on the response, we will talk about the role of auxiliary information. And I'm sure you all know whether it is regression or information is available, it helps. But actually, in the RRT domain, auxiliary information may even end up hurting you because more information you collect, there's a possibility that your identity may be revealed. So it's a little different thing in RRT. Auxiliary information can be both positive as well as negative. And there are measurement errors. Measurement errors have been around forever. People are aware of those. The binary domain is something which is relatively new. We published a paper a couple of years ago where we talked about the issue of measurement error in binary models. And then the last piece where we specifically target binary RRT model. So much of the talk is on quantitative RRT, but there'll be some on binary RRT also. And RRT basically is a survey technique which is useful when you're dealing with questions which are of sensitive nature. And these kinds of things, they come up all the time. There is there are many studies, the real life studies, where we have discussed a variety of topics. We recently published a paper Z is Y plus S, then expected value of Z is expected value of Y plus expected value of S. Now, this piece we know, E of S we know. E of Y is something that we are interested in knowing. And E of Z, basically, this is, you can get it from the sample mean of reported responses. So E of Z can be estimated by Z bar, where Z is the reported response. Now, Greenberg has a similar idea, but here they, rather than adding some noise, what they do is that they hide the true responses among some unrelated responses. So with a probability P, the respondent is answering the true question and reports Y, but then with probability 1 minus P, you are answering a completely unrelated question. So your pool of responses will have a lot of Y values and a lot of these R values. And R is kind of an unrelated thing. And then using again the rules of probability, you can figure out your parameter of interest. So as you can see from the previous figure, the expected value of Z is P times this plus 1 minus P times E of R. Now, this is something that you already know. So this is known to you. P is a design parameter that you know. And E of Y is something that you need to estimate. I mean, that's what we are trying to do. And again, from the reported mean of the reported responses, you can figure it out. So this is the Greenberg model. Now, the question is, in general, how do you decide which model is a good model, which model is not such a good model? So there are two main things. You can look at the efficiency of your estimator, it is the usual expected value of mu y hat minus mu y square. But then there's a privacy also, the del. It is the expected value of the square distance between the true response y and the reported response z. So this is your del. You want the MSC to be low, you want the privacy to be high. So the question is, how do you decide which model is better? If I give you two models, how will you tell which model is a better model? Well, you could look at efficiency, or you can look at privacy, or actually you could look at both. So this is something we have been pushing for the last, I think, 7-8 years, that you need to look at a combined measure of model quality, which is the MSC of the estimator and the privacy level. Now, obviously, you want the MSC to be as low as it can be, and you want del to be as high as it can be. So you take a ratio of these two, and smaller value of delta will be better, because you want MSC to be small, you want del to be high. So you want your del to be low. So if you give me 2-3 different RIT models in a given estimation scheme, I can try to calculate or estimate delta, and the one with the smaller value delta will be the one that will be preferred. So this is what we do in terms of measuring the RIT model quality. Now, here are some newer innovations that I talked about. And there's a mixture. What it means is that you have 2 or 3 different models, and you can create a mixture of this. Now, Lovick was my summer student in 2020, and now he's completing PhD at Yale. Optionality is another innovation that came up in 2002. And essentially what optionality does is that a question could be very sensitive for some people, but not so sensitive for others. So it allows respondents to tell the truth completely. If they feel the question is not touchy for them, or they can use a randomization device and give us a randomized answer. And we will not know which way the answer has been given. So that's a very important innovation that happened about 20 years ago. And the trust enhancement, we started working on it and published the first paper in 2023. And since then, we have published more papers. So here we talk about, for a given model, how do you add another layer of trust? So a mixture, you can see here that you can think of a mixture of Warner and Greenberg. So with probability P, you do the Warner's noise addition, and with probability 1 minus P, you could actually just report a unrelated response. The question could be asking you to tell, like, what is your grocery bill for the month, or like which month of the year were you born, and things like that. So it can be a mixture of those two things. And what optionality does is, right at the very beginning, if you feel the question is touchy, with probability W, you give a scramble response, but with probability 1 minus W, you think the question is not sensitive for you, then you can report the correct response Y. So here is the optionality parameter W that could be brought in. And the trust enhancement, these people are not finding the question sensitive, so they're okay in telling you the truth. But then those who find the question sensitive and taking a chance that they may still lie, and what you do is, if the A is the probability of them trusting the model, so if they trust the model, then you report Y plus S. If you don't trust the model, we allow them to add more noise. Like, for example, here there's only one source of noise, but here there are 2 sources of noise. There are other ways also you can incorporate this additional, scrambling or additional noise, and maybe that this will make a respondent feel more comfortable. And here is a slightly larger diagram. Many things are happening here right at the beginning. Either you tell the truth or you go on the RRT path. So the whole upper piece is the RRT piece, and this piece is the truth. And then even if you have decided to go on the RRT path with probability alpha, you could go in the Warner direction, and with probability 1 minus alpha, you could be going in the Greenberg direction. And even in the Greenberg, remember that some people are asked to tell the truth. So the trust issue still is important. And of course, here it's going to be important anyway. So you could either use less noise or you could use more noise. And so this is this whole piece is the mixture piece. This is the optionality piece, and this is the trust enhancement that's going on in your response. And then working with the reported response, it's very easy to write down the response in this format that with probability W, alpha, and A, the reported response will be Y plus H or TY plus or Y or R. Go back to this. And you can see that this is one possibility, here's another one, and here's another one. So at the end of the day, your Z will be one of these 4 responses with this probability. Now remember, I don't know what is W. I don't know what is A. I know alpha. Alpha is a mixing that I did. How much of Greenberg and how much of Walton should I be using? And I also know P. And that's the design parameter for this model. And you can write the expected value of Z fairly easily. It's going to be like this. And I'm interested in estimating 2 big things. I'm interested mainly in estimating the mean of Y, but I could also be interested in measuring the sensitivity level W. So those are the 2 big things I'm interested in. And what you could do is that this becomes a headache. You have one equation with 2 unknowns. There's W going on, and then there is a mu y. Those 2 things I have to deal with. So what I could do is I could use a split sample approach, and then I can write that one equation, convert that into 2 equations, and that will allow me to solve for mu I as well as W. So you could estimate W also from the set of reported responses, and I can calculate the privacy level also for my model. Now, one thing that I will not have the time to sort of go through the theoretical calculations of it, but what happens is that if you look at your mixing parameter alpha, it could be as low as 0, and that means you are using completely Greenberg model and not the Warner model. And if alpha is 1, you are using only Warner. But in between, you are using a mixture. And this is a conceptual picture that as alpha increases, your efficiency is coming down, but your privacy is going up. And therefore, if you choose alpha to be 0, that is pure Greenberg model, will be very good in terms of the efficiency, but very bad in terms of privacy. But if alpha is 1, the roles are reversed. So neither alpha equal to 0 is good, nor alpha equal to 1 is good. So maybe a good compromise is going to be somewhere in between. So we are trying to show this illustration just to point out that pure Warner or pure Greenberg may not be enough or may not be the ideal choice for you. And I'll try to do some theoretical calculation, but don't worry about it. You can actually prove that your variance, it will go up, and therefore the efficiency will go down typically in these models. And you could do the same thing with the privacy calculations also. Now, here is a simulation table which looks at many different things. For example, your trust level, the mean is estimated. Well, just hold on for a second. Hey, Mala, can you bring in some water, please? Oh, I'm sorry. So what you can see that the mean is estimated fairly accurately, whether you are using the ordinary enhanced stress model or mixture enhanced stress model. So it could be a basic enhanced stress model or an optional enhanced stress model with a mixture. Okay, what I did here, I looked at a scenario where 5% people don't trust your model. Okay, I'm just picking up one scenario. You could pick anything else. And the true W8.9, 90% people think the question is sensitive. And you can see that W is estimated fairly accurately. Mu Y is estimated fairly accurately, but if you compare a mixture model and a non-mixture model, the value of delta in the non-mixture model here is 0.1211, but here it is 0.056. And I told you that smaller delta is better. So this is just an illustration to argue that the mixture models, they will do better. Okay. And now we bring in a discussion on auxiliary information. Now, again, remember that if your privacy is not a concern, then always help. But if privacy also is a matter of concern, then auxiliary information can be damaging. Now, let me give you an example. Let me stop sharing for a second. Now, if I say to you that this very smart professor at Lucknow University, can you guess who that professor is? Now, you may not be able to guess. If I say, well, the professor is female, well, you now can begin to have some idea that which female professor at Lucknow University is very famous or very smart. No, but you may still have some issue in terms of identifying who that professor is. If I give you more auxiliary information that, well, this professor is statistics department. So more information I give you, more easy it becomes for you to sort of figure out who are we talking about. So the point is that auxiliary information or the additional information in the non-RRT domain is always helpful. But in the RRT domain, where privacy is a issue, there you have to be careful. Okay. So let me go back to my slides here. Okay, so this is why I'm making noise about auxiliary information. And typically, you can use auxiliary information through a ratio estimation or a regression estimator or many other ways. But the important is that lead to or can lead to a loss of privacy. So I'm not saying that don't use auxiliary information in the RRT domain. You should use it, but use it kind of carefully. For example, I'm not telling you not to put any salt in your dish. You should put your salt, but then again, be careful as to how much of that you're going to use. Now here I'm talking about the typical ratio estimator in the RRT domain, well, just like the other in general, non estimator. So you have your estimator of the mean, but you can inflate, deflate it by using information on the auxiliary variable. Okay, and you can go through some math, but given the time, I'm not going to get too much into this. And I'd much rather show you this table. So I'm looking at a basic estimator where auxiliary information is not being used, and I'm using a ratio estimator where auxiliary information is going to be used. And there is a condition that one can derive. And let's see if I have it here. Yeah, this is the condition. So if the correlation between x and y exceeds this limit, then there's going to be a betterment. So what's happening here is that I'm looking at a non-auxiliary information-based estimator and a auxiliary information-based estimator. And the true mean was at 10, and you can see that if I round it to 0 decimal places, I'm always I'm on target. But if you look at let's see. So you have these two kinds of estimators. So your MSE, you can pick pretty much anything. So if you look at this 1254 is the MSE here, and this was the 10 was the true mean. I think this notation is defective. It is the true mean was 10, and estimate is here. So whether you look at the ratio estimator or no, I think I'm making this was looks a little suspicious. That, it should be 10 point something. But in any case, the MSC, you can compare any of these things like 1254, 10. So this reduction in MSC, so the efficiency is going to be better. There's another issue, which is the issue of measurement errors, which always is a problem, and it can be even a bigger problem in the RT domain. And typically, this is how the measurement error comes to you. Or your recorded value is not always the actual value. There's some error, and that gets added, to actual value. And given the time issue, let me talk to you about the impact of measurement error. All right. So what's happening is that if you account for measurement error, then the MSA is 1.1248. But then if you if you ignore the measurement error, you will think the MSC is this. Actually, it is this. But by ignoring the measurement error, it's going to be this. So there's a 20% sort of over glorification that's going on. So everywhere you'll see the same story that by ignoring the measurement error, you end up claiming results which are not the real results, which are better than what they should be. But if you account for measurement error, you can see that the empirical value and the theoretical values, they are similar. You can this column compares well with this column, okay? But it doesn't compare well with this column at all, because this falsely is assuming that there are no measurement error. So the glorification level is in this range, like the over glorification is in the 10 to 20% rate. But if you do the same thing when auxiliary information is being used, then the additional glorification that you are going to be getting is in the range of 20 to 40%. So when auxiliary information is being used and measurement errors are there, and you ignore them, and there will be a big damage that will be done. Of course, if you account for that, then there's no big deal. Empirical values and theoretical values, they're identical, almost identical, and very close. But if you ignore the measurement error, then there's a bigger damage that's done in the case when auxiliary information is being utilized. So what I'm trying to point out here is auxiliary information can be harmful also if you don't handle things carefully. Well, let's get into a different kind of a issue now, where we talk about trust enhancement in the binary RLT domain. Now, this is something that we did this summer, and the paper was published last month in Axiom. So you can see that in the quantitative domain, the measurement error comes in like this. There is a true response Y, and some error is added. So what you get to see is Z. But in the binary domain, you need to be careful. Here, the reported responses have to be either 0 or 1. True response also is 0 or 1. And you can add a random variable C, but then take the sum modulo 2. And the C is a Bernoulli with the probability M. M is the probability of making a measurement error. And so what it does is that if you have a measurement error, your 0 becomes 1 or 1 becomes 0. But if there is no measurement error, then no harm done. 1 will remain 1, 0 will remain 0. So this was just to show you how it works. Now, I had the student Lobig who worked with me in 2020. As I said, he's at Yale now. And this paper appeared in 2023. So Maxwell Lobig did several things. He combined Walter and Greenberg binary models. So that's one thing that's going on. And then he also brought in the concept of trust. So if you trust, you will not change your response because you know to yes. So this can happen. It's important to note that what Lobig did was he acknowledged the significance of loss of trust or lack of trust, but he did not do anything to enhance trust. So that was our project this summer, that actively enhancing the trust. And what does that do for you? So again, in the Lobig model, you can see that this top part is the Walter binary model, and this piece is the Greenberg binary model, and this piece is where we are including the trust. We are accounting for whether somebody trusts the model or somebody doesn't trust the model. And then there is this trust enhancement that's going on here. So Lobig left it off here. What you're doing is, if you don't trust the model, then rather than lying, so the answer should have been yes. But because you don't trust the model, and what we're doing is that, well, let's use RRT one more time. You already used once, but you can use again. So essentially, just like the quantitative test where you have extra noise that you're allowed to use. Same thing here, you're allowed to use little extra noise. So that's being done here. And what you could do is you can write down the probability of yes under your enhanced trust model, and you can solve it for pi x. That's what you are interested in dealing with. Now, if you look at this estimator, here, this will be the sample proportion of yes responses. Pi y is the unrelated trait probability, so you know it. P is a design parameter, you know. A is the trust. Do you trust or do you not trust? Now, we don't know what is A. So there are two things we need to deal with. One is we need to estimate pi x, but we also need to estimate the trust level. Like Lovic, the trust can be estimated before the main survey. And by asking the question, do you trust RRT or you don't trust RRT? It's a simple matter. So you already have your trust in hand or trust estimate in hand before you got to the real thing. Still, the problem here is that I'm dealing with a ratio of random variables. So finding out its expected value and variance is going to be a mess. So what we do is we write the Taylor's equation of our estimator that we had, and in a way we are linearizing our estimator from a ratio will become kind of a sum. And you can then deal with all the properties fairly easily because A has been estimated ahead of time, and this is the sample proportion of yes responses. So you can deal with this easily. And the estimator that we have now is asymptotically unbiased because remember we are using a probability model. So the expected value of pi x hat is exactly equal to pi x, but this is approximately equal to pi x. And our simulation results will show that this is pretty good actually. Now, when we evaluate the model quality, there are different things. We need to look at the estimate of variance, we look at the privacy. Now, calculating privacy in the binary domain is more complicated than calculating in the quantitative domain. So you need to, because ultimately we are going to use the unified measure. And for that, I need the variance, I need the privacy, but we need to understand what privacy actually means in the binary domain. And so this is how privacy is defined here. Your privacy loss is maximum of these two probability delta 1 and delta 2. And delta 1, delta 2 actually are the probabilities of uh, probability of identifying that there was a sensitive trait based on a yes response or based on a no response. So if somebody is saying yes, how likely is it that the person actually is doing drugs? Or if somebody is saying no, how likely is it that the person is doing drugs? So delta 1, delta 2 are these two conditional probabilities. And the privacy loss is the max of those two. And then privacy protection is obviously the complement of this delta, but we normalize it by the factor 1 pi x. And then the unified measure, just in the quantitative case, we have a similar, but here somehow we have it in the reverse order, but it doesn't matter. Earlier, we wanted our unified measure to be small. Small is better. But here, we want the privacy protection to be high. We want variance to be low. So a higher value is better. Why did we do that? Well, I don't know why we did it this way. We could have very easily done the other. But again, people have come up with a variety of measures for this unified measure. This is how we are doing. And those of you who are working in this area, you can come up with your own unified measure. The point is that the privacy and efficiency, they both should be factored in your overall model quality. And here is a simulation table and many different things going on here. I show you the Greenberg story in the enhanced trust Greenberg, and show you the Lovick mixture model. I show you the enhanced Lovick model. And you can see that under all these models, whichever one you pick, if true pi x is 0.4, estimated pi x is almost on the money. And then you can get the theoretical variance of your estimator and the empirical variance of your estimator. And you can see that the theoretical and empirical values, they are in a reasonably good match. But then look here at the unified measure. You can look at the theoretical or you can look at the empirical, and whichever one you pick. So under the different values, Here, my M values for the Greenberg model are, like what you see here. But if you go to Greenberg Enhanced, you can see that the values are higher. So from this block to this block, you get higher values. But if you look at the Lobic without even trust enhancement, their M value was very, very large. So it does much better than Greenberg. But in that, if you also add the trust enhancement, then you can see that this block gets even bigger. Point of the story is that if you have an enhanced trust model, it will enhance the base model that you started off with. It's not going to do better than every model on Earth. But the point here is that any RRT model you pick, you can implement trust enhancement in that model, and it works. So that's what I wanted to show. And here are some references that we have used. We published mark those in red, but these are kind of the basic Greenberg model, the binary and the quantitative. This is a model that we use in trust enhancement, where we use extra noise. This is where last instance where optionality was introduced. And this is that important paper of 2018. For the first time, anybody came up with the idea of a unified measure of efficiency and privacy. This is the Lobic paper who accounted for trust but did not enhance it, and also did a mixture. And Michael Parker is my PhD student, and the last PhD student who graduated this summer. And he published a paper in Axioms. So this is where trust enhancement happened. And again, Warner's original model, binary one, it's quantitative. And then there was this privacy in the quantitative domain, and defined by Yan et al. Well, that's what I wanted to share with you today. And I'll be happy to take questions.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. And I think it is your love for the research and RRT that helped you in delivering your lecture so beautifully without any problem, obstacle in your voice. So that was wonderful. Yeah, that was wonderful. And it has really been very interesting and knowledgeable for all of us to see how in this era when the trust is being missed out in most of the studies, in most of the researches, and the people are not willing to respond truthfully, how helpful this design can be. And also you have like elaborated what is the trust of the on RRT itself. So that is also amazing to give people the opportunity to share their confidence in the technique and also to enhance their privacy, not by compromising a lot on the efficiency as well. So balancing the privacy and efficiency, that has really been wonderfully incorporated in your work, which you have presented theoretically and empirically in both ways. So, because of the paucity of the time, we may not be able to discuss further in this particular session, but I'm sure that the people who are interested and who are willing to work in this area or already working in this area may contact you directly, so that they can refer your papers, they can refer your talks, and they can get your suggestions for their work also, like how can they proceed further in enhancing the trust, balancing the efficiency, and both the things. So thank you very much, Professor Gupta. And Professor Kumar, can we have a few feedbacks, or the time is already up? We can just wind up.
Madam, you can take some more minutes because Professor, so some people have to say something.
Okay. because yes, so okay. So please feel free, anyone who wants to say something about this presentation, unmute yourself and share your views.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Anyone who is willing to say something on this keynote presentation, most welcome. There is a hand raised by Professor Perumal Venkateshan. So if you want to say something, please go ahead. Or it is chance, then it's okay.
No, please. No.
problem.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So anyone else? Or I just hand over the session to the Professor Satish Kumar for further proceeding. And thank you everyone. And thank you so much again, Professor Gupta, for delivering such a wonderful keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sadgupta, for your wonderful talk. In fact, I have placed some more time in between because probably others will not get disappointed. That's why. Anyway, we have a few more, 2-3 minutes, no problem. Loganathan sir, anyone has to say anything, no problem. And in fact, we are very lucky to have your presence and deliberations here.
Thank you,
Satish. Yeah, so much lucky. And also, I utilize this occasion to extend our gratitude to you, Professor Sadgupta, and also our chair, Professor Sheila Mishra, handled the session in a very attractive way. And thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. And I see Professor Hangal, Professor Rahul Gupta, and many other friends in this audience list. So thank you, everyone. It is just nice to meeting all of you virtually, even. That is also an opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
For those who don't know this, we had the privilege of hosting Dr. Sheila Mishra at our university for 1 year. And we were able to collaborate on a paper with her. So the wonderful experience is.
Thank you. It was an honor to be with all of you, sir. It is unforgettable, beautiful memories from Greensboro, University of North Carolina. It will stay there for me. Yeah, forever. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Namaste.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizer of the 11th International Conference on Statistics for the 21st Century 2025, I extend my sincere thanks to everyone who contributed to the success of this keynote session. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the session chair, Professor Sheila Mishra, for chairing the session and guiding the proceedings so effectively. I also convey our sincere thanks to the keynote speaker, Professor Sat Gupta, for delivering an insightful and enriching keynote address. With this, we conclude the session. Thank you all for your kind participation. We now move on to the next session, and I invite Ms. Anjana Vivi to kindly take over the proceedings. Thank you all.
Professor Hangal, very good morning.
Oh, good morning to all of you.
Yes. Good morning, Professor. Good morning.
Professor Loganathan. Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Professor Sandamaragan, Professor Satish Kumar, Professor
Yeah.
Venkatesan, sir. Happy to see you all.
Yeah.
வணக்கம் சார் எப்படி இதுல வந்துட்டீங்களோ குட் நைஸ் டு see all meeting. Yeah,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sandamar is in line.
He is in line, sir.
Okay. Sir, whether you are in Delhi or
Sandamar சொன்னேன் உலக லட்சம் கொடுக்கும்போது நீங்களா எப்படி
சார் சதீஷ் போட்டு விட்டார் சார் ஆக்சுவலா.
ஓ ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா நீங்க இருக்கணும்.
இல்ல ப்ரொஃபசர் டேவிட் கணக்கலுக்கும் நான் தான்
Thank you, Professor. Thank
So
you for
nice to see Professor David and still very active.
Yeah.
The opportunity to listen.
Professor, in fact, this year onwards, we have, Professor, with the support of Professor Hanagal, we started a Best Web Award.
Acha.
And yeah.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. Really, congrats. Really, really.
Use this time for the introduction and thereby not wasting the time of the speakers. Let us try.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We now move on to the technical section 22, which is the plenary section of the 11th International Conference on the Statistics for the in Teaching, Research, and Academic Administration. His contributions to the field of statistics and his guidance to research scholars are highly appreciated. We sincerely thank him for kindly agreeing to chair this plenary section and guide the proceedings. This plenary section features two invited talks by eminent scholars. Our first speaker is Professor David Hangal from Savitri Bai Phule, Pune University. Professor Hangal is a renowned statistician with extensive research experience and numerous publications in reputed journals. He has made significant contributions to statistical research and applications. The second invited speaker, Professor A. Loknathan from Central University of Tamil Nadu. Professor Loknathan is an accomplished academician and a researcher with a rich experience in statistical modeling and applied research. His work has significantly contributed to teaching and research in statistics. We are grateful to both speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and experience with us during this plenary section. I request all participants to actively engage in this section and make the most of this enriching presentation. With this, let us begin session. I now invite the section chair, Professor Sandamare Kannan, to kindly take over the proceedings. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for giving the nice words for things. First of all, my heartfelt thanks and wishes and congratulations to the Professor Satish Kumar. He has successfully conducted every year. He created a good platform for all of us. So first of all, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thanks, Professor. The next, it is a great professor for more than 45 years. He took experience in the teaching and the research. Now, I request the Professor David Hangal to use your good research ideas for the young minds. Please, Professor Hangal, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice introduction, and thank you, Professor Satish Kumar and his entire team, organizing committee, for giving an opportunity to share my ideas during this conference. I'm just sharing the just I want to share just for a minute. I'm just uploading the presentation. Where is that? Just one moment.
No.
He will join. Let us wait.
Professor David Hanadal, any network issues?
While he's sharing, probably he left the some other technical issues. I shall call him. He's in fact started his presentation, but due to some issue, he get out, lost his network. That's maybe.
Network issue probably.
Yeah, network issue problem. So he couldn't understand. I think he couldn't get whether it is inside or not. That's problem. So he started his presentation. That's why.
Oh.
So he started his presentation. That's why.
Oh. Professor, any technical issue, Professor?
Sir, I'm now again. He joined. Okay.
Joined, but his voice is not clear, Professor.
His mic is muted.
Yeah, please unmute your mic, sir. Yeah, now it is fine. You can see the slides. Please
Yes.
unmute. You are muted, person. Sound you can't hear.
Now it is okay?
Yeah. Now it's okay.
It is audible.
Audible. Yeah, now it's audible, and then we can see the slides also.
Okay, proceed, Professor.
Okay, slide you can see now.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all
very
right.
nice.
Just I'm checking whether full screen.
Please
Full
proceed.
screen.
Please proceed.
Full screen.
It is fine. It is fine, person.
That is okay, no?
Yeah.
Okay, Professor. Please proceed, Professor.
Okay, I'll just make a full screen. It's not, screen is not moving.
In that case, you can stop sharing and share it once again.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing and then share it once again in start. You are already scrolled or not? Just to scroll the not moving.
No, it's not moving. I don't know, sir.
Okay. Whether that arrow button that also not working, isn't it? Okay.
Some
mouse click. Some problem. Okay. And then it's stop sharing and then share it once again.
Okay.
Now you can see the slides. Now please check whether it is moving or not.
I don't know why it is not moving.
Okay. Whether there is a slideshow move.
Slideshow.
Hmm?
I think this is the first time it happened. Not earlier it was.
When it's
The
the
process
mouse
is
you can
comfortable,
click
moving
and
you can, sir, you can share the file with the organizers so that they can display.
I'll just stop again. Let us see.
yeah,
Stop
just try
sharing.
one again and then okay. Stop sharing and yeah. Whether you have taken yeah, now it is coming.
It is coming, but it's
Please
not
check
screen.
whether now
It's
The
not
right
moving.
side, there is an arrow button.
yeah, there right side there are some arrow buttons. Right side of the slides.
Yeah, right side arrow
You
button
click
I'm
on that
doing.
slides. Oh, okay. It's not working.
I don't know, there is some problem.
Whether you would like that you have to change and try it.
What is it?
Sir, as Nikhil Chandra mentioned that there is on the right side bar, there is an arrow button, down arrow button.
Yeah, I am doing that one also. And home, everything is there. Nothing is moving. I don't know. There is some problem. It never happened earlier. That's, I don't know what is the problem.
Professor, while selecting, while share it, stop sharing, and while sharing, you consider you use the end option.
Okay. While sharing, I have to use. See, there
Probably
is a
video
Chrome tab window, entire
share,
screen.
click on that. Then yeah, enter screen you select.
I just click Windows. I just click window.
Then not you are earlier
No, sir,
enter
entire
screen
screen, entire screen.
earlier you better to take enter screen.
I don't know why it is not coming.
Share. Click on the
It is coming to
portion
the,
and the share
but
button.
the screen is not moving. Okay, can I send it to you, the presentation? Hello,
Yeah, it is coming.
Satish.
Yes.
I'll
Yes,
send
Professor.
the
Yes.
presentation to you. You can just
Yes.
do it. Okay.
Send to me. I can share it from here.
Okay. Okay.
Share ചെയ്യട്ടെ.
Yeah, Professor, you please send to me so that I shall
Yeah,
share it from
I'm
here.
just sending. It is already, yeah, 1 second.
This you can
Yeah,
try again because
I sent it by email.
okay, Professor.
Just
Okay.
check the email. I already sent it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it first.
Yeah, you just share the screen, that's all.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the problem. Why?
Yeah. But no, probably because of that laptop or with that device.
Yeah, I don't know. Laptops, there is some problem. I don't know. But it is the first time it happened.
Yeah.
Earlier,
Yeah.
earlier
Even the, you are very without any difficulty.
that means I have to change the laptop. That means.
Yeah, boss.
ആ CST ആണോ? ആ കിട്ടി.
Yeah, you can make full screen. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you to all. There is some delay because I'm very sorry for the delay caused because of this technical problem. All right. The topic of my talk is correlated compound negative binomial priority model. Just go to the next screen. I'm just explaining first the data, then what is surveillance, then what is share priority model. Then there are different priority models, and I'm specifically talking on the compound negative binomial distribution and correlated priority baseline. There are some baseline distributions. Uh, One can also have non-parametric baseline distributions. Then correlated compound negative binomial. I'm using some Bayesian estimation for the parameter estimation. Some simulation study, then I'm analyzing kidney infection data. Then some tables and conclusions. This is the outline of my talk. Okay, next one. Next screen. Okay. Kidney infection data. Okay, this data is given by Macris Asbet in 1991. It is based on 38 kidney patients using portable dialysis equipment. Each patient has the first and second recurrence time in days of infection from time of insertion of catheter until it has been removed owing to infection is called. That means T1, T2 is the time, lifetime for the first recurrence time and second recurrence time. Okay, there is a gap between the first and second. There is a some 10 weeks are there. That is a waiting time between the two. Okay, in order to have some independence between the T1, T2. That was the reason. Next one. There are some covariates I used. The first one is age of the patient, gender of the patient, and 3 types of diseases. These are just GN, AN, PKD. These are the short form of 3 type of diseases. T1, T2, this is the lifetime of 2 bivariate, it's 2 organs, kidneys, and 5 covariates, X1, X2, X3, X5. This is about the data. And next one. Next slide. Okay, there are in all 28 patients. Out of these 38 patients, 23 patients both have the recurrence time. That is, both have been filled. That is the recurrence time. 9 patients have the first recurrence observed and second observed, and second one is censored, second recurrence time. And 3 patients have the first recurrence time censored, second recurrence time is observed. And the last one, the 3 patients, both have the recurrence time censored. These are, if we add all these, 23, 9, 23 plus 9 plus 3 plus 3, it will be 38. Total 38 patients. Okay, next slide. This is the data, okay, in brief. All right. There are time and the different COVID are there. All these are listed here, 38 patients. Next one. What is survival data? It's the time to event data. It's based on sensor samples. It may be either left sensor, right sensor, interval sensor, different types of sensoring are there. I'm directly going to the Cox model. This was given by next screen. It was given by Cox in 1972. It is given in the equation number 1, st given x, that is h naught t into e raised to x prime beta. H naught t is a common baseline hazard function. X is a vector of explanatory variables. Beta is the column vector of the corresponding regression coefficients. This is the given by, this is a basic Cox proportional hazard model. Okay. Next. One of the basic assumption of this is homogeneity of the subjects of the population, which is somewhat questionable. There are some heterogeneity involved in the patients, different type of disease, different genetic factors or environmental factors that also affect the question of homogeneity. There are somewhat, each patient is somewhat different from each other. Every patient is different from each other because of the morbidity and mortality involved in them. Okay, next one. Now shared variety. What is shared variety? The common risk between the entire group is shared by, the risk is shared by all the people. That is called shared variety. Some common factor that affects entire group of the inducers in that group, that is called share variety. It shares the common risk. That is the meaning. Okay, next one. Okay, why variety? Some what happens if we ignore the variety? See, there are so many covariates to consider. We get confused which one to decide. Lack of operative tools to measure the covariates. Sometimes you won't get any tools to measure. Sometimes it is not possible to observe it also. For example, genetic factors and environmental factors. They are not at all possible to measure sometimes. Some can be measured, some cannot be measured. And which are not measurable, that will be a random effect. Okay, that is a heterogeneity. That is the meaning. Next slide. Okay, this is the model given by Cox, HT. Okay, I'm introducing unobserved covariate in this. I'm just modifying this Cox model by introducing the unobserved covariate, that is U. That means plus U prime beta star. That is the extra part. Beta star is a regression coefficient corresponding to unobserved covariate. I'm taking Z as e raised to minus U prime beta star. Okay. Then conditional survival function, that is given by this one. You have the equation between survival function and cumulative hazard function. That is a relation. Then one can integrate Z with this conditional survival function. You get unconditional survival function. That can be written in terms of Laplace transform of Z. Next slide. If you take two component system, it will be like this. T1 and T2, lifetime of first component, second component, or first patient or second patient. And there is a common heterogeneity, that is Z. Okay, that is the given Z, T1, T2 are independent. If it is not given, if it is integrated out, then T1, T2 will become dependent. That's why it is bivariate in nature. Next one. Okay. This is an unobserved random proportionality factor that modifies hazard function of an integer. And this was first given by Cloton in 1978. Later, Weipel in 1979, he just named as a priority term in that case. There's a lot of literature on the Friday model. I also book on the Friday models. It appeared in the Springer. One can refer to that also. Next slide. Okay, the effect or variety is not directly estimated from the data, but is instead assumed to have unit mean and finite variance, which is to be estimated. The share variety model is due to some genetic factors or environmental factors which are unobserved in an individual and are common and are shared by both paired organs in a human or twins in the family. Okay, next slide. There are some problems if you ignore the variety. Okay, if it is ignored, then the model will be inappropriate, and the decision based on such model will be misleading. If variety is ignored, the estimate of regression coefficients will underestimate or overestimate. AIC, BIC, DIC will be more as compared to the model with variety. The decision based on the model without variety will go wrong. Ignoring the variety effect will be with finite mean and may result in negative bias in the estimated time dependence. That means if you ignore this heterogeneity will go to error, then error will increase in that case.
Hello.
In that case,
Good
that
morning,
is the
ma'am.
case.
I am
Next
Nikhil.
slide. Next one. Okay. There are next one differential variety models.
Okay, ma'am.
Next one.
Hello,
Okay,
ma'am.
these are the different share variety models already discussed in the literature. I also
Hold on. You're, ma'am. Okay. Actually, I'm. Yes, ma'am. I know, but uh, I am actually sharing the screen of Pros and I will 1 second. I'm going to look. ID for the Google Meet, right? Sir? I want to say. Okay, man. Hold on, right? Hold on is 22 mm. Hold on. So you want the link, man? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I will check it. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I will share the HO. Okay. If it
next.
Professor Satish.
Okay, all right.
Hello,
All right,
Guru.
it has
Actually,
come.
I'm in the same time
Okay,
sharing the screen with
the
Professor Hanagal. One second, ma'am. So
is not mathematically
H
convenient, but
for hat,
might also be seen as a
or
natural
it's
in
G,
some
G
more
for
substantial sense.
uh,
It is a sum of random series of independent
yes,
gamma
G
variables,
for
where
gamma.
the number of items in the sum is a negative binomial. That
Again,
we'll see the
it
equation
shows
in the next
F
slide.
for
Next
founder,
slide.
F for
The next one. Okay, this is sum of the
shows the
random sum of the
F
random
for
variables,
father,
IID random variables. Here x1, x2,
X
xn
for
are
son,
IID gamma, and
G for
n,
gamma,
capital N, that is a random variable, that is a negative
I
binomial.
for India,
N, if n is 0, then
M
z
for
will be
mother,
0. If n is greater than 0, then
O for
you
orange,
get a random sum, okay, of
U for
IID random
umbrella.
variables. So gamma is
Yes, ma'am.
xi's are
Both
gamma
equations are standard.
with
That's
scale
okay.
parameter nu and
Thank you.
shape parameter gamma.
Sorry for the trouble.
Next slide. Okay, when z equal to 0, it is p raised to r. Probability of success raised to number of successes r. Okay, that is the thing. Given n, it will be sum of the gamma is again gamma. Okay, sum of the gamma is again gamma, that is given n, that is this one. And PMF of negative binomial is Pn, that is already given here. That is a PMF. Next one. Next slide. Okay. One can have the distribution of this compound negative binomial, that is here, f of z. Okay, combining both things together. Next one. Next. Okay, this is a compound negative binomial of the distribution in this case with n greater than 0 and n equal to 0 with p, nu and gamma, three parameters. Next one. We can have a Laplace transform for the gamma, Laplace transform for the negative binomial distribution. We have to get Laplace transform of compound negative binomial. We have to combine these two Laplace in one. Next one. This is a combination of two Laplace. One is gamma, x is gamma, n is a negative binomial. Combine these two, you will get Laplace transform of the compound negative binomial distribution. Okay. That is given by this expression, last one. That is a formula. Next one. Expected value of z is here and variance of this one. In order to resolve non-identity problem, we have to take expected value of equal to 1 always in the every variety distribution. This is a necessary condition for that. Okay. Then if you, with this restriction, one parameter will be reduced. Then we will have only two parameters instead of three parameters. Okay. Next. Yeah. This is the variance of z under this restriction. The variance of z will be this one, p gamma, and r is anyway fixed here. P gamma, we have to estimate p and gamma here. Q is 1 minus p anyway. Okay, this is a Laplace transform under the restriction. Next. Correlated variety. Next one. Next slide. Okay. Okay, so far you have seen only one heterogeneity involved. Now I am talking about the two heterogeneities. One heterogeneity is for T1, another heterogeneity is for T2, and T1 and T2 are this one for T1 and T2, that is given as Z1 and Z2. Earlier it was only Z, now there is a Z1 and Z2. That is two varieties are there. These Z1 and Z2 are correlated. That's why it is correlated variety. That is the meaning. Next one. Survival function of T1, T2 given Z1, Z2. That is given by here. If both are given Z1, Z2, then it will be like this. Then Z1, Z2 are two correlated varieties. The random vector Z1, Z2 needs to be specified and determine the association structure of the events in the model. Integrating the above bivariate survival function over Z1, Z2, you get unconditional. Integrate over Z1, Z2, you will get this one. This is a bivariate variety distribution. That is the thing. Next one, baseline distribution. I have chosen two baseline distribution, generalized Weibull and generalized log logistic. Next slide. Next one. Okay, this is generalized Weibull distribution with distribution function, cumulative hazard, and hazard function. These are the three formulas. This is a more general one. One can have submodels, exponential, Weibull, bottom, and other things are there. One can have submodels of this distribution. Next one. The next one is generalized log logistic distribution. Okay, that is, we are here generalizing the log normal distribution that gives generalized log. One parameter will be extra in the case of generalized logistic distribution. Okay, this is the FT and HT, cumulative hazard and hazard function. Next slide. Now correlated compound, negative binomial distribution. Next slide. Next one. Okay. One can have, if you know the Laplace transform of univariate, one can have Laplace transform of bivariate Laplace transform. The simple equation is equation number 9. Okay. L of S1, S2, take Lz of S1, S2, and Lz of S1 and Lz of S2. Okay. Rho is the correlation factor. Okay. And that is greater than 0 here. If rho equal to 1, it will leads to the shear priority model. That means shear priority model is a submodel of correlated priority model. That is the thing. Okay. Correlation of Z1, Z2 is rho here. Okay. One can extend it to bivariate to multivariate also. Next one. It can be extended to multivariate also. Then you will get multivariate distribution. Okay. When rho equal to 1, it will be shear priority model. When rho equal to 0, then Z1, Z2, Zk are mutually independent. Now we study only bivariate case because we have T1, T2 bivariate lifetimes. Okay, this is a Laplace transform for the T1 for the Z that is given by this equation number 10. Next slide. I'm just using this previous equation, Laplace transform, in the bivariate case, bivariate Laplace, and it can be obtained. One can obtain from bivariate Laplace to bivariate Serval function using the earlier equation. Okay, this is the formula for this S of T1, T2 for the cumulative using the cumulative hazard function. Okay, next one. Okay, I'm just using the correlated priority model with compound negative binomial as a priority in the presence of covariates. This is here covariates are there. Next one. This is without priority model. Next. I have 4 models here.
Hello?
1, 2, 3 correlated. 2 are priority models, 2 are without priority models. Okay, that is the thing. I'm just comparing all this. Next one. Estimation of the parameters. Okay. Next one. Okay, one can have 4 reasons we already discussed. Okay, both are recurrence times observed. One is observed, and both are censored like that. One T1 is censored, sometimes T2 is censored. Therefore, we have 4 reasons. Okay. We already have the data of 38 patients, and all are divided into 4 parts. Next slide. This is the likelihood given by these 4 reasons. Next. How to obtain F1, F2, F3. That is the formula given here. Next. We are using the Bayesian techniques. One can also have the usual classical method using MLE also. But there is an iterative process. There is a problem with small data, and sometimes convergence is a problem. Then if you go for a Bayesian, there will not be any problem in this case. One can have the Bayesian estimation. We have simulation study also. Before going to the data analysis, we have done simulation study. based on the 1 lakh iterations. Next, next one, next, next slide. Okay, I'm using some prior distribution for the gamma and parameters, and we have to estimate the parameters with some prior distribution. And we have taken the uniform prior, gamma prior, all other things. Some uh, hyperparameters we have used A1, A2, B1, B2. They are known hyperparameters. We can have different values and check the different iterations with the different known parameters. All will lead to the same. We have two chains in this Markov chains, 1 and 2. Both are similar results. We are getting the similar results for both the chains. Next. Okay, this is all simulation study for this hyperparameters taking the different values. Next. All right, I'll skip this one. Next one. We'll go to the data analysis. These are the tables for the simulation for the correlated compound negative binomial with generalized variable as a baseline. Okay, this is the estimates. The estimates are close to the true values, and the standard error are very small, lower and upper credible limits, and Gavin test and Kelvin-Rubin values. Next one. This is similarly for the another baseline. There's a generalized Weeble model. Next one. Same thing. Okay, this next slide. Next one. Now I'm going for the kidney and infection data. The data already described earlier. Go next one. I already described the data earlier. Just go to the next one. I don't want. I'll because of shortage of time. I want to skip some other things. Already discussed the data. Okay, this is the model we are using with 5 covariates. Okay, because there are 5 covariates in the data. Next one. Summary of tables. Next. Okay, this is the p-values of the Kolmogorov test for the goodness of it. The p-values are very high, and there's this model 1 and 3 are very good fit for the data. That is the meaning. Next. This is a summary of the table for the kidney infection data for the model 1 with baseline as generalized variable, and this is the data. Only two thing is beta 2 is significant here. Beta 2 and beta 5. Beta 2 is a the gender factor. That means females have lower risk of infection as compared to the males. That is the meaning. That is significant. Next one. Okay, this is the model 3. This is for the baseline as a generalized log logistic baseline with correlated fact. Here also what we see here, beta 2 is significant. The females have the lower risk of infection as compared to the male counterpart. That is the meaning. Next one. Okay, the AIC, BIC, DIC. Okay, these are the 4 models. In this 4 model, the smallest AIC, BIC, DIC are correlated compound negative binomial with generalized variable distribution as a baseline, GWD. That is having lower AIC, BIC, DIC as compared to other one. That is a better, good model as compared to other 3 proposed models. Next one. One can also have base factor for all these products. This is choosing between the 2 models. Here we can see in all these cases, model 1 is better than model 2, 3, 4. That is the best model because in all cases, the base factor is higher. Model 1, that is very strong. Here also, the same results are there. Next one. Next. I'm comparing all the existing models with the proposed model. The proposed models are there, the first 2. In that case, they are better than the existing models. All other existing model in the literature. That is generalized variable is the top one. That is the best one. Next one is the generalized log logistic with the correlated negative binomial distribution. That is the case. Next one, some conclusions. Okay. What we see here is the sigma square is very high in model 1 and model 3. 49 and 47. It's significant. There is no need of testing here. Sigma square equal to 0. There is no point in testing sigma square equal to 0. It is already significant. Therefore, heterogeneity is very important. Then one should go for the priority model. That is the meaning. Rho here is 0.5654. That is also high. Okay. Then there is a correlation between Z1 and Z2. That means one has to use correlated priority model only. Credible limits of the regression coefficient beta 2 doesn't contain 0. That indicates COVID sex is significant for all the models. Okay. Then model 1, model 3, beta 5 is significant. Next one. Next slide. Okay. Beta 2 indicates female patients have slightly lower risk of infection. Negative values of beta 2 regression correspond to COVID X5 indicates absence of disease type PKD in the patients have lower risk of infection in model 1 and 3. Okay. And comparison between all the format models is done, and generalized model 1, generalized Weibull distribution with correlated compound negative phenomenon is a better model. And same case with the base vector. Next. We have compared with the existing models also. In that case also, the AIC-BIC of model 1, that is a correlated negative binomial distribution with generalized Weibull as a baseline is better than all other models. That is the end of this conclusion. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. I think I completed the talk in time because of a delay very beginning. I'm sorry for that. And I thank Professor Satish Kumar and his entire team for giving an opportunity to share my ideas. I also thank the chair of the session, Professor Khanna, for nice words and other things. Thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor David Kangal. You is a very good work. It is a young people are those who are all interested to do work in this area. You please anytime contact Professor David Kangal. He is always help to young minds, young research scholars. So I once again, on behalf of organizing committee, I thanks Professor David Kangal for giving the good presentation. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I request Professor Loganathan to present your valuable talks. Please.
Professor
I'll close this one.
Yeah.
You can close that
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
screen.
Good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to share some of my research results in this forum. And first of all, let me thank Professor Satish Kumar and his team for giving me this opportunity to present this piece of work. I am waiting to upload to share my screen.
Professor Satish and his team kindly close this screen so that Professor Loganathan will be able to present his talk. Please.
Of course, the title of my talk is software reliability study using environmental factors. Of course, yes.
Professor Satish and his team.
Yes, sir. 1 second. Ajay. Loganathan, sir. Sendamarakandan, sir. Sendamarakandan. Come,
Hello, Professor.
Yes.
Please close the session screen so that Professor Loganathan will be able to present his talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Professor. Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Professor Loganathan, please.
Hi. Yes,
Welcome,
sir.
Professor.
ഈ സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ ഈ സിയർ സെറ്റിൽ ആക്കി അല്ലേ?
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, visible, sir. But along
Okay.
with the mobile, also we can see. Yeah. Okay, okay. But now now we can click on the presentation. Okay. Now we can make it full
Is it
screen
okay?
if possible.
Yes, yes, it is okay, Professor. Professor Lona, it is clear. Please.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Now it is fine.
Good morning,
Excellent.
all. This is the title of my talk, Software Reliability Study Using Environmental Factors. It is a joint work of mine with one of my fellow researchers, Dr. Jeremiah Mutaraj. He is a faculty in the Government Arts College, Nagarkoil. This is the outline of my talk. Initially, let us spend some time to see the developments regarding the construction of software reliability models and other related models. All of them are related to the assessment of software reliability and software reliability prediction, software reliability assessment models. And then let us go over to the topic of environmental factors with a few slides. What are the environmental factors? What are the categories? And some of the works which have been done earlier, what are they and what are their contributions towards software reliability assessment using environmental factors? Then objectives of this work, and what is the, of course, this work is carried out based on a data which is collected in the primary. It is a primary data, and the data collection procedure is described in one or two slides. Then environmental factors association and principal component analysis is applied, clustering and principal component analysis techniques are applied in this. And regarding this extraction of components from all the environmental factors, some slides, and then clustering of environmental factors. And the main thing is about the extraction of principal components in two phases. This is the way this talk is organized. To begin with, the software reliability, as like the other products, the reliability of a software is defined based on it is evaluated based on the probability of failure-free operation of the software during a specific time period under a given environment. In fact, the pioneering work done on this software reliability, and the word coined, the software reliability, the word was coined by Jelinski and Moranda in their pioneering work, in pioneering paper, Software Reliability Research in Statistical Computer Performance Evaluation during the year 1972. And based on that, many works have come up. All of them were attempting on developing a software reliability models, applying various methodologies, and based on the time between failures and counting the number of faults. And the model assumptions, all those attempts were done based on the assumptions. These are the some assumptions based on which that software reliability models have been developed. Time between successive failures are independent. Exposure to each fault has equal probability. Embedded failures are independent among themselves. Faults are removed after detection. Faults do not repeat after their detection and removal. That is questionable. Testing intervals are independent. That is also questionable. Number of faults detected during non-overlapping time intervals are independent. However, though I said that questionable, it means that for practical reasons, I mentioned like that. Of course, we are not going to use these model assumptions. And these are all the attempts done on software reliability assessment model development. Day atrophication model, exponential model, Schick-Wolverton model, Littlewood Veral Bayesian model, Goyle Okamoto imperfect debugging model, Damodaran, and their work. And apart from that one, a separate branch of work was also carried out using the non-homogeneous pass-on process for software reliability model construction. These are some of them. Goyle Okamoto NHPP model in 1979, Musa exponential model in 1987, S-shaped growth model in 1984, and hyper exponential growth model in 1984 again, discrete reliability growth model in 1988.
Hello, Professor. Hello. Hi, Professor. You are Please sound.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay, please go ahead first. Please check. Others will join, browser. Please check. Yeah. Yeah. I think there are 8 presentations.
Okay, fine.
Yes, browser. You can start. Please start.
Uh, please, the first presenter, please share your slide. I thank Dr. Satish for organizing the committee and chair of this conference for giving me the opportunity to share this session. Please, the first speaker, please share your slide. Nandini is here. Nandini, Arya, Danya, Sandeep, Anju, please study for presentation.
Sir, myself Anju, should I start? Sir, myself Anju, should I start?
Yeah, please start. Please start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Excuse me, Anjutal, you are included in the hall C, hall D, not in hall D. Anjutal,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you join hall D.
Sorry.
So,
Sir, I joined there, then there was a link which I
yeah,
joined here.
yeah, now it is corrected. This is hall C.
Okay, hold C.
Now should I start?
Yes, you start.
The other one, earlier, yeah, hall D are already given link. Anjutal, you can, Nandita, you can start here, or Danya, you can start.
Okay, please.
Hello, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Also, they can, if they are ready, please they can join hall C now itself. Okay. So whether they have already included or that I have to check. But now hall C there is a slot. I think so. They are because there is something. Yeah, that link I shall send you, Professor. I shall send you once you send to me the details. I shall send the link also. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Okay. Welcome.
Server conducts maintenance of the unit and subject to inspection. The unit is replaced by new one. If repair is not possible by the server after some times. Unit works as after maintenance and repair. This is the state transition diagram. The initial stages as known, where we have taken two operating units and one additional cold standby unit. If the any unit fails with empty rate, the system goes to this S6 stage, where two units are operating and one is waiting for repair. And W2 is the arrival time. When server comes, then when the failure unit goes under repair, here it is waiting for repair. When the repair is done, within fixed time.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Anjuta, in
Yes.
fact, I have included you as an invited speaker and put in the session 22D. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You see, if it is possible, you can, if there is time, now it is 10:47. Okay. You have to join there and present there. That's better. This is only for the contributory speakers. This session.
I am contributing speaker.
Yeah, you have given as a
I have
contributory.
paid for this.
You have given as a contributory, but I include you as a invited speaker. That's why. If it is okay for you, you can join there.
Sir, I have joined the link near 10 o'clock. Then I have changed so many times.
Oh, anyway, you can because some people they as an invited speaker. Okay, no, don't worry. They will get you over.
Please, Satish, please allow her.
Okay, okay, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, you can continue.
Should I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, thank you.
Continue. Please continue.
Okay, sir. S1 is a hair-based test. Since I have used regenerative point graphical technique, the maximum transaction is done from S1. So S1 is the base state. For availability analysis and consider the stage. But in meantime of server failure, we consider the initial state as since the maximum transaction is done here as one stage. This is the main time of the server failure, and that is the first passage time from regenerative stage to phase stage. These are 0, 1, 2, and 6. This formula is used. So we start the initial state 0 here. 0 goes to 0, 0 goes to 1 here, 0 goes to 2, and 0 goes to 6. Using this formula, we have tried the expression. This is for availability analysis, since the stages 1, 0, 1, 2, and 6 are available, and 1 is a base state. So we start this term availability analysis from state 1. 1 to 0, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 6. Alpha is the fuzziness system, and SJ are the mean order time. So we drive N1, the numerator for availability, and D1, denominator for availability. The busy period, there are two ways of busy period, due to repair and replacement. The formula is this one, and the stage 1 goes to 1. We have to, that is a busy period, and 1 goes to 2. Second stage is the busy period, and the first stage is the busy period. D1 is already drive. This is the expected number of visit by the server. The stages 1 goes to 6, 1 goes to 1, 1 goes to 1 again, 1 goes to 1 again. So many ways. 1 goes to 1 by via 3 stage, 1 goes to via by 1 to 0, 0 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 5, further 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 0 stage, 0 goes to 6, 6 goes to 7, 7 goes to 8, and further 1 goes to 1 again. 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 0, 0 goes to 6, 6 goes to 1. 1 goes to 3, 3 goes to 5, and 5 goes to 1. This is the profit analysis, that is revenue minus cost. K naught minus K1 this is the for busy period for repair, and B naught RP is for replacement value, and K3 and K4 are the cost per unit time where the server is visited. These are the table for mean time of the server failure via exponential distribution and also for relevant distribution. We can see here the difference. There is much difference in mean time for server failure when we use exponential distribution. This is near about 311, and when we use relevant distribution, this is 73. Availability versus failure rate. Again, I have derived this expression from exponential distribution and also via Rayleigh distribution. This is the profit and versus failure rate. This is also derived by exponential distribution and Rayleigh distribution. Conclusion. By considering particular to and post the outcome for avoid failure. All random variable accompanied with failure replacement, maximum repair time and arrival time of the server as shown in table 1, 2, 3, ability, mean time for server failure, profit decrease with the increase of the failure rate, lambda, and increase with the uh, repair rate alpha if we increase alpha, and also when we replace beta value, and also make repair arrival time of the server is 450, K2 is 350, K3 and K4 are 250 and 200 respectively. Under the status separation system, it is interesting to note that the failure, ability and profit of the system model are much more when failure, repair and replacement and the unit follow exponential distribution rather than Taylor distribution. These are further more conclusions. These are the references taken.
തപാസും
And thank you.
അവരോട് ഇതിനകത്ത് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞു
And
ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തേക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു
Yeah, you apply exponential distribution. This is so easy to work. Can you for linear distribution for your case?
Yes, I have considered relevant distribution. Since exponential distribution, we have to take assumption constant failure rate. So that is a variation, so much variation in relevant and exponential distribution. I have to adopt the constant failure rate for exponential, but not relevant.
Okay. What is your contribution in this paper? What's your
Yes.
contribution?
Yes, sir.
What is your contribution?
Sir, I have tried to make this model and try all these questions.
Will it give can you spend for the data set?
Yes, and like I have research project on the cold drinks effect. Here, I can apply that this formula for a low. Here, I consider only 2 out of 2 systems. But in cold drink factory, there are 3 machines out of 5 I have taken. I am applying.
Fine. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. So, any one question from the audience? Any one more question? Only one. Any one question? Otherwise, you can call upon the next question. If it is no question, please, the second speaker, please.
Professor Elgovan,
Yeah.
I have included 2 more speakers in this session. They will join in beta.
Fine.
They were from Assam University. Okay, Professor. Okay?
So, what is name, sir?
One is Ipit Sharma. Second is Ricky
Yeah.
Tabasu. Ricky.
He's two people.
Yes. Ispita Sharma and Ricky Tabasum. They are students of Ramashankar, Assam.
Fine. Okay. Gita Sharma, other speaker from Assam.
Yeah, other speakers, they will join in the meantime, sir. So,
Okay, fine.
those who are here in the group can present now.
So, anybody in this group, please go ahead with your presentation.
Professor, please note the those who are presented in the group. And
Okay, fine. Why is here? I speaker from second. Hello?
Hello. 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 I think Professor Elangovan sir. Yes, it is simple. Go ahead.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Nandini D, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Karnataka Academy of Higher Education. Title of my today's presentation is Automated
Hello.
Threshold Selection using a sequential
Hello.
testing procedure for extreme.
Sir, sorry. Have you joined the meet
This is my overview of the
for
presentation.
seminar conference? Your
First,
contributor
I
talk.
introduce the concepts of extreme value theory.
Hello.
Then, second one is
Please
classical
join,
extreme
but
value
there
theory.
is a link issue.
Methodologies, intense rainfall, sea level, rising of sea levels, earthquakes, cyclones, severe storms, and pollutions, etc. This economic loss from this kind of disasters will increases in recent decades. So that extreme events are often characterized as high or low. We are not focusing on the normal observations. That is, high means maximum values and then low means minimum values of the observations. The main idea of this extreme value theory is to model and measure the extreme events, which occurs with very small probability, but once it happens, it makes a huge impact to the environment. And then this theory was emerged in 1920s. First, it can be used in a hydrology problem. Then the first fundamental theorem of extreme value theory was evolved in 1928, and it was extended by Gendico in 1948. It is also known as law of maximum approach. In 1958, it was extended and made as a statistical method by E.J. Gumbel. In 1970s, the second fundamental theorem of extreme value theory has emerged. It was developed by Balkman Depan in 1974, and it was enhanced by Pickens in 1975. Then from this theorem, then the generalized Pareto distribution can be developed. And then the investigation of tail behavior of this probability distribution is essential for modeling the extreme events. Then the shape parameter of this kind of distribution is known as an extreme value index. It decides the tail behavior of the distribution. Then the most commonly used approaches of extreme value theory
Hello.
are listed here. One is block max.
Sir, your session has started at session link C. Hello. Your contributor talk. Hello.
In 92.
I'm from University of Kerala. ICSTC 2025. Your contributor talk is going on. The session is going on. Please join. I have made you the link. There's a change in the link. That's why I called you.
Value methodology.
Okay. So you cannot join?
Medium.
Okay.
T, size of observation, which is equal number of observation. When we make attention on the maximum observations of each period size, that maximum values are considered as an extreme values. It can be used to calculate the extreme events. Then the Fisher-Tippett theorem. This theorem is also known as the central limit theorem of extreme value theory. In central limit theorem, we are using mean. For mean, we are alternating that the maximum observations are considered here. So that is maximum order statistics, that is MN. Instead of X bar, we are using that MN. So that the theorem is given here. That is like X1 to Xn be an IID sequence with common distribution function here with a normalizing sequence AN and BN. Then the theorem is framed here. that is given.
Sir, I'm calling from Kerala for the conference ICSTC 2025. Are you ready to present? The session has started.
Should theorem. That is
Okay. So, but there is a link issue. So I will share the new link in your mail.
combining
Okay.
this to form.
Please join. It's going on.
Here is the generalized extreme value distribution term which is given in equation 2. It consists of three parameters. First one is location parameter mu, shape parameter xi, and scale parameter sigma. The CDF is given in equation 2 with two conditions. First condition represents that psi is not equal to 0. That is the shape parameter not equal to 0. It will be a generalized extreme value distribution. When shape parameter equal to 0, then it belongs to the Gumbel distribution. So that the shape parameter xi is called the tail index. It decides the thickness of the tail of the distribution. When xi is greater than 0, then it will be a Frecci distribution. When xi equal to 0, then it will be a Gumbel, and xi less than 0, then it will be a short tail Weibel distribution. Here is a second approach called peaks over threshold approach. It focuses on the maximum, that is the values above the threshold. So that this method is also called as a method of exit. Its primary focus is on selecting a suitable threshold to separate the extreme values from all the data. For this, we have used the generalized Pareto distribution to model the extreme observations above the threshold. It is important to find a good balance in setting a threshold. It is a research gap, that is, the balance between the variance and bias is very much important. So, when fixing a high threshold, it reduces the sample size to increase variability. At the same time, selecting a lower threshold, it increases the sample size to make it bias the result. Here is the second fundamental theorem of extreme value theory, Higgins-Baldwin theorem. This theorem is the very essential to frame a generalized Pareto distribution, which is given in equation 3 with two conditions. When xi is not equal to 0, then it will be a generalized Pareto distribution. When xi equal to 0, then it will be an exponential distribution. Here is the written levels. This is nothing but an inverse of the distribution function. It can be used to find the future extreme values of the event. First, in equation 4, we are giving the written level equations of GV model, and then in equation 5, we are given the GP written level equations of GP model. Here is my proposed approach for dual-phase threshold selection approach. In this case, we have developed a two-phase procedure. First, we have to trim the non-extremes. Then, we have to find a suitable threshold. In first step, we are fixing a hypothesis that the distribution of exceedances above the chosen threshold follows the generalized Pareto distribution. In step 2, we are fixing the null hypothesis. We are taking, in our study, we consider the two goodness of fit test. First one is KS test and CDM test with 5% level of significance. Here, the test statistic value denoted by omega ij and then p value denoted by kij. I belongs to 1 to k and j belongs to 1 to l. Here, k represents hypothesis and l represents test criteria. In step 3, if the p value is greater than 0, then the null hypothesis is accepted, otherwise the null hypothesis is rejected. If H0 is rejected, then the threshold UR is terminated from the sequence, and then the values below UR are considered as non-extremes, then it can be omitted. The values above that UR is considered. The procedure for this can be repeated until the null hypothesis for threshold is rejected. In step 5, we have to remove the non-extremes. In some cases, both the KF and CVM test spots the non-extreme, that is PIG value less than alpha. In that case, we use the condition which is given in the below equation, that is called delta, that is known as a trimming point. So that in step 6, the value above the trimming point are considered for further process. In phase 2, those extreme values are taken for the phase 2. Phase 2 is extreme intermediate threshold selection. In this case, the trimming point is considered as the initial threshold and progressively increasing 1 levels within 99th percentile.
Okay, in hospital. Okay, sorry. What? Okay. So we can move, or can you speak in some other time? No. Okay. Sorry to hear that. Sorry. Yeah.
Shows and hypothesis, which is given in equation 7. In step 3, we are using the cross entropy. Then in step 4, the relative significance of each criteria is computed by taking a weight of the cross entropy values. Then each weight is fixed. I think each criteria has its own weight by using this equation 9. Then the final surface of this evaluation indicator can be calculated using the equation 10, that is sum of weights and decision matrix. From this, the entropy-based weighting can be used to improve the efficiency of goodness of fit test in threshold choice. It prioritizes the tail data and improves model fit assessments in significance of extreme values. Then we have rank the evaluation indicator values according to the principle that the best threshold is chosen by taking the maximum of the evaluation indicator value. That particular threshold is considered as an optimum threshold, and the values above that threshold is taken as a final extreme values. That extreme values can be modeled using generalized Pareto distribution. In this our DPT method, we are choosing the multiple thresholds and find the best fit of the extreme value model and adjust the p-values to control the error rate and select the most appropriate threshold. Here is a schematic diagram for dual phase threshold selection procedure. Here is an application for my proposed approach. In this study, the states monitoring monthly data of ammonium ion concentration of the southern Buck River at 607 km are taken from the period of 1995 to 2019. The data was collected from State Water Resource Agency of Ukraine website. The maximum permissible value of ammonium ion concentration in that river is 0.5 mg per cubic meter. The excess level of ammonium can cause damage to the aquatic beings and reduce their life expectancy. In this context, the initial step is to examine the properties. So that the three types of tests are evolved, that is independence check, stationary check, and trend check. Then the suitability of TS mean residual life, and then these are the threshold stability plot is known as TS, and mean residual life method is known as MRL. These two methods are classical approaches to selecting a threshold, and then my approach with these two approaches, that is DPT, is comparable to these two classical approaches in the study. Here is the threshold selection approach for the classical approaches. It is already in literature. Figure A and B, which represents the threshold value from and the blue line represents.
Hello, Professor. Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, fine, Professor. Fine.
Yeah.
Now, I think Professor Basak is also here in the group. Gopal Basak. How is things going on, Professor? There.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'm not in ISER anymore. I'm at
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Harishchandra Research Institute.
Okay. Now you are in the Harichandra. Okay, okay. UP.
Yeah,
Is it in UP?
yeah,
Professor?
yeah.
Okay, that's
Prayagraj.
yeah, Prayagraj. Okay. That's a good institute, I think so. Isn't it? So,
Yeah. It's a small institute.
small, but they are concentrating research level, isn't
Yeah,
it?
mainly
More.
research.
That's fine.
But they have
Fine.
started the MSc program also,
Oh, okay.
mathematics.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think they are more concentrating on the mathematical and physics level, isn't it?
Physics. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. So now it is 10, 11:22. It is our time. സമയമായില്ലേ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ ഉച്ചക്ക് ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഓക്കെ ഞാൻ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ വിളിക്കാം I think it is we have the right time. We have little bit late. It's 10, 11, 20, I think. What are the time? Professor Basak has to chair the session. That is why I check No problem. Let us start the session if it is time. Session
11:22.
11:22. 2-3 minutes. Okay. Students, Ganga or Devika?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah. Sir. Ganga. Now let us start the session. The chair will join in the meantime. If it is, our session is 11:22. What is it? Yeah, 11:22 told. So that it is now 11:23. So I think let us invite Professor Rajiv sir for for his deliberations, for his with the plenary talk. In case Professor Basak will join, we can. I hope he will join in the meantime. So please initiate the session. Gaga, please. Rajiv sir, let us start the session, isn't it? Isn't it?
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Our
I'm
session
ready.
will go up to 12, sir. No problem.
Okay. Okay. So shall I share screen?
Yeah, Professor. You can share. Ganga, our students will just a small brief introduction. Then.
Okay. Okay.
Ganga, please.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So once again, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the technical session 23, plenary session of the 11th International Conference on Statistics of the 21st century, 2025. The plenary session is the speaker of the plenary session, Professor Rajiv Bhaskaran from the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, India, whose research contributions are highly regarded in contemporary statistical science.
Yeah.
We are privileged for Professor Bhaskaran with us today.
Yeah. In fact, a professor is now from UP and another research institute. No problem. Yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
sir. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
I don't know how should I share my.
Yeah, Professor, please.
There is a
In the bottom, there is near to our camera, there is a upward arrow, small box in an upward. Click on
Yeah.
that. Click on that, Professor.
Yeah, I clicked on that, but
Then
it's
a
not.
box will come in which three options are there. Or two window and a entire screen. Can you see entire screen? Entire screen you click, Professor.
Okay.
Then a small window comes, and in that you have to click, so that the share button will be active. Now there is a
Share.
blue share. Yeah. Now you can move to your slides. Yeah. You can see the slide. Now we can see this. Now it is fine. Yeah. That you can close. Close that mobile. Yeah. That. Yeah. Now it is fine, close. It is excellent.
Okay. So, firstly, I thank the organizers, Professor Satish Kumar in particular, for his kind invitation.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the talk on modeling chemical reactions. And as the title says, it is based on a diffusion model. Okay. And this is joint work with a young researcher, Vijay Ganesh. And these appeared in the Journal of Mathematical Physics. Okay. So we'll go through these 5 topics. So, by way of introduction, the Swedish chemist Svante Arrhenius first proposed in 1889 a formula for the exponential temperature dependence of the rate of a chemical reaction. Rate means how fast the uh, reaction is going. He suggested that reactions needed an input of energy, EA, E suffix A. It's called the activation energy. So to initiate the reaction. And this was related to the rate constant kappa naught by the formula kappa naught is equal to A exponential minus EA by RT. And these T's temperature are the constant and A is also a constant. A is called the prefactor. So we try to understand this in a more mathematical, we try to derive this formula from our mathematical model. And that is as follows. A simplified model of a chemical reaction is as the motion of a system of molecules in a potential energy field created by the electrostatic forces induced by the molecules. So you have this differential equation, the time derivative of xt. Xt is the state of the system, so it represents the position of all the particles, is equal to grad u of xt. U is the potential energy of the system. And generally, this is a multidimensional system, depending on a large number of the molecules present. The state space of the system includes two disjoint regions, say A and B. A is the reactant regions and B is the product region. So, and a chemical reaction then consists of a particle going from the reactant region to the product region. So that's how the model is set up through this potential energy function. The system is perturbed by noise, and this happens when, for example, the reaction takes place in a liquid medium and the reactant molecules undergo random displacement due to bombardment by the liquid molecules. So the model becomes now, when you add noise, the right-hand side has another term, including the noise. So we have random motion from region A to region B. Now there are several ways of, as I said, it's a vast multidimensional system, but there are various methods of reducing it to one-dimensional system using what are called reaction coordinates and things like that. So we will look at a one-dimensional version of this equation. The physicist Kramers reconceptualized chemical reactions as escape from metastable states using aided by a Brownian motion. So these Brownian motion models the fluctuations which allows the particles to move from the reactant to the product regions. In modern notation, we may write the underlying particle motion as a stochastic differential equation. dxt is equal to sigma dbt plus bxt dt and x0 equal to x. So there are various parameters involved. Sigma is square root 2d, diffusion coefficient. B of x, the drift, sigma is a constant. B of x is this term coming from the potential energy U, and it's the derivative of the potential energy. So you can think of it as the force. So in integral form, we have this equation xt is equal to x plus sigma bt plus integral 0 to t b of xs ds. Now, there's a standard assumptions on such an equation when, for example, d is a Lipschitz function on R and bt is a standard one-dimensional Brownian motion. Then for every initial value x, this equation has a strong solution and is a strong Markov process. And we can choose u of x to be a smooth double well potential, symmetric around zero, so that the diffusion is positive recurrent. That is, this expectation is finite where this ty is the first heating time of the point y, small y. So expected value starting from x of hitting y in finite time, okay, is finite. So that's positive recurrence. So we want a solution xt which is positive recurrent, and the idea is to choose u. So let me see if I can give you a slide. Is it visible?
Yeah, yes. Yes, Professor, it's visible. Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah.
Even though
Yeah.
the
So
small letters, no problem.
yeah. So this is how u looks like. It's a double well potential, and at zero it has a maximum, and A and B are on either side. And explicitly it's given by this equation 2.3.
എന്തോ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. Hello, Professor. Yeah, okay.
And the present is the time s, and the future is the time t plus s. Here.
Hello, sir.
So here,
Yes, it's hall B. Yeah, this is hall B. We have other halls also running now, going on. Main hall, hall A, hall B. This is hall B, hall C, and hall B also. So in the meantime, I have to go others also. That's why just okay. Okay, Professor. Let us wait some more time. Now it is 11:37, 11:45. Right time we can start.
up to that time tau. Okay. I think it should be regenerative at x. Yeah, this is a typo there. So whenever it visits the point x, it starts afresh, okay, with the same distribution as initially, as px. So this is a important property of such diffusions and will play a crucial role in our analysis. Okay, coming back to our model of chemical reactions, recall that we have two disjoint regions A and B, and the chemical reaction takes place when the trajectory of the our solution stochastic process of our diffusion moves from region A to region B. We take A to B minus infinity to A and capital B to B, small b to infinity. So as the time evolves, the process moves region A to region B, making crossings of this region small a to small b back and forth. What we are interested in is how fast does this reaction takes place. Okay, so we said this notation is reaction rate is kappa, and kappa is defined as, you look at the number of crossings from A to B by xt in time t divided by t,
So
and take the limit
you
as
can give me
t
the
goes
link
to
to your
infinity.
students and
This is
others.
the reaction rate.
Those who are interested can go.
And a priori, of course, this is a random quantity, but as you will see, this will turn out to be a fixed number. Okay. Okay, to connect this with what Arrhenius had modeled, it turns out that this kappa is actually the form
Yeah, I can hear you.
like this kappa naught times delta, where kappa naught is this rate constant proposed by Arrhenius times a constant delta.
Okay. Anjudal,
Goals
after
is to
already.
explain the
Okay. I noticed that she has joined here and the or she and they presented there. Oh, okay. Anyway, while giving me a report about that, okay, only those speakers are presented there, and you will talk. Okay, thank you.
to 1 by temperature, T, capital T. Okay. And how the depends on temperature in the Arrhenius expression arises. Okay. Now, in renewal theory, what happens? You have a sequence of events occurring in time, and the time between successive events are independent and identically distributed, here denoted by capital Y suffix I. Capital Sn is the time of occurrence. So, a classical result in probability theory says that if Ct is the number of events in 0 to t, then almost surely Ct by t as t goes to infinity is equal to limit expected Ct by t, and that's equal to 1 by mu, where mu is the expected value.
After that, okay.
Decompose the trajectory into different cycles or events, where one cycle corresponds to a crossing of the interval AB, both up and down, so that the number of reactive events, okay, of going from A to B during the time interval 0 to t is this sum, given by this sum, where now tau ns is the nth cycle, okay, nth time when it goes from A to B and back to A. Okay, so you can define that properly. You know, tau n are defined via up crossings and down crossings like this. So sigma n is the time it reaches B, and then tau n is the time it comes back to A. So it keeps oscillating. So because of our assumption of positive recurrence, you can show that all these times are finite, etc. Not only are they finite, the result is that this sequence tau k minus 1 is an IID sequence with EA of tau 1 finite. And so you can directly apply the renewal theorem to get the reaction rate as kappa equal to 1 by the expectation starting from A of the cycle time, that is the time to go from A to B and coming back to A. Now, the proof of this theorem is via the regenerative property. As I said, XT starts afresh whenever it comes back to uh, A, the point A. So if you look at the trajectory between these cycles, that is going from A to B and back to A, if you look at the trajectory, then they are independent and identically distributed. And the cycle times can be expressed in terms of these IID random variables. And so that gives us that gives us the fact that tau n is a sum of IID random variables, and therefore you can directly apply the renewal theorem. Okay. So here, the fact that positive recurrence is important. You have expected this expectation has to be finite, and that comes from the positive recurrence of the diffusion. Okay. Now we will do this same computation. So far we have not made any connection with the Arrhenius rate expression. Okay. And that will come by another method using Ito excursion theory. Now, Ito excursion theory you can think of as an extension of renewal theories, but in a but where in every time interval 0 to t, there are infinitely many events.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for
And out of these infinitely many events, you want to pick certain events and do your computations on these finitely many events. So the setup is like this. You have point A, and if you have a continuous function, it's said to be an excursion if it starts from A, and then for a strictly positive time, it never visits A, and then it returns to A at some point eta. Okay. So that's your excursion, a function which continuous function which starts at A and then moves away and comes back to A at some time eta, and in between it is not equal to A. Such a function is called an excursion from A, and the notation E0A is the collection of all such functions. And this delta is a particular state which we will describe later. Now suppose you have a continuous function. The set where xt is not equal to a, it's an open set. So it's a countable union of intervals, and these are called the excursion intervals. So in each of these intervals, the function x performs a excursion from a. Okay. Now there are many excursions. There can be, in fact, in our situation, in every interval 0 to t, there will be many excursions, infinitely many excursions. But let's see how we can define the excursion at a point S. Suppose there is an excursion at a time point S, then it has a starting point which we call sigma S and an ending point which we call ds. Okay, and the excursion at S is defined in this last line. Okay, which is just the portion of the continuous function x between sigma s and ds. Okay, that is your e hat here. So for each s for which there is an excursion, that is an important qualification. There may not be an excursion at s. Okay, all right. Now the problem is twofold. Okay, as I said, an interval 0 to t will typically contain infinitely many excursions from a recurrent point A. Okay, that's one. Secondly, for a point S naught with x s naught equal to A, you may not have an excursion, but you may have a sequence of points Sn where xn is equal to A and it converges to S naught. So the excursions may accumulate. Okay. So that although at time S naught, xs naught is equal to A, there is no excursion from that point. Okay. So we have to remove such points. So this is the complication that we have. And the way that this is solved is through a object called the local time at A. Okay. The local time at A is a non-decreasing function of time. So it's okay. It does not decrease. It keeps increasing as a function of time. It depends on A. This only our diffusion S is equal to A. Okay. Now the set of points where xs is equal to A for this is a closed set. Okay. And it can be an uncountable closed set. And the growth of LTA is like a Cantor function. It's a very singular function. It's a continuous, non-decreasing, and it increases on this support xs times at which xs is equal to A, and that can be an uncountable set. But what happens when xs is not equal to A? The function is constant. T going to LTA is constant, and that is when the excursions of x happen. Okay, so somehow we have to capture the constancy intervals, and as it turns out, there is this way of getting at the intervals in which L is constant, and this is through this function tau t. Tau t is the right continuous inverse. It's an inverse. LA of tau t is t. Tau t is non-decreasing, but it's no longer continuous. It has discontinuities, and the discontinuities of tau actually capture the intervals of constancy of this function. So whenever the local time is constant, that is when x is making an excursion from A, that corresponds to the jumps of tau t. So this interval tau t minus to tau t is the interval of constancy. So, by going to the local times, changing your time scale, that's what is happening here. By changing your time scale, you are able to describe the excursions of X in a nice fashion. Okay. And here's the description. So ES is the excursion at time S, provided there is a jump of tau at time S. And as a function of u, it's just the portion of the trajectory of capital X between 0 and the jump of tau at S. Okay. And if there's no jump, then you just put it equal to delta. It's a coffin state. And that's your excursion process. And using this, if you look at, if you define A0 to be all your excursions which reach level B. So we are interested in looking at the crossings from A to B. And these crossings correspond to excursions whose height is at least B. So A0 is the collection of all such excursions. And you want to look at the number of such excursions, okay, which lie in A0. So the ES is the excursion at time S that you have defined here. And you want to look at this integer valued random variable NT A0. A0 is fixed and T varies. Okay. This is the theorem of Ito. NTST varies a Poisson process with a rate called, notation here is NA naught, and it's called the Ito excursion measure. So this is a important result of Ito. And as a consequence, we also have that as t goes to infinity, the number of events, the rate of occurrence is given by this NA A naught. Okay, and that's a corollary of that. That follows from the fact that there is a Poisson process. Okay, now let's go back to our reactive events, NT. Because you have changed the time scale, okay, there is you have to take into account the change of time scale, which means that the number of excursions in A0 in time t may not be the same as this number of reactive events, which we defined originally, number of crossings. So, but you have to take into account the local time scale, which means that you can show that the number of reactive events, that is the crossings, differ at most by 1 from the number of excursions, not up to time t, but up to time LA of t. That is a consequence of this change of scale. Therefore, this kappa, which is the limit of NT by t, okay, is also the limit of the number of excursions up to the local time LT divided by t, because the difference is only 1. And if you divide and multiply by LT of A, okay, then you have a product of two limits, okay. The first limit, by the corollary that we just showed, the consequence of NT being a Poisson process is simply the excursion measure at A naught. And the other limit, LTA by T, you can use the regenerative property and show by breaking it up into IID sums, you can show that that is equal to expected the local time at tau 1 divided by the expected cycle time starting from A. And therefore, your kappa will be a product of these two factors. By our earlier computation, it is also equal to 1 by expected cycle time from renewal theory. Therefore, if you look at these two, you find that this product has to be equal to 1. Hence, to calculate the excursion measure, it is sufficient to calculate this expected local time up to tau 1. Now, you can do this. There's a little bit of stochastic analysis involved. There are two things that come into play. One is called the Tanaka formula, which is this, which actually defines the local time. And the other is called the occupation density formula. It converts a time integral into a space integral. Using these, I won't go into the details since I'm out of time.
Yeah.
Using these two formulas, you can compute the expected. You can show that the expected local time up to tau 1, if you call it f, it satisfies an ordinary differential equation f prime of z. It's a linear ODE with the coefficient b of z. And you can solve this ODE and you solve it and you get this function explicitly up to a constant in terms of your potential energy U, okay, which is related to B as the derivative. And therefore, you can calculate Na. And the upshot is that the activation energy in the Arrhenius equation, you can identify with the height of the potential energy barrier at Z equal to 0. So that's the conclusion here. Yeah. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Yeah, I think one question, if there is one question can be allowed. Others can contact Professor via email or any other way. Probably researchers may have some clarifications required, but they this is a very very high level of works are doing.
This is
they will contact you via email or other online.
You can definitely.
Let us give a big clap to the speaker. Thank you so much for your wonderful talk. And we are very much grateful to you, Professor, for your deliberations through which enrich our conference.
Thank you, Satish. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to come and give a talk here.
Yeah, we expect your presence also.
Right. Okay.
And now let us move to the next session. Students, please. And friends, please conclude the session and then move to this.
On behalf of the organizing committee of ICST 2025, I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Rajiv Bhaskaran, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, for delivering an insightful and thought-provoking lecture on the rate of chemical reactions, a diffusion-based approach. This presentation greatly enriched our understanding and stimulated meaningful discussions. I also express my appreciation to all the participants for their active presence and engagement, which contributed to the success of this section. With this, I invite Selmida to kindly continue with the proceedings of the section. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this.
Yes, Selmida, please.
Yes, sir.
Without waste time, please.
Yes, sir. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this invited session of ICSTC 2025, which shall be chaired by Professor G. Gopal from the University of Madras. He is a distinguished academician from the University of Chennai. He is well known for his contributions to teaching and research in statistics, with particular interest in statistical theory and stochastic processes. Professor Gopal has several research publications in reputed journals and has been actively involved in guiding postgraduate students and contributing to academic and research activities. His experience and expertise make him an eminent choice to chair this invited session. The session begins with Dr. Krishanu Maulik from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, who will share his expert insights and research contributions. This is followed by Dr. Anish Sarkar from the Indian Statistical Institute, New Delhi, who will present his work on contemporary issues in statistical theory and applications. We look forward to an engaging and fruitful session. I now request our respected session chair, Professor G. Gopal, to kindly begin the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to every one of you. Really, I am thankful to the organizers, in particular to Professor Satish Kumar, for inviting me to chair the session, the technical session 24. And there are two speakers today. Both of them are from ISI. One of them is from. Hello?
Oh, excuse me. Whether the speaker joined or not, I have to check. Yes, okay. Anish Sarkar is. Okay, Professor. Please continue. Yeah.
Anish Sarkar is there. Yeah. Our, the other speaker, Krishna Maulik.
Yeah. Whether Krishna, he will join.
He is there. He is there.
He is there.
Okay,
Professor. Okay,
yeah,
thank
there
you.
are two speakers. Yeah. The time allotted for us is about 1 hour 10 minutes. And each speaker will be given about 35 minutes. I request the speakers to confine their talk to 30 minutes, each of them. And let me introduce the first speaker. He is Krishanu Maulik. It is, I am really confused with Krishnan. Krishna Maulik. And he is from the Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta, Statistics and Mathematics Unit. And he had his education from Indian Statistical Institute, Calcutta. Then he did his master's also, MStat, also from the same institute with a specialization in mathematics, mathematical statistics and probability. And he moved on to the Cornell University for his PhD. He did his PhD from Cornell University, USA. And his topic of interest was, topic of his PhD thesis, Internet traffic models with random transmission rates, under the guidance of Sidney Resnick. And he has several publications, and his research interests are maximum of random variables, record sequences, multivariate regular variation, asymptotic independence, random recursions, ruin probabilities, random sum, on models, etc., etc. And he is going to talk on today elephant random walk with the 2 memory channels. Now over to you, Mr. Dr. Krishna Maulik. Hello?
Welcome, Professor Krishna. Hello? You please unmute your mic and speak, Professor.
Yeah.
We can see your slides, but we couldn't hear the sound.
Yeah. He has to unmute his mic.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
So thank you for the invitation and warm introduction, and also apologies for a few minutes delay. So I'm going to talk about elephant random walk. And I understand Professor Rahul Rai may have given a talk or will give a talk on elephant random walk in general. So it's kind of a special approach to elephant random walk, a special variant of elephant random walk. So now let me start with the recollection of what elephant random walk is. So this is a model in physics, statistical physics literature introduced by Schutz and Trimper about 2 decades back. So what I understand from an interaction with Professor Schutz, that it came up as a problem in one class assignment kind of thing. So what he was interested in, he was looking at random walk. So random walk is something that we all understand here. And the typical behavior of random walk is you have IID increments. The increments are every time you take a step, +1 or -1, maybe with equal probability or maybe with unequal probability when you have a drift towards either +infinity or -infinity. Okay, so and one there are 2 important results that we all know about random walk. The classical random walk is the law of large numbers, that if you look at your location, so the interest about random walk is your location at epoch n, Sn. So how far you have gone in n steps. And then the main result, the law of large numbers says, in case of a symmetric walk, is that Sn by n converges to 0 when you take +1 and -1 step with equal probability. And then you also study the fluctuations, which is the central limit theorem. You know that Sn by √n, Sn scales like √n. That's called diffusive scaling, and you have a Gaussian limit, standard normal limit. So these are the 2 things that you know. But the physicists are a bit unhappy about this thing. So first of all, in practice, there are only a few things in life which are actually independent. So they wanted to get rid of the independence. And then they also wanted to, one thing that physicists love is phase transition. So based on, so when you remove independence, somehow the memory has to be brought in, and based on the memory, they wanted to do a phase transition. So that's what they did, is that they brought in memory in terms of the steps. So what they do is like this: the walk starts from the origin, and the first step is +1 or -1 with probability q or 1 minus q. So this is like that. So your initial location is S0, and then you take a +1 -1 step with +1 probability q. That distribution is called Rademacher Q. And then it's like an elephant. So that's how the name comes. It remembers what it did, everything. Elephant never forgets, right? Kerala is a state which has a lot of elephants, so you would know that. So what it does, it looks at its entire past and choose one step at random. So if you are at epoch n plus 1, you would choose one of the past epochs uniformly at random. And then what you do is you try to recall what you did at that time. So your step at past epoch will be x. I mean, if the time that you choose is un, it will be x un. Now, I mean, elephant remembers everything, but it also, it's also has a fallible memory. So either if memory works perfectly, then it recalls what it did, or that happens with probability P. This is that thing. So it repeats the step exactly, or it makes a mistake. What does it mean to say make a mistake? That it takes whatever it did opposite to whatever it did. So that's a mistake because we have only two options. So it does that with probability 1 minus.
സൗണ്ട് നിന്ന് പോയാണോ അല്ലല്ലോ കുഴപ്പമില്ല നമ്മുടെ നെറ്റ് ചേട്ടൻ നെറ്റില്ല രണ്ടും ഓൺ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് അവന്റെ ഫോൺ അവിടെ വിട്ടുപോയിരുന്നു
Your voice is not there, sir, now.
വോയിസ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് ദേർ. സോ അവരുടെ
Ishanu, mic is muted.
Mic is off.
ചിക്കൻ ബാഗ് വേണോ ലഗേജ് വേണോ ചിക്കൻ ബാഗ്
Am I back?
Yes.
ലഗേജ്
Yeah.
വേണോ
Sure.
ക്യാരി ഓൺ ബാഗ്
Okay. So this is what we do. We choose one step, one epoch from the past at random, and look at the corresponding step,
ബ്ലേഡ്
and then either keep it or flip it. And that's my step, and I act to
എണ്ണ
it.
പോലെ കഴിക്കുന്ന
Now, if this memory is like half, then I'm completely randomizing it, and I get a new step, fresh step, and that gives me, if P equal to Q equal to half, we get back our usual simple symmetric random walk. So we'll essentially discard this thing and look at the other cases, which will be of.
പിന്നെ നമ്മള് പൊക്കെടുത്തുണ്ടാക്കണം ഈ ലഗേജ്
So we'll look at the other thing, and what the physicists get here is, first of all, even then Sn by n goes to 0 almost everywhere, because there is some kind of nice mixing. But more interestingly, there is a phase transition at P equal to 3/4. So when P is small, say smaller than 3/4, then your memory is less. And it behaves as if you don't have memory, and the behavior is diffusive, like simple symmetric random walk. Remember, P equal to half gives you simple symmetric random walk. So you still get diffusive. But for P greater than equal to 3/4, you have memory. So you tend to retain whatever you did. So your growth is much faster. You are repeating the same step. The steps are not cancelling each other. So you have a scale n to the power some power which is bigger than 3/4. So this is what they observe. And this is what Professor Rai may have done or will do. But what we are interested in, if the elephant can recall more than one steps and somehow combine them. So this is what we want to do. And this is, so we talk about, so to begin with, for this lecture, we keep it simple. We only consider two memory channels. Already it will give you enough rich behavior. So we'll stick to this. So we start with the model. So what it does, it starts with two independent steps and then chooses two steps from the past at random. So there are nice application in population dynamics. So I'll say where we got the motivation for this model from. And in that paper, they show application in population dynamics, systems with long-range memory, and opinion dynamics. So typically in opinion dynamics model, you say that you talk to one of your neighbors. Here, you are making the model a bit more complex. You are talking more than one, say in our case, two. So what we do is, again, Sn will be the location of elephant at time n. Xn will denote my nth step, and possible steps will be not only -1 and +1, but will also include 0. Why we'll see. And then it goes like Sn plus 1 is Sn plus Xn plus 1. So what we do is start at origin. The first two steps are either +1 or -1 with equal probability, IID fashion. And from epoch 3 onwards, what we do, we choose, now at epoch 3, we have at least 2 past epochs, or you have more epochs later. You choose from them independently, uniformly independently, and with replacement. You could do without replacement also, but I mean, we are sticking to one specific model here. So these are the time points that you get to use at U1 N1, N plus 1, and U2 N plus 1.
Okay, Professor, you can start.
And
No problem.
also,
We join the meantime.
you remember you choose 2 past time points and then you flip the steps if required. So for the flips, we have 2 independent radiometer P flips. So this is the first past epoch that you choose, and then you possibly flip it. So you get one possible move, and this is the other possible move. Now you have to combine them, and you remember that this is either +1, -1, or 0, or this is +1, -1, or 0. So we look at the maximum. So if both are +1, or one of them is +1, other is 0, this 2 gets, then the maximum direction is +1, so we move +1. And if it's both -1, or one is -1, other is 0, we do -1. Or if both the steps don't give you any information, both are 0, or there is a tie, that is 1 +1 or 1 -1, we do nothing. Stay put.
Yeah, slides are fine, Professor. I can hear you. You can hear
So this is our step. Is the step, how to the step, is it clear? Is there any questions? Okay. So, and then once you have decided on the step, the work is simple. And Sn plus 1 is Sn plus Xn plus 1. So now we want to study this work. So this is why we got I have forgotten to mention, this is a joint work with Professor Parthanil Roy in IIT Bombay and our joint student, Tomojit Shadukha. So Tomojit was presenting another work in a conference at Shaha Institute, and there, one of their research scholars, he presented a similar version of this model. There were some heuristic analysis and they got some phase transition. So we took up that model, refined it as I have presented, and we are looking at the model now. So this is what Shaha found out. Shaha found out that there are 2 phase transitions. He looked at variance Sn and he wanted to understand how variance Sn grow. So he sees like below 0.68, the variance grows linearly. That means Sn grows roughly like root n, diffusive behavior. And above P.88, variance grows like Sn squared, that is Sn grows roughly linearly. And we'll also see that Sn by n has a non-degenerate limit, so that's like a ballistic move. And in between, there is an intermediate power law growth. This is what he observed. And the way Shaha analyzed it, he embedded this work into an ARN model with multiple drawings. There's been work by Jean Bartois and Eric Bauer, so he used that. But this is not everything is in details, and there are some heuristics. So we go on formalizing it and we'll get some more interesting results, and we'll justify and make this number more specific. We'll see that as we go along. And then Franchini in 2022, he introduced a similar elephant random walk where he allowed, so we look at 2 memories. He allowed general number of memories, but he only got the law of large numbers, and then he moved on to do large deviation. So that's another line of work. We are not going into that direction. So this is the model. So if the model is clear, let me wait for a second for questions. Then we'll go on to analyze the model. Any questions about the model? No. Okay. So how we analyze it? So the tool that we use to analyze this is a is a very powerful one, and it's been introduced about 70 years or so back, but it's used nowadays a lot. It's called stochastic approximation. Okay. So how do you, I'm not going to talk about stochastic approximation in general. I'm going to show you how to use stochastic approximation in this context. So you remember Sn is my current location, and what are the possible steps? It's either +1 or -1 or 0. So what will be my current step? It will be number of +1s minus the number of -1s. You take certain number of +1 steps and you subtract the number -1 steps from that, right? So that's what I write down. And then I can write it in a vector notation. So Sn by n is what I'll be interested in. It will be a linear combination, 1 and -1 of this vector, proportion of +1 steps and proportion of -1 steps. Okay. Now, this equation is called stochastic approximation equation. So you can do some algebra and show that this vector of proportions, gamma n, it satisfies this relation. So the increment of gamma n plus 1 minus gamma n, it has a form. There is a martingale difference part, which is like the noise, and there is a function gamma evaluated gamma n, some of those things, and this divided by n plus 1. So 1 over n plus 1 is typically called the step size. This function gamma is called the drift function, and we have a explicit form of this gamma function. You can sit down and calculate and check. We're not going to do that. But what is important, this gamma function, if you have a quick look, it's symmetric in its coordinates, right? You can interchange x1 and x2 and get from one coordinate to other. So it's a function from 0, 1 squared to 0, 1 squared, symmetric, and it's also a quadratic function. So we'll use this function. So gamma will be called drift. This is the noise, the martingale difference, and the step size. So we'll analyze. So this is a typical, this form is called a stochastic approximation. There's huge literature available. So we utilize that literature. So how do we utilize it? So first of all, it is known that since it's a stochastic approximation, then if the noise satisfies some conditions, which we check, then the stochastic approximation should converge almost surely. It will be a random variable, and its support will be this thing. So what does this set mean? I mean, it looks a bit ugly thing. So let me give you an idea about this set. So these are the zeros, gamma x equal to 0. So these are the zeros of the drift function, and not all zeros. So what does it say? So gamma is a 0, 1 squared to 0, 1 square function, but simplicity think it's a R2R function. Then what will it mean? If y is smaller than x, then y minus x is negative, and then the product should be negative. So gamma y, the value of y should be positive, and when y is bigger than x, so this should be negative. So at x, gamma should hit the x-axis, but below x, it should be above x-axis, and after x, it should be below x-axis. So these points, they are the zeros, but they have a special feature. You should cut the x-axis from above to below. So these are called down crossings of the drift function. So it's known, there's a general theorem which says gamma n will converge to gamma p, and the limit random variable, almost sure limit, will be supported on the down crossings of the zero function. And in our problem, because it's a nice quadratic function, we can explicitly calculate the down crossing. And for p less than 7 by 8, it's a singleton. And for p bigger than 7 by 8, it's a doubleton. We can write down what are the values are. I'll come to that in a minute. But the important thing is, at p equal to 7 by 8, we don't have the down crossings. So that problem becomes, and the conditions are not really strictly met. So which we don't understand the process yet. It's still a work in progress. So P equal to 7 by 8 is one critical point for which we don't know. So what is the almost sure convergence? So using that, what we can get is Sn to lambda P. And lambda P for P less than 7 by 8, since it's a singleton, it will converge to 0 almost surely. And for P bigger than 7 by 8, it will either take this value with probability half or it's negative with probability half. And this CP that grows like this. So this CP comes from the the zeros of the tree and their difference. They also observed. So only thing, the phase transition is not at roughly 0.88, it's exactly at 0.875 or 7 by 8. So this is how they got that number. Yeah. So, and since it's ballistic, the work will be transient. Either, fluctuate. Either it will go off to, for certain omega, it will go off to plus infinity. Certain omega, it will go off to minus infinity. Now, what happens about, so we have, this is a law of large number, what happens to something like central limit theorem? So we look at Sn by n minus lambda p. So here it behaves differently for different values of p. So we get two more phase transitions. So one is already at 7 by 8. There is another phase transition at 11 by 16, which is what they call 0.68. I mean, it's 0.6875. They observe it as 0.68. Below it, it will be diffusive, as we shall see. But there is one more phase transition, which is at this funny looking number, which is approximately 0.96. Since they didn't, above 0.875, you have to do the centering. Since they didn't do the centering, they didn't see this additional phase transition, which is there. Okay. So this is how the behavior looks. Remember that the law of large number has phase transition at 7 by 8. So within 7 by 8, if you are below 11 by 16, then this, below 7 by 8, this lambda p is 0, remember. So if you are further below 11 by 16, then you have Sn, it's like Sn behaves diffusively. At 11 by 16, you have an additional root log n factor. You just go a bit above diffusive behavior. That's a typical thing that happens at the criticality. And between 11 by 6 and 7 by 8, 11 by 16 and 7 by 8, you grow like a power law. I'll tell you what YP is. YP is some number depending on P less than half. I'll give you an exact expression and things like that. So it's n by n. So remember, lambda p is 0. It grows like that. So, but when p is bigger than 7 by 8, you remember lambda p takes one of those two values which we call CP, one of these two values. And then if you center by this random object, then beyond this new phase transition, we are still diffusive. At the phase transition, and between 7 by 8 and the new phase transition, we have again the power law behavior. So this is the complete picture. How much time do I have?
You take another 2 minutes, sir.
Another 2 minutes time. Okay, good. Yeah. So I'll skip the idea of proofs and I'll give you the, because a proof may get too technical. So let me go directly to the result.
What is that? You take your as a increasing, that is not increasing function.
Yeah. So this is how it behaves. Sn by n minus lambda p, as I already said, in this regime, it's diffusive. The critical points, you have an additional root log n factor. And then I give you this formula for yp here. So for p between 11 by 16 and 7 by 8, that is when the almost sure limit is 0, it's a linear function of p. And when the almost sure limit is non-zero, it's a pretty complicated looking thing. Okay. But you have your explicit formula. And we can actually get more precise results. So we can have, so I was estimating the variances there, but you can actually show in the diffusive case, you have a normal limit. I can give, we also know the explicit form of this limiting variance. We also have a LIL, law of iterated logarithm, which will give us recurrence, and quadratic strong law. Even at the criticality, we have weak convergence, law of iterated logarithm, which again gives us recurrence. And when you have this n to the power yp scaling, the limit is almost sure. The only thing we do not know is the distribution of this almost sure limit. So there are two things we do not know. One is what happens at p equal to 7 by 8, and what is this? What is the distribution of this limit? So these are open problems. We are working on it. So I think I'll stop.
Okay. Audience, for any clarification or some questions for the audience?
So this is like machine learning is reinforced learning, right?
Right.
Learn from your past. So this elephant walk has that feature already inbuilt into it. So, every time you have two competing things, either you try to reinforce what you learned in past, that is choosing this past step, or you make, and there's a variant where you take a fresh observation there. So that is typical. If you use typical elephant only depending on one past memory, but why? If you can remember more, why not use more? So that way, in fact, for the usual elephant random walk, Tomojit, I and some other collaborators, we are developing. It's a in fact it's a project still under progress to use this model to learn customer behavior. Like when you go to YouTube, what depending on how you have watched, what sort of movies you have watched, what's the next movie you may want to watch. So we're trying to develop a predictor for
Thank you, sir, for your nice, wonderful talk. Now we will move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. The next topic is from Polish, by Professor Anil Sarkar. Yeah, he is there. Okay. Let me introduce Professor Anil Sarkar, but this side, Delhi. From ISI Delhi. He had his education, PhD in 1996, MStat 1990, BStat from 1988, from ISI. Maybe ISI Calcutta, sir? Okay. The present employment is...
There is exactly what I say. So
yeah. I have seen your biodata. He is now associate professor in the Stat Math Division, Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi. And his specialization is mathematical theory, physical models in statistical physics, random graphs, extreme value theory. And his thesis was some problems of continuum percolation, Indian ISI, and he did his PhD. He has several publications, including in journals in statistics, probability letters, Journal of Applied Probability, etc., etc. and he is going to talk on from collision time of random walks to Brownian motion. Therefore, both the talks were on random walk. Now you start, Professor Anil Sarkar. Please.
Should I start?
Yeah, you continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the kind invitation. Sort of sad that I could not be present physically, but because of some pressing situations. So I'm going to talk on this topic of mine, which is an intersection of two of my current interests. Sort of collision, random walks is always a current interest, and Brownian wave is something which I have been doing for last 10 years or so. Okay, so we'll start. So these are my, so essentially think of a coin. If you toss a coin, which you go to plus one, you move to the right one by one step. If you toss, you get a tail, you move to the left. So this is what the increment is saying, that if you head, you go to plus one, that is, you go to right, and tail, it is minus one. Mathematically, you will set up like this, that is 0 position. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. So this is sort of first year introduction for random walks in failure or something like that. And what you do is you draw a path for the random walk. So essentially, this is a path. So at time, so time is here I, and SIA is the position where the random walk is at time I. So essentially, let's say at time 0, and then you get a head, you go up by one step. You get tail, you go down by one step, and then again another tail, you go down by another step. Head, you go up by one step. Tail, go down, and then this is sort of the going how the random walk is moving through the time. So time is on the x-axis, and the position where you are in real line, that is on the y-axis, and this is the kind of a graph that you will get. And this we are very familiar with any probability first course. You are taught things like this, stochastic process course. Okay, and almost everything is known, but I will show you that not everything was not known. Okay, so the first thing that I will define hitting time or entrance time, and so I'm defining tau of A. So that is the first time you start from A, the random walk starting from A hits 0, and it is known that this is finite, and not only that, it is known the entrance time of this random walk is tail, which behaves like this: constant times A divided by square root of n. So it has a heavy tail. It does not have expectation. So that is a very strange thing. I mean, it's such a simple object, but that this happens. But what we want to do is to take more than one random walks. So to start with, we will take 2 random walks. And observe that I have one random walk which have started at 2i, and the other random walk have started at 0. Okay, and they are independently evolving. And what we are wanting to find is that the coalescing time or the hitting time, or whatever you want to call this. So the first time that the random walk. Yes, I am audible. Okay, so the first time the 2 random walks land on the same position. Okay, so this is Sn. So random walk starting from 2i, and the position of that is same as random walk starting from 0 at time n. The positions are same. So again, how does it study on this? To take the difference of this 2 random walk, and the difference is Now the increments will have these values -2. So difference between these two random walks, and distance can have now in for the next time point or next epoch, it will can change by these three values. It can go to it can increase by 2, or it does not change, or decrease by 2. And the probabilities can be written very easily. Okay, so so what is known is that even in this case, it behaves exactly like the previous one. That is, this constant times the position of the random walk. Actually, this should have been a modulus A, and the behavior is by exactly like square root of 2. So these are all classical things that were known. What we were interested in starting with three random walks, starting at one at -2i, at 0. And one more thing that I want to just quickly say, that the parity of these two must be same. The both must be even, but both must be odd. Otherwise, they will never be hitting each other. They will cross over each other without being at the same position. So therefore, the parity is important, that the parity of this both, so both should be even or both should be odd. Okay? And now we start with three random walks, starting at -2i, 0, and 2j. And now we're defining what is the collision time of these three random walks. So what collision time we are saying is that any pair of these two random walks which meet each other, first time they meet each other. So one of these distances, from -2i and 0, they meet, or 0 and 2j, they meet. One of these two must meet. And a different way of saying this is that this is another typo I can see, that this when this is equal to 0, the first time this is equal to 0, the product of their distances at time n. So this is the product of the distance between this is the distance between the random walk time starting at 2j and the random walk starting at 0. And this is the distance between the random walk starting from 0 and the random walk starting from -2i. So one of them must become 0. So when the product is equal to 0, so it is not infimum, it is first time when this product equal to 0. And again, since any two random walk will hit each other, then this also is finite. Now, what we wanted to find is what is the is there, for example, in the previous case, we know that the tail behaves like square root n, 1 by square root n. So the expectation, etc., are not finite. What about this collision time? And what we can find, we can show exactly, compute, is that this collision time is actually equal to 4ij. You can compute it exactly. It is finite, not only finite, and it is 4ij. And there are two lemmas required for this, and these are very simple lemmas. You can just write down the definition and compute. Just write down the definition, take conditional expectation, and you say that both of them, the distance product time plus n is a martingale. With respect to the usual filtration, that is all increments up to that time. And there is another martingale, which is all the distance product. So 2i 0, 0 minus 2j, and 2i minus 2a.
and the transmissions which is studies very much so it's some solutions I guess that's Ah.
and then MCT applies to score. So there is some work is required to show that the limit of this expectation is also 0. That I am not doing here. It becomes a little technical. Okay, so but the idea is exactly this kind of thing, that you get hold of the right martingale and then everything follows very quickly. Okay, so now I move to the okay. So then other things is, once you have something for random walk, similar thing holds for Brownian motions, and the Brownian motions exactly the same thing. Is that one Brownian motion starts from -x and 0 and y, and the first condition of this thing is again is equal to the distance of their products, and that is exactly equal to x. This just sort of so the more dependent processes. This is what we actually extra result. So for more dependent processes, we want to define a function which is again is going to be sort of three. We'll have three components of this. So xn essentially I have written as we will be a sum process in R3, some three, and Vxn would essentially become the distance between the distance of product in applications. But if you have generally such a inequality about the conditional expectation, and the thing is that when you are in for every on the set in one, you have such a condition that you hit the set M0 with a probability of P0 on the set M1. So this happens only on the set M1. P0 is a positive number, and then the hitting time of tau of the set M0 is given by such a inequality. It's constant plus the function starting with function v and evaluated at the initial position. Okay, and this is again a similar kind of proof, but you have to do a little bit more algebra. But this is the main result that essentially extends to which we will use. So now it comes to the second phase of my which is the sort of directed random walk. So I will present three models. There are many models which are used in this, and the coalescing random walk model, it is known as a Scheidegger model in the literature, and the model is something like this. So you take the oriented lattice, so that is often Z2 even, where x t in Z2 such that x plus t is even. So essentially you have a Z2 lattice and you oriented it by 45 degrees. That is the all. So sort of 0 0, then 1 1, then 2 0, and things like that. So any x and y such that x plus y is odd, you do not consider such a points. Okay. And what you do is from every point, every vertex, you associate associate a sort of edge which is going up. So this is a directed model. So direction is to the up, to the positive direction of y coordinate. So you're associating an edge from every vertex to either to the left or to the right. Okay, and this you are doing for with probability half to the left or to the right. So for example, this vertex has chosen this direction xy, to direction x minus 1 y plus 1. So if it is xy, it is this is x minus 1 y plus 1, and this every vertex we are going to do is independently of every other vertex. So these are the sort of two choices, and this is going to be done from every vertex. So now what is, so for example, this vertex has chosen to the right, so, and then this vertex may have chosen to the left. This vertex also is choosing, so this may have chosen to the left, this may have chosen to the left again, and so on. So this is going on for every vertex. So this is a network of models, right? So now the next you can see that now all the vertexes from all every vertex there is something, some edge going up, and then it's going left or right, and then left, right and left, and etc. It's going on. So this is a directed model, and directed sort of network, and directed to the upside. So from any vertex, actually you will have an infinite path to the plus positive direction of y. Okay, because it is just going up, and there is no, so it's infinite on z2. So there are questions like how many clusters are there, how many. So we are not going into those questions, and this is actually, by the way, there is only one cluster. So any two things. So there is and this we can show that this is only a tree. The tree is not by infinite, and there are many properties of this. So we are not going into this. So we're just showing you this picture that we have, and this is what is a directed random tree model. Okay, and I'll give you another couple of models. And this is what is known as the drainage network model, introduced by Howard, and we studied this Gangopadhyay, Roy, Shocker. And the model I will and describe this. So it is like this. So think of the Z2 grid not oriented anymore, and there are some points. Essentially, these points were are chosen with probability p. So the idea was that these points were sort of the high kind of gradient kind of point. So essentially, the point sources of water. So here, and they chose this with some probability p is between 0 and 1, and then there is a local rule using which you connect to the point to the next level. So these are in the sort of micro settings, how the locally happens, and then the physical things is a macro setting, what we want to say about that. So what is the local rule here? Every open point connects to another open point, the closest to it in the next level. So therefore, from this point, it will go to the next level in this, and choose the closest point, closest in the just the Euclid the L1 distance. So for example, if this was the open, then it would have chosen this one. But if this is not open, so then it will look on the both sides and see which is the closest. So for example, this is the closest. Sometimes it may happen that there may be multiple closest. Then So for example, here you see that there are two things. So it goes to here. This is not open. So it then goes to the distance one level, distance two level. This is distance one, and this is distance two. So they are both open. So it will choose one of them with by tossing a coin with probability half. So that local that the direction of y, and this is happening for all the points, for all the vertices. So all the vertices are doing the exact
Yes. The mic is not working, sir. It is not, the voice is not there, sir. Hello? 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 The slide doesn't move.
Yes, sir. I think there is a network issue.
Yeah. Some problem in the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Professor Anish?
അല്ല മറ്റേ അനീഷ് സർക്കാർ സാറല്ലേ?
Hello? 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 Some problem is there. Hello? Organizers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will try to call
Yeah.
him, sir.
Yeah. Hello? The organizers?
Yes, sir. We have his
Yeah.
office phone number, but it is not. It says there is no number like that. Maybe
Okay.
it's like a telephone number, office telephone number, but it's not reachable. Let's wait for him. I mean, I have mailed him. We have mailed him, sir.
One for it, you will give you some recently, 25 May, same ball. Okay. No, can you hear me? No, so now it is, 1 8.
I have contacted him on his mobile. He's trying to get back in.
Otherwise, some other sports where you can get chance. Okay. This possible. Share from the side. Share and that's in the we can edit from here and then thereby we can share the next session. One. Since other 4 sessions are going on and
Disconnected. I got disconnected, I suppose. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Please.
So I got disconnected, I suppose. I didn't.
Yeah.
So, I don't know where, when, and what happened. Let's see.
You just consolidate. Please consolidate.
So
okay.
I don't know how far I had gone.
You have another. You have covered only 15 slides. Another 13 or more.
Yeah, so I had gone 15 slides, so I had described this. These models that I had described. Okay, so these are sort of drainage network
Okay.
directed tree models that let me describe. So I have about how much time I have?
You try to complete it in another 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, because the lunch time.
Okay, so then it's not going to be possible. So
yeah, it is not possible.
Anyway, so just quickly.
Anyway,
that's okay,
let the
Professor. We can extend the
interested
lunch.
participants get.
Okay, so quick. Just let me say a few things that I. So there is a limiting object which is known as the Brownian web, which we can construct from this.
Okay.
And and the diffusive scaling is that usually as sort of scale space by n and then the time by n square, or space by root n time by n, whatever we feel comfortable. And then what one can show that all the things models that we have described, they converge to the Brownian web. Okay, so now let me just quickly show you I will just show you how we can. Okay, so let me come back to this. So one of the criteria is to show that the number of one of the ways of this is the main important point is to show that the number of paths starting from some interval to going up certain distance is so the number of distinct paths are bigger than some so either 2 or 3. Those how their probabilities decay, and that is the main thing. And in general, it is where people get stuck, and it's very difficult to show. So for example, in this I'm sort of trying to show from the number of paths from starting from here, from this is 0, and this is, think of this as n times epsilon, and you're going up to n square times t distance. So number of paths is at least 2. And in these models where so I'll just another, okay, go page up. In this model, the paths cannot cross, and that would imply, if I look at the paths from 0 to 0, 0, and the path from n epsilon must not meet. If they meet, then of course anything from inside they cannot cross, they also will have to meet. So the probability of this, that the number of paths is at least 2, is at most that the coalescing time of the two paths from 0, 0 to 0, 0 and n epsilon 0 will not meet. And this we estimate that we have given is by n epsilon by n square t, and that is constant epsilon by root t, and that will go to 0. So this is for two paths, and there is another thing that you require is for the three paths, and this is where we come into picture. And what we have proved that for three paths, this kind of starting from ijk, and this kind of estimate is there, where this constant plus constant times the difference between the paths, product of the difference. Okay, and now coming to this, just I will do this slide properly and then I will stop. Okay, so the three paths, so you start from the path of starting from 0, that is, and then look at finally all the paths which hit that path. So that is sort of all these paths up to go up to the blue path which we have given, and so that that is the maximum of them which hits the 0, the path starting from 0. So the next path, the next position from here, this will not be hitting the blue path, because this is the maximum that we have chosen, and we know at least there are 3, so there is at least one red path. So we look at this path, and now so we have a blue path and the red path, that is k and a k plus 1, such that these two paths do not meet. And then there are at least 3 paths in this position, so there would be some kind of another path which is going from some other j will go up to this, and they did not meet. And by non-crossing property, the paths cannot cross, so this the pink path will be to the left of the path, this green path, which is starting from n epsilon. So that will mean that I have k plus 1 and n epsilon, the 3 paths, that is that will be there, and those will not be meeting. So that is the event. So now just one line of calculation. The 3 paths is the sort of saying that okay, they did not meet, means that their collision time of these 3 paths, I plus 1 and n epsilon, they did not meet. The collision time is at least n squared by t, and this should happen for some I from 0 to n epsilon minus. So it is just a union bound, and then we take the union bound, which is the sum, and then the estimate, and then use Markov's inequality, which is by expectation of this collision time divided by n square t, and that gives you this kind of bound. And a very rough estimate, this number of summons is n epsilon, so that gives you c1 times n epsilon, and this is dominated by n epsilon, that comes out, and the number of summons is n epsilon, so you get n square epsilon square. This part will, as n goes to infinity, this part will go to 0, and this part just becomes epsilon square by t, and that's what we required for this. I have another kind of for a Poisson tree also. This is slightly different technique you have to use, but we'll not go into that, and so we can prove in this, and this is what I will stop. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anish, for your mind-blowing talk. Yeah. Any questions from the audience, please? Any clarification needed from the audience to Professor Anish Sarkar? Hello? Okay. If there are no questions, Probably I have one clarification needed from Manish Sarkar.
Yeah.
See, you have that equation number 8. Just you have applied that monotone convergence theorem in one of the sequence in the sequence.
Yes.
And you said n minimum. Okay, that symbol.
Tau.
Tau. That converges to. But how do you? There is that. How do you visualize that sequence monotonically?
This
Convergence
is a
sequence.
so tau is a finite random variable. N minimum tau is increasing.
How do you visualize that as a sequence?
No, so think of this as xn. Think of this as xn.
Okay.
So xn is n minimum tau, and xn plus 1 is n plus 1 minimum tau.
Okay.
So obviously minimum n minimum tau is smaller than n plus 1 minimum tau.
Okay. Then you applied that theorem. Okay.
Yes. Then you just apply monotonicity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk, Professor Manish.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Really, okay. I enjoyed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Sir, over to you, the audience, organizers.
Okay, Professor. In fact, we have an excellent session by Professor Maulik and Professor Anish Sarkar. And let us give a clap to both the speakers. And also we extend our gratitude to Professor Gopal sir, for your
Thank you.
support through chairing this session.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those who have further clarifications or doubts, they can contact via online, email or like.
For out of the for Krishna Malik, why did you call that elephant random walk?
Oh, it's because of the memory. Like as you say, elephant never forget. So the walker, I mean, I didn't call it. It was a name given by Schultz and Tremper. So the walker remembered all his past steps. So he remembers the entire thing. So it's like an elephant.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting talks. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Process.
Thank you.
We expect your continued support and deliberations. Thank you. Now we have a small break in this platform. Half an hour break for here in this platform, the main platform, and the other platforms, the sessions are going on. So those who are interested can join there also. Thank you so much.
ഇവിടെ എപ്പോഴാ തുടങ്ങുന്നത്? ഒന്നമ്പത്. ആ
സാറിന്റെ മെയിൽ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യും. ഇൻ കേസ് സാറിന്റെ മെയിൽ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യും. ഇൻ കേസ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഇഷ്യൂ വന്നാൽ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ് ഞാൻ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് ഇടയ്ക്ക് PDF ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റക്കായി പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ എന്റെ വഴി ഞാൻ ട്രൈ ചെയ്യാം മാക്സിമം. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇഷ്യൂ വന്നാൽ മാത്രം അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്താൽ മതി.
മഞ്ജു ടീച്ചർ
ടീച്ചറിന്റെ കോപ്പല്ലേ
ആ
അതായത് ചെടി ഉണ്ടപ്പോ അതിനകത്ത്
ആ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ആ
അന്ന് എന്നിട്ട് വേണം ചെയ്യാൻ.
ആ ആ
I see. Yeah. Thanks, speaker, and chair on behalf of the Grace Committee in which we can. Thank you, Joseph. Okay, yeah, wonderful. In the day, the hall and nothing. Thank you. All right. സെന്ററിന്റെ കുറെ പരിപാടി ചെയ്ത് തീർത്തില്ല.
5 ഗോയില് ലിങ്ക് ചോദിച്ചു. ആ ചേട്ടാ മെസ്സേജ് വാട്സാപ്പിൽ ചോദിച്ചു. അഞ്ചുകോയിൽ 2:40 ഉള്ളൂ. 25A. ആ തുറന്ന് ഉടനെ അടച്ചു. നോക്കിയത് നമ്മള് നാളെ പോവുമല്ലോ, വരത്തില്ലല്ലോ.
എനിക്ക് തരാമോ? അനക്കില്ലായിരിക്കുമോ? നമ്മളൊന്നും ആരുണ്ടായിരുന്നോ?
ഇതോടെ വെച്ചോ ഇത് ഇതോടെ
നോക്കൊന്നും വേണ്ടല്ലോ ഇവിടെ അല്ലേ?
ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ്.
ആരതി. ഹലോ ഹലോ ആരതി പറഞ്ഞോ.
ഹലോ
ആ പറഞ്ഞു.
സാറേ ഒരു സൈസ് വേണം അപ്പോ സാറിന് എപ്പോഴാ പറ്റുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ
ഞാനിപ്പോ ഇറങ്ങാം.
ഗുപ്ത സാറിന്റെ സെഷൻ തുടങ്ങുക.
ആണല്ലേ?
1:30 ശരിയാ.
ആണല്ലേ?
ആ
എവിടെ?
മെയിൻ ഹോളില്.
മെയിൻ ഹോളിൽ ശരിയാ.
ഞാൻ 1:15 ഇട്ടപ്പോ നിതിൻ ഗുപ്ത സാറ് എന്റെ ടോക്ക് ഇപ്പോഴാണോ?
150 അല്ലേ?
ഓ ഇത് 1:30 ഇട്ടേക്കും. 1:50 ഇട്ടേക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ 1:30.
അത് പറഞ്ഞാ മതി.
എന്ത്
റീസെറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കാന്ന്.
ആ
ഹലോ ഹലോ ആരതി. ഹലോ ആരതി. ആരതി. ഹലോ ആരതി. സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റേ ഏതിനാ ഏതിനാ?
ആണെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ വിളിച്ചോളാം സാർ.
എവിടെ? ഞാൻ വീട്ടിലുണ്ടാവും.
അല്ല കരൂത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഡ്യൂട്ടി വേണം ഇപ്പൊ.
ഡ്യൂട്ടി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റേ ഇന്നലെ ഓരോരുത്തർക്ക് കൊടുത്ത ഡ്യൂട്ടി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് അതിനകത്ത് എന്റെ സോഫ്റ്റ് എന്റെ സാധാരണ നമ്മൾ മെയിലിൽ ഇടുന്ന സൈൻ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഈ സോഫ്റ്റ് കോപ്പി ഇടുന്ന സൈൻ, അത് കിടപ്പില്ലേ അതില്? ഈ നമ്മുടെ വേർഡ് ഫയലിലൊക്കെ ഇടുന്ന സൈൻ.
ഡിജിറ്റൽ ആണോ സാറേ?
ഡിജിറ്റൽ സൈൻ
വേർഡ് ഫയൽ.
സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. ആണല്ലോ മോനല്ലേ?
പുള്ളിക്ക് ഒരു റിപ്ലൈ കൊടുത്തേക്ക് സംസാരിച്ചത്
ഇതിലിരിക്കുന്നു. ഇതിലുണ്ട്.
മെസ്സേജ് ഇടുക. പക്ഷെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തോണ്ട്
നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് പോയല്ലോ.
കണക്ട് ചെയ്തേക്കുന്നു.
ഇപ്പൊ സംസാരിച്ചോണ്ടിരുന്നുണ്ട്.
ശരി.
ഓക്കെ, അതിന് റിപ്ലൈ കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. ഓക്കെ
ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
അങ്ങനെ ചോദിച്ചോ? സ്റ്റാർട്ട് അറ്റ് 1:30. യെസ്. എവിടെ മെസ്സേജ് എടുത്തു? 1:30. യെസ്. എവിടെ മെസ്സേജ് എടുത്തു?
എവിടെ ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്തത്? യെസ്.
ഇനി എൻ്റർ അടിക്കണം. ഗോപാൽ വസക്കിന്റെ നമ്പർ വിളിക്കണോ?
ഇഷ്ടം
ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് കയറിയില്ല. അപ്പൊ കയറുമ്പോ നമുക്ക് നോക്കാല്ലേ. അയാളും ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ അതിനകത്ത് വേറെ സോമേഷ് കുമാർ മാത്രമായി.
സെഷൻ ടൈമിംഗ് ചെറുതാക്കി
ഇങ്ങോട്ട് നീക്കിയിടണം. അപ്പല്ലേ പുള്ളിക്ക് 4 കഴിഞ്ഞൊന്നില്ലേ? വേണ്ട. വെങ്കടേശൻ സാറിന്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞേക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇല്ലാത്തോണ്ട്.
അതെ. അപ്പൊ
അന്നേരം പറയാം അല്ലേ? എന്തായാലും so there is enough time because second speaker is not here. So let us wait for the first speaker. It's not joined. Join ചെയ്തെങ്കിൽ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയും. സാത്വികത്തെ ത്രോട്ട് പ്രോബ്ലത്തെ കുറിച്ച് വലിയതായിട്ടൊക്കെ കൊച്ചു പിള്ളേരുടെ കൂട്ടാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. പറയുന്നത് ക്ലിയർ ആവുന്നുണ്ടോ?
അല്ലാതെ ശബ്ദം പോയി.
പോയി. ഷീല മിശ്ര വളരെ ഇതായിട്ടൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. മാഡത്തിന് അന്വേഷണം പറയാൻ പറ്റും. ഷീല മിശ്രയുടെ ഫാനാണ്. അതുപോലെ വൈഫ്. അല്ല അവിടെ പരീക്ഷണത്ത് കണ്ട ഒരുത്തന്റെ കൂട്ടി പോയോ? ചിലപ്പോ പറയാമല്ലോ മുസ്ലിംസ് മുസ്ലിംസ് ആയിട്ട് മുസ്ലിംസ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നുന്നില്ല. അതെ, പക്ഷെ ഇന്നലെ അവിടെ എക്സാം എഴുതാൻ നിന്നവരുടെ കൂട്ടത്തില്ലേ 1-2 പെമ്പിള്ളേരെടുത്ത് തലയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ തുണി ഇട്ടിരുന്നെങ്കിലേ ചിലപ്പം ഇവന്മാര് മുസ്ലിങ്ങളാണെങ്കിലേ ഉടൻ എല്ലാരെയും കൂടെ കയറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവന്മാര് മറ്റിങ്ങനെ ശത്രുതാഭാവത്തിലായിരിക്കും കാണുന്നത്. അവരെയൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചു വെച്ചേക്കുന്നത് അങ്ങനെ പേരൊന്നും കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇതിലൊന്നും പേരൊന്നും ഇല്ല. ആ ഞാൻ എത്ര പേർക്ക് ഇവിടെ സൈൻ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് അറിയാം നമ്മൾ റിസ്ക് എടുത്തിട്ട്. ഈ അവന്മാർക്ക് അത് മേടിക്കാനും ഇത് മേടിക്കാനും ഒക്കെ ഈ TCS അവിടെ നിന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. ഈ മേലെ കണ്ടിട്ട് വലിയ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഓ അല്ല പോളിടെക്നിക് IT ചെറിയ ജോലിയിലെങ്കിലും ഇവിടെ ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റും. കൂടെ കയറ്റാൻ ഇപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെ പോകാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലല്ലോ കുറ്റാര്
മീറ്റിംഗ് ഔട്ടായോ?
അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കാം. അത് കാണാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല, നീ ലൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അതൊന്നും അമ്മൂമ്മയ്ക്ക് വയ്യാത്തോണ്ട് നമ്മൾ അവിടെ ചെന്നിട്ട് ആലപ്പുഴ എന്നാലും എങ്ങും പോകാനൊന്നും പറ്റത്തില്ല. ആ
ഡോക്ടറിന്റെ അടുത്ത് ചോദിച്ചു
ആ എന്താ
പോവാമോന്ന്.
പക്ഷെ
ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു ഇത് മാറാന്ന് നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന പിന്നെ കുറെ നാളുണ്ട്, പ്രായമായി, ഇനി എല്ലൊന്നും പെട്ടെന്നൊന്നും ഇതാവത്തില്ല എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു.
സാധാരണ ഒരു വലിയ ആൾക്കാർ തന്നെ 3 ദിവസം, 3 ആഴ്ച, 3 മാസം ഇങ്ങനെ ടൈം 3 മണിക്കൂർ ശരിയാവും. മാലതിയാണ്. അമ്മു ആണോ? ഹലോ അമ്മു, ഹലോ.
ഹലോ,
എന്താ ഉള്ളത്?
എല്ലാരും സ്റ്റീലില് കേറണ്ട, എല്ലാരും ഡീലാ നിക്കുന്നേ.
സീൽ
അവരോട്
അവരോട്
ആ
അനൗൺസ് ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പൊ അനൗൺസ് ചുമ്മാ അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു അനൗൺസ്മെന്റ് ചെയ്യുകയോ അല്ലെ എഴുതിയിടുകയോ ചെയ്യാം.
കമന്റ് ഇട്ടിട്ട്
ആ ലിങ്ക് കമന്റ്
ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട്
ലിങ്ക്
അല്ലെങ്കിൽ
കൊടുക്കുന്നതോ?
ഒരു പേജ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യണം. ലിങ്ക് ഫോർ സി ദോസ് ഹു ടു ജോയിൻ സി പ്ലീസ് യൂസ് ദിസ് ലിങ്ക്. ആ ലിങ്ക് ലിങ്ക് അടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം. ഞാൻ ലിങ്ക് അയച്ചു തരാം അവിടെ നിന്ന് സെപ്പറേറ്റ്. അതിങ്ങനെ സ്പ്രെഡ് ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കാം. ഇനി ചാറ്റ് ബോക്സിലും ഇടാൻ തൽക്കാലം. ഓരോന്നിനും ലിങ്ക് സെപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇപ്പൊ അയച്ചു തരാം. അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ഓക്കെ സി എടുത്ത് കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. ശരി. ഇന്ന് 53 ആയില്ല മോനെ. തുടങ്ങേണ്ട സമയം ആയില്ല മോനെ. കേട്ടെ. My students, please initiate the session. Students.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I think it is 1:54. We have to start the session at 1:50. I think so. Isn't
Sir?
it? So
Yes, time is 1:54.
1:54. Okay. Can adjust the time, no problem, because in the next session, one speaker has some inability. So that time we can adjust a bit. Even then, we can start the session in time. So, Gaudi? ഏത് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആയി
Sir,
yes, yes, please start the session and support the chair to run the session in a smooth way. Please start the session.
sir,
Yeah, and support the chair to run the session in a smooth way.
sir, I will introduce. Sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you to the special invited section of 11th International Conference on Statistics for the 21st Century 2025. It's my pleasure to introduce our section chair, Professor A. Loganathan, professor in the Department of Statistics at Central University of Tamil Nadu, India. He was the Deputy Coordinator for University Grant Commission Special Assistant Program, sanctioned to Department of Statistics, Manoanmanian Central University. Areas of research interest of A. Loganathan includes Bayesian estimation, reliability theory, acceptance sampling, cluster analysis, statistical modeling using machine learning techniques. He has published 60 research papers in peer-reviewed international journals. Let me now briefly introduce our esteemed speakers. Our first speaker is Professor Nitin Gupta from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. Professor Gupta is a distinguished academic and researcher known for his significant contribution to statistical theory and applied statistics.
Our second speaker is Professor Manik Awale. He is a professor in the Department of Statistics at Savitribai Pune University, India, with a research interest involving statistical methods in biotechnology. Our third speaker is Naupin Chandrapal. He is a scientist in ICAR, National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management, Baramati, IIT Kharagpur, Maharashtra, India, specializing in agricultural statistics, focusing on the data analysis, spatial statistics, and machine learning for managing agricultural stress caused by climate change. So, with great pleasure, I now respectfully invite our chair, Professor A. Loganathan, to guide us through the section. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Satish Kumar, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. And we have mentioned, we have 4 speakers in this invited talk session. Professor Nitin Gupta, Professor Manoj Tiwari, Professor Manik Awale, Professor Navin Chandrapal. On behalf of the organizers, with pleasure, I invite Professor Nitin Gupta to make his presentation. And we are given with in total 140 minutes. So each speaker, including the interaction, let us have 35 minutes each. So accordingly, you manage your presentation so that give me some time for interaction also. There are many young researchers are also participating, and in this conference, they will be make it useful for their work and knowledge upgradation also. With pleasure, Professor Nitin Gupta, please share your screen and start your presentation, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Loganathan. So I thank Professor Satish Kumar also for inviting me for this conference online.
Professor Nitin Gupta, can you make a little bit louder the volume?
Okay, so am I audible now?
Yes, now it's quite audible. It is audible, sir. Now,
Okay.
audible.
So let me just check.
It is audible.
Yeah. Hello. So yeah, so let me share my screen.
Yeah, audible. Yeah. Yeah, we can see these slides.
Yes.
This is fine.
Slide is visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I am giving the presentation on stochastic ordering in a time change random effect model. So these are the outline of the talk. So this will give some motivation, then literature, and then introduction to the framework, some definitions, and some particular models, and conclusion and references. So motivation is the general assumption in the survival analysis is to consider the homogeneity of population. That is all the individuals subject to same risk of death or risk of disease, of recurrence, etc. In real life situations, the population cannot be considered homogeneous. For example, the time of healing of wound varies from person to person. Lifespans of human depends on genetic as well as environmental influences that are different for every individual. Individuals may look identical in some aspects, but they differ in unmeasurable ways. Further, only a few covariates such as age, gender, severity of disease, or laboratory data are known. Various other factors like health status, lifestyle, smoking, occupation, or genetic risk factors, which to influence survival of individual remain unobservable. So the Whipple introduced a model which is known as the proportional hazard model in 1979. So given the frailty, which is the model for the heterogeneity among the population, so frailty, the hazard rate of individual has the form ZH0T, where H0 is the baseline hazard rate, and it is multiplied with some frailty, such that this is Z is equal to small z. So, for example, under the test condition, some car may be running, so that its lifetime may be
certain, but when it comes to the actual practice, due to the environmental factors, this frailty is coming to the picture, and its lifetime changes at maybe at ZH0 T, where H0 is the baseline hazard rate. So then some scale change, this is the scale change model, some accelerated failure model are also introduced, where the time is also basically we can change at very rapid pace, and that becomes, the model becomes now ZH0 ZT, where H0 is the baseline hazard rate. So various researcher has worked on this. For example, Laus 1981, Tacitus 1990, Anderson and Laus 1995, and some work we have also done for the multivariate case. So now let me introduce the framework. Let T be a random variable having the distribution function f, probability density function small f, and hazard rate lambda, and consider the baseline random variable having the survival function as g bar and baseline hazard rate as h0 t. Let h be the probability density function of the frailty random variable z. Assume that for a given frailty, the survival time of individual has hazard rate of the form tau1 h0 tau2 t comma z comma t comma z, where tau1 is from r plus cube to r plus. That means 0 to infinity cos 0 to infinity cos 0 to infinity to 0 to infinity, and tau2 is from r2 plus to r plus. So the previous model, then if we take this type of framework, then previous models will also come, the univariate model will come into this also by appropriately choosing tau2 and tau1. Then for the given frailty z, the survival time t of an individual has the survival function, which is given by that is the conditional random variable t given z is equal to some fixed value small z. The survival function is psi tz, which is in the case of if we assume this, the hazard rate given the frailty z, the survival function is of the form lambda t given z, then f bar t given z becomes psi tz, where psi tz is given here in the, which has relation with the tau1, with the hazard rate of z given t given z is equal to small z. So then if we take the population survival function is given by the expectation of psi t comma z, because if we take one more expectation here, then we will get the probability t greater than small t. Now this is our model. So we want to study this general model. For that, we need certain definitions to basically, if I want to see if I take two, let us say, population random variables t1 and t2, and I want to compare them. Okay, then based on maybe I am varying whether they are baseline or varying their frailties. So how also to study some aging properties of this. So let us see some definitions first. A function f xy is said to be total positive of order 2 if it satisfies equation 5 for x1 less than x2 and y1 less than y2. So some functions satisfy this, for example, Gaussian kernel, e raised to power minus sigma x minus y square is TP2. Similarly, exponential family densities are TP2 and Black-Scholes call prices for options are TP2 with respect to strike and time of expiry. And similarly, another definition is two random variables z and w are said to be negatively likelihood ratio dependent or reverse regular of order to RR2 if the joint density function fzw satisfies equation 6, which is just reverse inequality of 5, also assuming that z1 z2 are positive and w1 z1 z2 is greater than z1 and greater than 0 and w2 greater than w1 greater than equal to 0. And similarly, we can find out some functions. If our kxy is RR2, if the function kx comma minus y is TP2. Also, the Black-Scholes put prices for options with respect to strike price and time of expiry is RR2. So now let us see further definitions. If I want to compare two different systems having lifetime x and y, so I may compare their means. Let us say expectation of x is less than expectation of y, but that information is based on only two numbers and that is not very informative. So therefore, in the literature, the authors have given to comparing their reliabilities or CDFs. So we say that x is less than y in stochastic order if the reliability function of x is less than reliability function of y. Similarly, stronger ordering to that is basically hazard rate ordering, where we consider the stochastic ordering of the residual life basically, and we get that x is less than y in hazard rate if the hazard rate function of x is greater than the hazard rate function of y. Similarly, stronger ordering to stochastic order is the reverse hazard rate ordering, where the reverse hazard rate function of x is less than reverse hazard rate function of y, random variable. And further, a stronger ordering to that is the likelihood ratio order, which is based on the ratio of the densities. When we say that the PDF of y divided by PDF of x is increasing in t. And some weaker ordering to hazard rate is the mean residual life order, where we compare the inactivity time. We compare the residual life of x is less than the residual life of y for all t, where x minus t given x is greater than t is the residual life. So mean residual life. Then this expectation become mean residual life of x is less than mean residual life of y. And in the case of mean active time, the inactivity time of x at the time t minus x, given x is less than t, taking the mean of that. So mean active time is greater than the mean active time of y for all t. And this is the relationship between these orderings. Likelihood ratio order implies hazard rate. Hazard rate further implies mean residual life. Mean residual life implies that expectation of x is less than expectation of y. Likelihood ratio implies reverse hazard rate, which further implies the mean active time. Hazard rate and reverse hazard rate implies the stochastic order. So detailed ordering can be seen in Sheikh and Shanti Kumar book, Stochastic Orders by Sheikh and Shanti Kumar, 2007. Now, this lemma is basically useful, which is given by Mishra and Naqvi 2018. Let phi, which is r square plus 2r, be a function, and gi theta is 1 2 is a Lebesgue PDF of random variable zi, and we define the expectation ratio, expectation of phi t comma z2, that by expectation of phi t comma z1, where z1 z2 are the random variables. If phi t comma z is tp2 in t comma z, and if any of the condition b1 b2 b3 satisfied, then the expectation ratio, which is 7 or 8 RCM, increases in t. Similarly, if we replace the condition of TP2 by RR2 and any of the condition B1, B2, B3 holds, then this expectation ratio decreases in T. So in the next result, we replaced this phi value with our appropriate value in the general model 4, which is nothing but our model for the population survival function f bar t, which is expectation of psi. In the same fashion, we obtain the result for hazard rate ordering, the condition for hazard rate ordering, and reverse hazard rate ordering or reverse mean residual life ordering and mean inactivity time ordering. The conditions are obtained using the previous result, which is this lemma. Now, particular models are under this general framework. If we take our tau1 h naught s u comma z as z h naught s and tau2 u comma z as z1 plus u. So because we have taken starting with this kind of model, so we are now choosing particular values of tau1 and tau2. And we are saying that if tau1 is z h naught s and tau2 is z1 plus u, then that model we are calling a time chase model. And if we take tau1 as z h naught s and tau2 as alpha plus zu linear form, then we are calling it as linear transform Ferrelti model. And if we are taking tau1 as beta h naught s and tau2 as z beta u, then we are calling this a model as LT-Ferrelti model, and we obtained for this model our psi function, and then from there we can obtain various forms of that, which is different values of phi. We can check whether this is psi prime psi tz 1 minus psi tz or integration t to infinity psi uz. This will give me a result for these particular models also, because these are particular models for the general models. So all the result will hold for these models also. Just we have to see the form of the psi tz and psi prime tz, whatever is required. The application of this model, for example, we take the first model, lambda t given the model 1, lambda t given z we are taking as z h naught z1 plus t. So medical application, drug metabolism and treatment response. Consider the cancer patient undergoing chemotherapy where Z represent individual drug clearance rate or metabolic efficiency. Patient with higher clearance rate, larger Z, process drugs more rapidly, which affects both the instantaneous hazard and the effective biological time scale. And inside is Z1 plus T. So this one, the first is basically explaining what will happen if this Z is multiplied to the H naught, and the second term is explaining the effect of Z1 plus T. In the model, the term Z1 plus T represent the accelerated biological time, where the patient with higher metabolic rate Z greater than 1 experience disease progression as if biological processes are occurring on a compressed time scale. The factor 1 plus t ensures that the time transformation starts from the baseline and increases with actual time t. So that means this becomes basically time chase model, because for some patients the biological uh, time is basically moving more faster. The model is particularly relevant when individual pharmacokinetic properties create a time-dependent acceleration or biological processes commonly observed in personalized medical applications. Second model, if we consider as Z H naught alpha plus ZT, so application may be the accelerated life testing. Consider electronic components subject to stress testing, where Z represents the stress factors such as temperature, voltage, or mechanical load, and alpha is the baseline time offset parameter. In accelerated life testing, components are subject to higher than normal stress level to induce failure more quickly. The hazard rate function ZH naught alpha plus ZT captures this phenomena where
എനിക്കത് ഒരു റിമൈൻഡർ പോലെ ഞാനിത് പക്ഷെ ഇദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രസന്റേഷനിന് ഞാൻ കയറാതിരുന്നപ്പോൾ വിളിച്ചു ചോദിച്ചപ്പോഴത്തേക്കിന് പറഞ്ഞത് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ എന്നാണ്. സെഷൻ ചെയറിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടോ? കാര്യം ഇതിനി വരാൻ പോകുന്നത് 3:45 സാറിന് ഞാൻ ഓൾറെഡി ഒരു മെസ്സേജ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, കയറാൻ പറ്റുമോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നുള്ളത് അറിയാതെ കയറാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഒരു
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Nigel. I'm calling from as by since Professor Sadish Kumar sir asked me to call you, sir. So, okay, sir. So, can you chair a session at 3:45? Oh, okay, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Ah, okay, sir. Thanks. Sir, thanks. No. Okay, okay. Ah, hello. I'm Nikhil from University of Kerala. Sir, ma'am, can you chair a session today? It's 3:45 today. Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, okay. It's okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am. Calling as per advice by Professor Satish Kumar from University of Kerala. Ma'am, okay, okay. So, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I want to ask something. After the presentation at the 3:45, can you chair a session? Hello? Oh, Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. ഹലോ ടീച്ചർ. ടീച്ചർ. PPT CSK-ലോട്ടാണോ അയച്ചത്? ഓ, ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ. ശരി, ശരി. ആണല്ലേ? ആ. ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ, ഓക്കെ. ടീച്ചർ, പിന്നെ ഒരു ചെയർ ഇപ്പം 3:45 ഒരു സെഷൻ. ആ 3:45 തൊട്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. ഓ, 5:45 വരെ ഉണ്ട്. ആ ആ ആ. ഓ, ഓക്കെ, 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 ഓക്കെ. ശരി, ശരി. Huh? Huh? I don't വിജയമാണ്. ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലെ കഴിയും. ആണോ? ഉം. ഉം. ഏ ആ ആ. ഇവിടെ എനിക്ക് ബോധം ഇല്ലാതെ ഇവിടെ പണികൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. ഞാൻ വർത്തമാനമൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞില്ല. എന്നെ എന്റെ ഇടയിൽ നിന്ന് വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ രാത്രി 12 മണിയാ കിടക്കുന്നത്. 3 മണിയാകുമ്പോ അച്ഛൻ വിളിച്ചോണത്തും പണിക്ക്. എന്നിട്ട് എനിക്ക് നല്ല പനിയും തലവേദനയായിട്ട് അവിടൊക്കെ മൂക്ക് ഒലിച്ചും ചുമയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഭയങ്കര ചുമ. എന്നെ കാണുന്നവരെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞു റെസ്റ്റ് എടു, ഡോക്ടറെ കാണുന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഇപ്പൊ നോർത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നവരും എല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ ഒരുപാട് കഷ്ടപ്പെടുക എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. എല്ലാവരും എന്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ പണി ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കും. എനിക്ക് ബോധമില്ലാതെ എന്റെ അടുത്ത് വന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാനാ, ഇത് പണി ചെയ്യണ്ടേ? ഞാനില്ലെങ്കിൽ അതൊന്നും ചെയ്യാറില്ല. ഇല്ല. ഇന്ന് ക്രിസ്മസ് ഫ്രണ്ടിനെ തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്തു കോളേജില്. എല്ലാരും എന്നെ അന്വേഷിച്ചു എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. വരാവോ എന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിച്ചു 3 മണിക്ക്. പോവാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. അമ്മയടുത്ത് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് അമ്മയടുത്ത് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെ അത് ഇപ്പോഴും ഓരോന്ന് ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കുക. കുറച്ച് ഫ്രീ ആയി. കുറച്ച് ഫ്രീ ആയി. ഉം. ഉം. ആ, ഉം. ഉണ്ട് ഉണ്ട്. ഉം. ഉറങ്ങുന്നുണ്ട്. അടുത്ത എന്താ ചെയ്യണം. നോക്കാം. വേദനയുണ്ട്. എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്? വേദന എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്? ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറ്റണ്ടേ? അല്ല, തുണി കെട്ടിയത് ഒരുപാട് ദിവസം എങ്ങനെ വെച്ചോണ്ടിരിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അത് 6 വീക്സ് ആ തുണി അങ്ങനെ ഇരുന്നോളൂ. കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അത് ഭയങ്കര ഫംഗസ് പോലെ. കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അത് ഇങ്ങനെ ഫംഗസ് ഒക്കെ വരുമായിരിക്കും. അനച്ചാതെ വെച്ചേക്കാം. ആ സോറി. കുറഞ്ഞു. ഏ? ആ ആ. അല്ല ഞങ്ങള് 1 മണിക്കൂറൊക്കെ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യും. ആ 1 മണിക്കൂറെ അവിടെ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യും. ആ തിരിച്ച് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ. തിരിച്ച് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ. ശരി. ഉം. അതൊക്കെ അവര് നോക്കും. എവിടെ? ബാംഗ്ലൂരോ അതോ ബാംഗ്ലൂര് റൂമൊന്നും ബുക്ക് ചെയ്തില്ല. ഞങ്ങള് വിജയവാഡ ഇപ്പൊ ഒന്നുമില്ല, ചുമ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കൃഷ്ണതുളസി ഒരെണ്ണം കുടിച്ചോടെ ഒരു വട്ടം കുടിച്ചതേ ഉള്ളൂ, അപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് കുറഞ്ഞു പോയി. പക്ഷെ 2 ദിവസം കോൺഫറൻസിന്റെ വെന്യൂരിൽ നിന്ന് ഭയങ്കര ചുമയായിരുന്നു, മറ്റേ വില്ലൻ ചുമ പോലെ. ആളുകളൊക്കെ എന്ത് വിചാരിച്ചു. ഉള്ളി 3 കഴിച്ചു, ഉള്ളി ഒരു ദിവസം കഴിച്ചു, എന്നിട്ടും പറഞ്ഞില്ല. പക്ഷെ കൃഷ്ണതുളസി കഴിച്ചപ്പോ അടുത്ത പരിപാടി. ശരി, കഴിക്കുന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ളു. ഇതോ ആ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. വിളിച്ചിട്ട് എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. ഏതാണോ അത് 26. മെയിൻ ഹാളിൽ കൂടുതൽ പേര് കേൾക്കണം. മെയിൻ ഹാളിൽ ഇപ്പം തുറന്നു മൊബൈൽ വെരി ഗുഡ്. ആ കൂടുതൽ മീറ്റ് ചെയ്തു കാരണം എന്താ നമ്മള് മെയിൻ ഹാൾ നമ്മള് 3:15 പറഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞു.
Hello. Can you hear?
Yes, sir,
Yes.
we can hear. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, we can see these not slides, but that folder.
Adobe screen.
Adobe screen. Yeah. Why to?
Just one second.
Yeah, you have to select that slide, Professor. And the bottom ICSTC 2025 some something.
Yeah, just
Oh, you have to
show.
click on that, sir. Click on that, Professor. Your presentation 2020. You are just click on that. Yeah. Now it is coming, I think so. Oh, it's gone. You have to share it once again. പുറത്തുപോയോ?
Saji sir, your audio is off.
Sorry. Yeah, Professor.
Events in foreign exchange and financial markets. Lately, my motivational mark.
Professor, this session will start by 4 o'clock, no?
No, so 3:45.
This year.
Now it can start. Now 3:48.
One place it is put 3:45, another place put 4 o'clock.
Yeah, even if they get delayed, no problem, because one of the speaker, Professor Ashok, he has some health issues connected with his throat.
Okay, I think Professor Gopal Basaka is there,
Yeah.
so no problem.
And
If you want
Somesh
to
Kumar will
start,
join.
sir.
Yeah, so that you have enough time, Professor.
Yeah.
We can give also.
We can start?
Yeah.
Can you see the
Professor Basak
slides?
has to. Yeah, I will share the session. You share the slides. It's okay, Professor. It is not visible.
It's not visible?
Not at folder in which you have to click on the slides. Slides are not visible. Probably you have selected that slide, but it is not visible. What about others? It's okay.
Open
I think so. Okay, let the things settle. So First of all, I thank Professor Satish for making me as the chairman for this session. And there are 3 speakers. I understand it is 30 minutes for each speaker. Hope our speakers will stick on to time.
Sir, you can give 40 minutes, no problem. Okay.
40 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because one speaker is not here. Okay.
Oh, today our speaker is not there, huh?
Yeah.
Which speaker?
Ashokan Vadiyat.
Okay, the last one. Okay, fine. Shall we start?
Yeah. Student.
No, can you see the slides?
Not yet, Professor. Not yet.
No, not yet.
You have to share it once again.
Professor Gopal, please share the slides.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah.
If it requires from here, we can do, no problem. But Professor Basak, I think share it once again. Before sharing, you have to open it.
No. Professor Gopal Basak?
Yeah.
Can you please share your slides?
1 moment, just.
Yeah. Fine.
Introduce him again.
Students? My students?
Dhanyavad.
Yes, Sulat? Anyone? Please introduce the chair and.
Yes, sir.
Briefly introduce.
A very warm welcome to. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, you are very much audible.
A very warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates, speakers, and participants to ICSTC 2025. It's my privilege to welcome you to technical session number 26, organized as a part of this international conference aimed at fostering meaningful academic discussions and knowledge exchange in statistics. We are honored to have the session chaired by Mr. Professor Perumal sir. He is an eminent statistician and professor. Contributed a lot in the statistical and statistical research. So we are grateful to have Professor Perumal sir for kindly consenting to chair this session and guide the proceedings. Today's session features distinguished speakers Gopal Basak sir from ISI Kolkata and Ashokan Vadiyat sir from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada, and Somesh Kumar sir from IIT Kharagpur, India. So at this point, I respectfully invite Professor Perumal sir to take over the session and introduce the speakers and their topic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gauri, for your this one introduction. Now, I think it is my present duty to invite Professor Gopal Basak. I think the time mentioned is the 35 minutes and 5 minutes discussion. Professor Gopal Basak, please. You can share your slides. You can proceed.
Is the slides visible?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Let's see. Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, just 1 moment.
Professor, whatever you have done earlier are correct, and regarding the slide sharing. And one thing only, that slide PPT should be open. So it's better to open first.
Is the PPT?
Yeah. your presentation be
Yeah,
fitting.
now it is open.
Not open. That's why, Professor.
Now,
Yeah.
it is open. Can you?
Now it is open. Now you can share the bar. Share, please. The lower upward arrow that small box.
Open now. It is,
click on that.
is it
That small box. Please share it once again.
share it once again? It is shared already.
Yeah.
No, it is saying that it is shared already. You are sharing another application window. Okay. Okay.
The upward arrow small.
I try again.
Yeah. Enter screen. Yeah. Then click on the middle portion so that the share button will be active. Click on share.
Yeah, share.
Pages and the short, light, highlighted on stress states.
Professor Basak, if any problem, you can send it to the organizers. So they will display the slides. Any problem with that, you send it to Professor Satish. So you will make arrangements to.
One moment, just can you hear me?
Yeah, we can able to hear you.
Okay.
Professor Satish, I think you can do something. You can ask him to send the slide, and from there you can display.
Oh, okay, Professor.
I think he logged out.
Maybe. Professor Basak, whether Nikhil will help you. He will call you via WhatsApp or.
I think if you are having his cell number, please call him by.
Yeah, Professor. Let us try. Yeah.
Kindly unmute your mic. Professor, please unmute your mic.
Can you hear?
Yeah, now we can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for invitation. Actually, it was a great pleasure to talk the second time in the ICSTC conference organized by University of Kerala, and this is the 11th international conference. So, I should personally thank also Professor Satish Kumar for remembering me at the which I did the last time. We communicated several times. So, this work actually was done with my colleague and my student, Shubhadeep Dey. I mean, Shubhadeep Dey is our graduate student would be finishing PhD in another year or so. I think he has done very good work. And Shamarjit Das is our colleague in Economics Research Unit. So it is the cross-sectional dependence with cross-sectional regression with cluster dependence, inference in the, just one second, actually I'm missing. Yeah, inference based on averaging, right. So first we start with a motivating example. Suppose we have what we are trying to do. Let me give you a brief idea. We all know how to do OLS. So everybody is sort of ordinary least square estimation is sort of the bread and butter of the whole regression framework. And we have to show you there are cases, in fact, in large dimension, there are cases when ordinary least square may not function well. So that's why we are proposing here. I mean, my students' work was proposing that there's a new estimator which you can use where it can be given the better and efficient estimation. Okay, so now the one motivating example where OLS and other things does not work is that consider the variance where the just for simplicity the diagonals are all diagonals are row. So it is a it is really that all correlations are same, and in that case estimation of mu actually going to be the variance of the estimator would be going to be sigma square by n plus n minus 1 by rho sigma square. So here the one part remains where rho sigma square actually 1, so it is basically rho that would not going to 0 as n tends to infinity, n being the sample here. So because as the dimension is large, as dimension no matter how much sample you take, basically as it goes with at the order of n, so you don't gain much. So in fact, your estimator will not be consistent in that sense. So we are sort of seeing that suppose on the other hand, if you have n equal to capital N times capital G, where n equal to number of observation in each group. That means we are giving a clusters. That means we are dividing them in each group, and there are G many groups or G many blocks, and then those G many blocks we will be assuming to be independent, and then you will see that if it happens that variance of mu hat will be going to be estimable because we are actually now going to have the observation correlation of the n dimension, capital N dimension, that there are G many groups. And this is understandable that as G goes to infinity, here this goes to 0. Now, just one second. Yeah, here, just one second. Yes. So let's look at the ASI survey. I mean, NSO survey is also similar, but let's look at the details in the ASI survey. There are three, states where you have West Bengal, Odisha, and Tripura. West Bengal, Maharashtra, and Tripura, where the Tripura actually has the large number of, has about 50 blocks, but each block of different size. One of the block is the largest, which is size of 323. So you see that means there are variations in the size of the blocks, where in the previous case, we have actually assumed that n, you remember the previous example, n is the size of the, size of exactly the fixed number for each block. So that was the difference. Here we are saying that if one of the size of one block has a huge size compared to the other things, so then there may be a problem. So now Again, in Maharashtra, 17 out of 162 clusters are 500 size. I mean, 17 out of 162 blocks has 500 size. So each one has the size of the group is 500, whereas the remaining ones are very small compared to around few of them is about 56. Another few of them are 101 to 25 only. So out of 163, you see that there are difference there. Similarly, in West Bengal, there are 3 out of 148 would be difference. So there are also, that means size of each block may not be same. So what are you going to do with them? So we are going to show that if the size are really hugely variable, then we are going to show there something to show you. Now, here's the definition. We are going to define some things, but we will be coming back to it later when it comes to. We are going to define orders, etc., and order of P1 and order of exact order of A. So we'll be using this later. But let's go to the main thing. Now, this is the cross-sectional regression, right? So we have to understand that dependent structure. So dependent structure means within each block, okay? So how the one individual treatment or one individual household, how they are related. We are saying that there are 3 kinds of dependence we can characterize. Let's try to understand very clearly. Dependence means here correlation between each member of the group or each member of the block. Okay. So this sigma relates to the covariance matrix. This is the model you can think of. Okay. Now sigma relates to covariance matrix. We are saying that lambda max, the maximum eigenvalue of variance, is order 1, and then we would be saying it's a weak dependence. That means there is basically exact order means is basically roughly a constant. It is a positive but constant. Constant means basically bounded sort of eigenvalues. And because n is big, larger and larger, right? Now, when lambda max is order Hn, where Hn is going to infinity as n goes to infinity, but Hn by n going to 0, then we will be characterizing that as a semi-strong dependence. That means, for example, Hn may be root n, for example. Hn may be n to the power 3/8. Okay. Hn may be n by log n even. That would be also Hn. So another thing, which is that this is the maximum, this is the strong dependence we say, then it is something like exact order of n. That means it is bounded below by C1 of n, bounded above by C2 of n, something like that. So lambda max would be of sigma would be ranging from some constant times n in some sense. Okay, as n tends to infinity. So these are 3 kinds of dependence. Please remember that. And we will be working on these. That's the strong dependence case, where lambda max is nothing but 1 plus n minus 1 times rho. You all know that if the all covariances same, the maximum eigenvalue of such matrices would be 1 plus n minus 1 times the rho. So, so it can be, if there is a variance also, you can express in that way. It would come in terms of the variance as well. Now, is that clear? So definitions, that would be a big loss for us. We would not be able to go across, deliver this nicely to you. Okay, so what are the examples? Diagonal matrix, for example, block diagonal matrix where blocks are of finite size, that's a weak dependence. Finite band matrix means first diagonal, then two diagonal, upper and lower, then that will be band 3 diagonal, then band 5 diagonal matrix, that will band matrix with a finite bands would be also weak dependence. And moreover, if you have row sums are uniformly absolutely summable and uniformly over n, then that is also weak dependence. That means if row sums are finite as n goes to infinity or bounded as n goes to infinity, then that's also weak dependence. On the other hand, semi-strong dependence, you have stability, and then basically you can take one of the examples like off diagonals are order 1 over root n, and then you will have n times 1 over root n would be n itself, where you can say that root n goes to infinity. Some of the root n's would go to infinity. Strong dependence, that means one of the example we have already given, all diagonals is A and off diagonals are B, which you already given the example, where we have taken the A as a 1 and B as row. Okay, so that's examples also. Now here is the model. Model is each member of the group block is YGI, XGI prime beta. Beta is the number of parameters here. Basically beta is the parameter set or parameter vector. Dimension could be just K. I think we may be denoting by K here. That's the fixed dimension. Okay, there is no varying dimension here of beta. Now, if we are stacking that means the one each block, I can stack all those i's and write it as a vector here. YG as a vector now is ng cross 1 because ng many members are there in each block. So then ng cross 1 here, and xg would be ng cross k, and beta is k cross 1. This is epsilon g also ng cross 1. And now if you stack all those clusters or all those blocks together, then you get a whole vector y that would be summation ng many numbers in that vector, and this is also summation ng many ng cross k, vector x, and so this is beta. So basically this plus epsilon would be so epsilons are also stacked up. So that's the y and epsilon, okay? And now this is the model assumptions. Conditional expectation of e.g. given x is 0. Conditional covariance are also 0 when g1 is not equal to g. But when g's are equal, then this is the covariance matrix which need not be diagonal. And that's what we are talking about. Okay, but however, we assume that this is a positive definite matrix. Now, ng can be all different. Okay, that's what is the main concern. Okay. Now, all right. So this is the beta at that is beta at OLS. This is the OLS estimator. That's what we know. And variance of OLS also we know that is x prime x inverse x prime sigma x prime x inverse. The estimate VLS is the cluster robust. The estimator of VLS that's given by White in 1984. So cluster robust variance estimator. So that estimator is given by epsilon g hat, where epsilon g hat is estimated by yg minus xg beta hat, where in many situations under this setup. And we are going to tell you in many situations under this setup. And we are going to tell you under some setup which is of relevance here. So nearly balanced clusters. Nearly balanced clusters are these where minimum of ng and maximum of ng of order 1. That means they are basically relatively bounded. Minimum ng and maximum ng are with respect to each other is bounded. Okay, bounded below and bounded above. That's it. And unbalanced clusters, on the other hand, where minimum ng and maximum ng is little of 1. That means it goes to 0 as G goes to infinity. Okay, this capital G goes to infinity, number of such things. All right. Now, the OLS is inconsistent for unbalanced cluster under strong dependence. We are going to show that. And the ASI data, as we talked about, that we already mentioned earlier. So we will not be sticking to this. So here is our estimator. Cluster average. That means we are taking the simple average of each member of the gth block, and we take the simple average and we call it y bar g. And y bar g also have the model y bar g equal to x bar g beta epsilon bar g. So this is the average model, and so this model may be written as y bar by stacking up y bar x bar beta, y bar equal to x bar beta plus epsilon bar. Okay. Now, the model, average model is heteroscedastic. As you noted that epsilon g bar actually, this average model, now it is epsilon g bar is a single element, you remember. But this single element is actually not only has a different variance as G varies, but also has the covariance. That's the important part. Sorry, so that's not correct. I should correct myself. Basically saying that epsilon G bar has the different variance, but are independent. So there is no covariance between two G1 and G2. That means each blocks are assumed to be independent, but they are heteroscedastic. Okay, so that means still the question of there are many variants there to be maybe causing problem while doing the estimation of beta hat. But we will be using simple OLS estimator over the average model. This is our proposed estimator for the beta, and we call it beta hat average. Okay, in the sequel. And our variance covariance matrix, that means estimator of base, which basically is given by similar type of cluster robust estimator type of thing, but on the average itself. That means we are estimating epsilon bar hat, okay, and epsilon bar hat square, and that's what we are estimating. And that has the variance of sigma g square. We are defining sigma g square as this. Okay. All right. So this is the estimator of beta hat. Okay. Sorry. This is the beta hat estimator. This is the simple OLS over the average. And this is the variance for that. So now, as we said that this V hat, which is the estimator of V, is just y bar minus x bar beta hat, and that's what we are estimating, where EG is found like this. Yeah, E is basically the y bar minus x bar beta stacked up. That means you can show that YG bar minus X bar beta hat is our estimate. X bar G beta hat is our EG. Okay. Here is the one other important assumption. We are assuming X bar prime X bar divided by G is finite and uniformly positive definite. Okay. Basically, we are saying that expectation of X bar prime X bar G may be converging to a uniformly positive definite matrix, and we are taking the probability limits over there instead of going through that kind of complexities. At the moment, we are doing on the conditional model. That means we are assuming that as if that X is given to us, and we can actually assume on the X itself the uniformly positive definite. But this can be extended to the unconditional model as well. Okay. This is our theorem under strong, semi-strong, and weak dependence for any cluster sizes, that is irrespective of its unbalanced and balanced. Beta hat is an unbiased estimator of beta, and is a consistent. For strong dependence, it's a root G consistent. That means the rate of consistency is 1 by root G, and it is root G times H1 to the power minus half consistent for semi-strong dependence, where H1 is defined by this number 1 by G average of HNG by NG, and then for weak dependent, it is root G by M bar to the power half, where M bar is average of 1 by Ng. So this is the three rates we can talk about. In balanced cases, all rates are basically, in this case, it would be just 1 by N, because if all Ngs are nearly N, this is roughly 1 by N, because this would be G by N, really, and then G gets cancelled. So there would be 1 by N consistency would be there. 1 by root N, sorry. Root N consistency would be there. And similarly, you can take here also. Now, this also I will skip. If you have any question, I can clarify. Okay. Now, asymptotic results. Further results are showing that for strong, semi-strong, and weak dependence, and for nearly balanced clusters, we have asymptotic normality. That means V to the power minus half to the power times beta hat minus beta also goes to normal. And at the rate of, for the weak and semi-strong case, for strong dependence, and for strong dependence, it will always have the asymptotic normality. For weak and semi-strong dependence, we need some condition, which is order of G cluster must be nearly balanced. So for strong dependence, we do not need any kind of balance condition. It converges always. For weak and semi-strong, actually, we need some nearly balanced condition, actually. But for only order of G, that is remaining order of, for example, G by 2 or G by 3 many clusters, if they are nearly balanced, that would be fine. But other 2G by 3 or G by 2 many clusters can be of any kind. We don't care on that. So similarly, that means this is for the parameter V, and now we take estimator V. We show that estimate of V also consistent with the similar conditions, actually. That means if we replace V by V hat, this normally asymptotic normality would go through, and we can find all the confidence band for the V beta hat and everything. And that's what we are going to do, actually. So here we are going to testing, because as you said that we can do confidence band. If we do R beta equal to R testing, and with alternative that R beta is not equal to R, then we show that R beta hat minus R prime B hat R minus inverse R beta hat, that goes to chi-square as G tends to infinity. Here again, it goes to chi-square L. L means is the rank of R, actually. In strong dependence case, it always converges to chi-square L, and for weak and semi-strong, we need order of G many clusters nearly balanced, just as we needed the consistency of VR hat. And where V hat R is defined by R B hat R prime. Okay. Now, the proposed estimator is asymptotically more efficient. We haven't shown that till now. Now we give two examples where we show that it is more efficient. For example, if we take beta hat A asymptotically more efficient in the case of strong dependence, where with a finite number of extremely large clusters, where sigma G is of this form. Okay, that means same covariance throughout, and variance is also same as A, and covariance is B. And This is for strong dependence. For weak dependence, if we take that sigma g equal to some sequence of numbers bg, bg is the numbers, bg times basically is we are what we are saying is the indicator is the identity matrix. That means it's only sigma g is the diagonal matrix multiplied by a constant g. That means there is a heterogeneity in the covariance sigma squared g. That's what we are saying. Heteroscedasticity rather, sorry, heterogeneity. X prime g minus, and this is the condition we need. X prime g minus times xg is that bg. So these are the connections we are getting, and then we can show that our estimator is asymptotically more efficient as compared to OLS. Okay, so all right. So this is just classical measurement error. That means if we have a measurement error model, then that means YGI equal to XGI prime XGI star beta, which is the right, which is actually the true regressor. But instead of true regressor, we actually get the XGI beta. So we get XGI equal to XGI star plus gamma GI. That's the measurement error we are making. We do not know this XGI star, but we instead we make this one. And we get this model XGI prime beta times eta GI. And in the above model,
Hello, sir. Okay, sir, presentation. Hello, presentation കട്ടായി പോയി സാറിന്റെ. ആ കുറച്ച് നേരമായി സാറ് പറഞ്ഞോണ്ടിരിക്കുവായിരുന്നോ? അതാ ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത്. അടുത്ത ആള് തുടങ്ങിയോ? ഓക്കെ സാറേ, അപ്പൊ കുറച്ചു നേരമായോണ്ട് അടുത്ത ആള് തുടങ്ങിയെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഓക്കെ സാർ. സാർ എന്ത് ഇങ്ങനെ പോയതോ? ഇങ്ങനെ സാറ് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്ത് പോയത് എത്ര സമയമായിട്ടാണെന്നാണോ? അല്ല സാർ, സാറ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തായിരുന്നോ അപ്പൊ? അല്ല, സാറ് സാറ് പകുതി വെച്ച് എവിടെയോ ലെഫ്റ്റ് ആയി പോയി. അതിനുശേഷം സാർ അങ്ങ് കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്ത് പോയി, പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ കട്ടായിരുന്നു. ഓക്കെ സാർ. അടുത്ത ആൾ തുടങ്ങി, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് സാർ ഏത് സ്ലൈഡാന്നറിയോ? ഓക്കെ സാർ. കേറ് വന്നു. ചേച്ചി 26C തുടങ്ങിയോ? ആണോ? എലങ്കോൻ സാറ് കേറിയോ? എലങ്കോൻ സാറ് കേറിയോ അതോ പിന്നെ ചേറാരാ? ആണോ? ഓക്കെ ശരി.
number of units withdrawn from sample 1, you will denote the number of units withdrawn from sample. Suppose the first failure occurs, or after the first failure, we are removing R1 units from the remaining minus 1 surviving unit.
കേരള ഈ സ്പീക്കർ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അടുത്ത സാറിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാമോ?
മാമനോട് ചോദിച്ചേ.
Yes. Now, in this case, you see that OLS actually is having the p-value. So data is taken from World Bank Vietnam, and then the total household size is 5,000, approximately 173 blocks, you can say, we have taken, where the cluster sizes vary from 20 to 39. So which is not much actually, not even. So this is the real data. So we show the coefficients, our coefficient estimate and their coefficient estimate, and their OLS values, p-values, and which are ours are nearly kind of reasonable, except so female male OLS also could not distinguish. We also could not distinguish. So, but all other cases nearly we have reasonable household size actually giving you the, that means all our coefficients which should be there, whereas this one, yeah. So we can distinguish in all other cases actually. And we also show the adjusted R square. You see that our adjusted R square and R square is much smaller. Much larger, much larger, which is desirable. R square is much larger, 0.349, 0.325 in R square and adjusted R square. And AIC, BIC is also producing very good values. So here's the conclusion. I think I should be finishing in time. So we show that OLS breaks down in many situations. We have developed estimator for regression estimate, which is consistent, asymptotically normal. And classical measurement error, our estimate is shown to be consistent, whereas OLS estimate is inconsistent in all of the cases. Our estimator is consistent in most of the cases. Where our proposed estimate is shown to be asymptotically more efficient as compared to OLS. We have made simulation study where large blocks, taking a few large blocks, and that is outperforming OLS in all the cases. Whereas our proposed estimator, Also, the empirical illustration on Vietnam data shows the efficacy of our estimator through R squared, adjusted R squared, etc. Okay, here is our archive paper, and you can scan this one to get directly to the archive. My students nowadays are very kind of tech savvy. They can put QR code on everything. So
okay, Professor, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your wonderful talk.
Any questions?
Particularly on the cross-sectional regression, I think it will be very much interest for the youngsters. Now the forum is open for discussion. Any questions, clarifications needed, or any comments? Kindly put this one. Just you've got another 2 minutes. before
Any
that?
questions?
Any questions? Or comments or any suggestions for further improvement? Nobody? Professor Satish is there?
Yes, sir. I will.
Yeah. If no questions are there, let us thank the speaker, Professor Basak, for his wonderful talk. Really is a great honor to have you as a speaker in this one, Professor. On behalf of the organizers, I'll thank you all. Thank you once again. Now, this I think now we need the next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker,
Thank you. I should.
yeah,
I
please.
should share. I mean,
Thank you, Professor.
Satish,
Thank
you want
you.
to say?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for. In fact, one more speaker is here.
There. You,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I
Now let us
disconnect
move on to the
myself.
next. Let us move on to the next speaker, Professor Gopal Basak. Please kindly close your slides.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Very much, Professor.
Now I think Professor Ashokan,
Sir, Basak is here in the platform, isn't it? You are going, Professor Basak? Okay.
No, Professor Ashokan is there?
Professor Ashokan has informed that he has some health issues.
Okay, he's not there.
His voice is.
Now, call the next speaker. Professor
Somesh Kumar.
Somesh Kumar. Professor
Yeah,
Somesh
I
Kumar,
utilize this
thank you.
occasion to. I utilize this occasion to extend our gratitude to Professor Basak. I think he is busy
That's
with
what I
some
was
other-
actually. I was
Yeah.
calling you, so you are not there. I think probably you will be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Now,
Can we?
Somesh Kumar, please. Go ahead, share your slides.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I thank Professor Satish Kumar for organizing this and inviting me to give this lecture here. So he has made it a very regular activity, and we are allowed to be online, so that is a good thing because actually I'm traveling. Let me share my screen now.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm discussing a problem. I don't know, this is not becoming full screen. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, I think now it is full screen. Yeah. So the title of my presentation is Testing for Treatments Better Than Multiple Controls in One-Way ANOVA Under Heterosidasticity. Actually, it's work of my PhD student, Shubha Haldar. So it is still not submitted. So what we observe that in the standard clinical trials, there is some screen coming up. I think there is some disturbance. Yeah. So in standard clinical trials, the usefulness of new drugs is tested against placebo or standard drug being used in practice. However, in developing new drugs for complex disease handling, one needs to compare with several prevailing drugs. This leads to the problem of testing for multiple controls. Here, the problem of testing for homogeneity of effects against multiple controls in one-way ANOVA model is considered. The error variances are considered to be heterogeneous. And we have developed parametric bootstrap based likelihood ratio and multiple comparison tests. And we have seen that these tests actually control type 1 errors very effectively, and they also achieve high powers. And we also do robustness studies and some applications. Okay, so in standard ANOVA models, the experimenter tests the hypothesis of homogeneity of treatment effects against the alternative that at least two means differ. However, in many practical applications, additional information about treatment trends, such as whether they are following monotone trend or a tree ordering or umbrella ordering, so these is often there due to experimental conditions. Incorporating this information into the formulation of alternative hypothesis leads to construction of more powerful tests than the classical procedures. And there are several studies on this where it is shown that if we integrate this order information in the testing procedure, then the test power substantially increases. So there are certain papers. One of the commonly encountered order restriction is the tree order, and it is used when actually comparing multiple new treatments with a single control. Such things arise in several studies. For example, there is a Bauer study in 1991, Singh et al. 2008 in clinical trials, Pedada et al. Dose response studies, and then Haseman in health sciences and in agricultural experiments. So the problem is then formulated as testing equality of means against a tree-ordered alternative in a one-way ANOVA model. In practice, however, experiments often involve more than one control group, where the conventional tree order framework becomes inadequate. So we will firstly show the model. So we have the fixed effects one-way ANOVA model. So this is the standard one-way ANOVA model, and we have P number of groups, and the ith group has Ni number of replications. Here we consider the first K treatment groups as the control group, and the remaining P minus K treatments as the treatments. That means the new treatments. So we can partition the index set into two parts, like P1 1 to K and P2 as K plus 1 to P. So the first set contains the indices of the control group, and the second group contains the indices of the treatment group, new treatments. So we can write down this testing problem as H naught. So we can represent it as P1 cross P2. The indices run over ST over P1 cross P2. That mu S is equal to mu T against that mu S is less than mu T. The union of such things. That means at least one control is there. So if we consider in the full parameter space, the restriction is something like this: mu S less than or equal to mu T, where the index S belongs to the first set control group, and the index T belongs to the new treatment group. We can actually have a graph theoretic representation for convenience, just for a, I mean, you can say graphical representation. So we can consider it as a complete bipartite graph. So each node in the graph corresponds to a mean effect mu I. And so if I have a directed edge from mu U to mu V, where UV belongs to P, it means that mu U is greater than or equal to mu V. And if there is no edge between two of them, then it means that we don't have any order information among them. So for example, here you can see that the multiple treatment groups is multiple control group is mu1, mu2, mu3, and the new treatments are mu4, mu5, mu6, and mu7. So this can be shown as a complete bipartite ordering here. So actually we saw some examples because we came across certain data in medical where there can be several prevailing treatments, and then there are several new treatments. So this is one of the data set which is available. Actually, it is on the memory test on the drug Dielanders data. And here the controls are, so here we are looking at the effect of the different anti-anxiety drugs and dosages on the memory performance among adults. The control group contains placebo, that is sugar tablets, 1, 2, and 3 tablets. And there is one medicine called triazolam that is having 0.25 mg, 0.5 mg, and 0.75 mg. And the other one is alprazolam, that is 1 mg, 3 mg, and 5 mg. So the study involves multiple control groups, and so the traditional tree order model is inadequate. And the aim is to test if the drug treatments produce significantly higher mean memory scores than the controls. We came across a similar example. There is a data from Brat et al. This is about the cholesterol reduction performance of two comparator drugs which are related to. So, for example, there is a test drug which is having 3 dose regimens, that is 20 mg once, 10 mg twice, or 5 mg 4 times. And the comparator drugs are drug D and drug E. So the prior study suggests that the drugs D and E have stronger cholesterol lowering effects. So therefore, here the testing involves multiple control groups. Now let me just tell briefly about the work that has been done over the testing under order constraints. So earlier it has started with Bartholomew, where they have developed the likelihood ratio test for homogeneity of the mean effects against simple order alternative in one way ANOVA. And they have taken either known variances or unknown but equal variances. And they provided the tables for critical points of test statistics for limited number of groups. Then Bartholomew in later on has extended these results using a recurrence relation to accommodate larger number of groups. And further partial order restrictions have also been considered by Bartholomew after some time. Lee demonstrated that if we are considering the tree order restrictions, then the restricted MLE's performance actually deteriorates with an increasing number of treatment groups, and therefore the LRT's performance becomes bad. Similarly, Huang and Payada, they have examined the stochastic domination properties of the restricted MLEs under various order constants and derived coverage probabilities of confidence intervals. Then Becher and Pravada have proposed a modified restricted MLE to enhance estimation accuracy under order restrictions and introduced a Dunnett type test for inference and interval estimation. So most studies on order restrictions assume either known variances or unknown but equal variances. And this assumption is often violated in the practice. So if I consider, for example, this memory score data set, and the Bartlett's test actually gives a p-value of 0.007, which is shows that the variances are not homogeneous. Now, if the variances are not homogeneous, then the standard procedure they lead to the misleading conclusions, and the conventional F test can become either too liberal or too conservative. So again, there are many studies on this thing, and there are extensive literature on multiple comparison procedures, mainly addressing pairwise comparisons or comparisons with a single control group. And there are many other people who have done the studies on the tree order restrictions, actually. So now there is a need for robust testing procedures for complete bipartite order restrictions under heterozygoticity. So first of all, we have developed the likelihood ratio test for the hypothesis which I defined H0 against H1. And the condition is the general one, that means the variances are heteroscedastic. And so we need to maximize the likelihood function under the null parameter space and the full parameter space. So under the null hypothesis space, the mu i's are all same, and sigma I squares are positive. And under the complete space, mu i's follow this bipartite ordering, as you can see here, that mu s less than or equal to mu t for st belonging to p1 cross p2. And of course, sigma I squares are positive. So the likelihood ratio function, of course, the test statistic, we know L head omega not divided by L head omega t. Now the question is to determine this L head omega naught and L head omega t. Okay, so this part is there. We can write the log likelihood function. The part when the mu i's are all equal, that means under H naught, this part has already been solved in other papers. So we are adopting the same procedure here. We are not proposing any fresh thing here. This is already there because under the null hypothesis, the mu i's are all equal, and this problem has been resolved. Resolved means that there is an algorithmic procedure which has been developed. Now, the second part is more complicated, where we are having this bipartite ordering. To do this, we actually apply some sort of methodological development here. What we do, we divide the subscripts into two parts, and we consider the maximum of the first set and the minimum of the second set, and we apply the isotonic regression, that is the ordering on that. So if I consider, say, for example, mu i's are known, then we can consider that wi is equal to ni square by ni by sigma I square, and then it becomes a standard minimization problem. So that is a isotonic regression under the complete bipartite with the weight functions omega 1, omega 2, omega p. So what we do, so first of all, we just say that this can be done. So we have actually proved some theorems here. What we do, we partition the vector of the sample space into sample means into two parts. The first set contains the first k group means, and the second one contains the remaining p minus k group means, and the corresponding weights are there. Now what we do the ordering in the first group, and we do the ordering separately in the second group, and these are the corresponding weights here. After that, we merge these two ordered mean vectors into a single vector and perform isotonic regression under the simple order restriction using the PAVA, that is the pool adjacent violators algorithm. So this algorithm is of course available. So what we do, we just implement that part here by applying this kind of trick. Now we can rearrange this X prime vector to match the original ordering of X. So that means we will get the first k means, that means the estimates less than the second k, p minus k means. So of course, then we have proved the existence theorems, etc. So we have actually shown that this MLE actually exists uniquely. And this is the iterative algorithmic procedure which we implement, something like you can say a Gauss-Seidel type of iteration procedure. That means we choose the initial estimates of the means and the variances, then we apply the power, and then we revise the estimates, then we substitute back, then we revise the estimates of the variances, and so on till we achieve a certain level of accuracy. And we have also proved the convergence of this algorithm to the true MLE under order restriction. So these are some analytical proofs. Of course, I have not included the proofs here in the presentation, but these theorems we are able to establish. Now, once we get the likelihood ratio test statistic, we will reject the null hypothesis at a level alpha if the value of this is less than certain critical point subject to size value alpha. Now, since the distribution of this likelihood ratio statistic is not known to us, so therefore what we do, we use a parametric bootstrap to calculate the critical values. In the bootstrap methodology, what we do, we generate the original samples on certain parametric configurations, and we compute the sample variances. Then the bootstrap samples are generated from normal 0 SI square, and based on that we calculate the bootstrap version of the likelihood ratio statistic. And we do it a many number of times, and then we arrange them in the order, and we choose the alphath quantile to get the size value alpha. Now the question comes whether this procedure is consistent. So again, we are able to prove this theorem here that the conditional distribution of the bootstrap based likelihood ratio statistic given the original sample and the null distribution of the original likelihood ratio statistic. If this capital F denotes the CDFs of that, then they converge. That means they become close and close as the uh, as the minimum of the sample sizes becomes large. Of course, one may question that how large is this required, but actually we observed that even for finite samples, I mean the sample sizes that we consider in the standard methodology, 15, 20 and that kind, the results are really good. Uh, then we have also proposed the multiple comparison based tests also, because actually it was shown by Lee that in a single control problem, the performance of the LRT is not so good as the number of groups increases. So if there are more than one control, then also the similar thing may happen. So we propose certain tests which are based on multiple comparison tests. So what we do, we consider these pairwise differences, where the pairwise differences are based on the treatment groups taking from the second group minus the mean from the first group and the corresponding standardization divided by the sum of the variances and then the square root value. Based on this, we are able to propose 4 different type of statistics, which we call CB max, CB min, and CB max min. And so basically, what is the purpose of these 4 different kind of tests? One can say that I can choose just one of them, that is the maximum or the minimum kind of thing. But when we consider multiple differences, because they are not just one type of differences, in this case, it is always beneficial to consider various kind of options that could be possible. So I have written here 4 different kind of hypotheses. Are there significant differences between any treatment and any control? Are all treatments significantly different from all controls? Are all significant different from any control? Or any treatment significantly different from all controls? So based on these 4 different hypotheses, these 4 different type of test statistics are framed here. And of course, to evaluate the critical points, one will again apply the bootstrap approach and we can calculate this thing. Professor, how much time do I have? Okay, I will continue.
Hello?
Yeah, how much time do I have?
I think you can take another 15 minutes. 15.
Okay, nice. Okay, thank you.
You can take another 15 minutes.
So to prove the asymptotic accuracy, we have considered the asymptotic setup that ni by n goes to some proportionality constant ai's as ni tends to infinity, and of course, so under this setup, we established the asymptotic validity of the proposed bootstrap test. So these are the theorems which are there actually. I'm not going to read out the thing. Again, it means that the parametric bootstrap procedure is consistent. That means this is called the asymptotic validity. So this is true for all the 4 test statistics that I have mentioned here. For all of them, it is actually true. And this is the algorithm for the bootstrap procedure for each of them. So anyway, I think I don't have to read it out. And we have the critical points alpha max, alpha min, alpha max min, alpha min max, which are based on the corresponding parametric bootstrap for the 4 different tests here. Now let us go to the performance evaluation of these test procedures. So what we did, we have considered various type of sample sizes and various kind of heterogeneity of the variances. So for example, if I consider sample sizes, so we may consider small samples. So if I look at, for example, this N1 here, you can see that for 6 groups, small samples are taken, and the middle one, that N2 shows something like you can say moderate sample sizes. In fact, we have done for a lot of variety here, but for the sake of time, we are just taking 2-3 cases here. Then in the variances, we are taking equal variance case, moderately heterogeneous case, and highly heterogeneous, and their various combinations. So these are the things that we have considered. And similarly, for the analysis of the power function, also we have considered different type of combinations of the sample sizes as well as the variances. But this is just an indicative. We have done actually for a very large number of cases. So you can see here. If you look at the table 2, in the table 2, you can see that this is the likelihood ratio test, the first column, then the max, then the min, max min and min max. And so this is for a small sample. You can see N1 is 12, 10, 15, 18. So we have taken 6 number of groups here, K equal to 2. That means 2 control groups are there and 4 new treatments are there. And if you look at the variance configurations, we have considered a lot of variety of the variance configurations here. You can just see these values. We have taken large variances, small variances, equal variances, and so on. And if you look at the performance of likelihood ratio test here, in almost all the cases, actually the value is very close to 0.05. If you look at max, then if you look at min, and then you look at max min, and then you look at the min max, the performance of all of them is quite close to 0.05. In fact, if I consider approximation to 2 decimal places, so then almost all of them will become actually 0.05. So that means these test procedures based on the parametric bootstrap are controlling the type 1 error very effectively. And this is another case. Here we have taken slightly larger sample sizes. And again, as you can see here, that the values are very, very close to 0.05. And the power curve analysis, we have considered 5 different mean configurations of parameters under various combinations of sample sizes and variance settings. So this you can see the values of mu1, mu2, mu3, mu4, mu5, mu6. Here 2 are the control groups, so 1.5. These are the control groups, and these are the new treatment groups. And in the new treatment groups, we have taken slightly, you can say, variety of cases here, where the new ones are all homogeneous, or they may not be homogeneous, and so on. So all kind of cases have been considered here. And for the variances and the sample sizes, homogeneous variance with a small sample, with moderate sample, heterogeneous variance with a small sample, and with moderate sample, etc. They are all considered here. And here you can look at the performance of these test functions. You can see here that CB max performs somewhat better than most of the other tests in most of these cases, you can see. And the second one is actually CB min, sorry, not CB min, that is CB min max is second in most of these cases here. The CB min is not performing very well. And the reason is that it is actually based on the strict inequality for all of them. And therefore, it may not perform very well. And so these are all further various cases that we have considered here. And as you can see here, the performance slightly varies based on the configurations. So let me read out the observations here. It can be observed that the empirical sizes of all the test functions are very close to the nominal size in almost all cases. And in figure 2, the distinct mean effects under a strict complete bipartite order in H1 are considered. And it is noted that the CB max test consistently outperforms all other tests across various parametric configurations. In figure 3, we have considered the case where alternative hypothesis assumes equality of mean effects. In this scenario, CB max exhibits highest power and CB min max shows similar power for small values of C. However, as C increases, CB max consistently outperforms CB min max, and CB min performs poorly in this setting as the test statistic approaches zero, leading to a substantial loss of power. In figure 4, the controls have the same effects and other treatments have higher mean effects than all the controls. So here CB min max demonstrates superior power compared to all other cases. And as C increases, CB max reaches the same power level as CB min max. In figure 5, we have considered where a strict complete bipartite order restriction is imposed in the alternative, and all the treatments except controls are having the same mean effect while the controls have different mean effects. In this case, CB max min test demonstrates the highest power among all tests. But however, as C increases, CB max achieves the same power level as the CB max min. And figure 6 has a scenario of a strict complete bipartite order restriction where all controls are the same mean and all other treatments have also identical mean. Here CB mean performs better than the other tests. Then we also considered if the departure to mixture of normal distributions with several varieties of mixtures we have considered, and also we considered one Laplace distribution also, that is the double exponential. So these are all cases that have been considered here, and then we considered a generation algorithm here to keep the same configurations of mu's and sigmas, because if you want to compare the size and power, then we should have the same configurations. And what we observe here that in the robustness study, the likelihood ratio test and the min test, it maintains the nominal size in most cases with mild deviation under heteroscedastic mixtures. And max and the min max tend to become conservative, whereas max min becomes slightly liberal. All the tests retain nominal size under the Laplace distribution. For small sample scenarios, all tests show minor power loss under mixture normals, while Laplace data yield slight gain due to the sampling variation. And for moderate sample scenarios, LRT, max, max min, and min max, they show small power decreases under mixture normal, whereas min remains stable. Under Laplace, only LRT and max min show mild power reductions. Then we implemented this result on the two examples which I mentioned in the introduction. One is on the anti-anxiety medication and the other is on the cholesterol. And first of all, we observed that the data follows the normality here. And the groups that were considered 1, 3, and 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That means all of them were not considered because these 2 tablets and 0.5 mg, they were having slight departure from the normality. And these are the summary statistics that were considered. And we observed that the LRT and the max rejects H0 and min max rejects H0. But min and max min does not reject the H0. So the reason is clear that the strict inequality is not there in all of the cases. In some cases, so you can actually see that when we consider the confidence intervals, so what we did that significant differences are observed from alprazolam 3 mg and 5 mg compared to sugar tablet groups. And for the remaining treatment, there is no significant difference. So that is why min and max min do not reject, whereas max, LRT, and min max, they will reject the null hypothesis. We also implemented it on the cholesterol reduction data, that the drugs that they were there, comparator drugs. And we have approximate normality for all the groups here. And when we consider these 3 groups, 1, 2, 3 in the control, and D and E are on the new treatments. And all the tests, they actually reject H0. So here that the new drugs are substantially better than the the original one. So confidence intervals are also obtained using the CV max test. So we can conclude that the proposed tests, we have basically 5 tests here. One test is based on the LRT, and they actually control the type 1 error uh, very well, whereas the CB max shows the higher power in most of the settings. And we have developed a software package R in R, and it has been shared in the open source GitHub, which can be used by any user who is having the data set with them. So thank you for paying attention to this.
Thank you, Professor Sumesh Kumar, for your nice talk. Really very informative. I think now the paper is open for discussion. Any questions from the audience? If no question, just I'll ask one question, Professor Kumar.
Yes.
What you're saying, there are different treatments. Same drug, different doses. Your example which you have shown, no?
So they can be considered different.
So you are not comparing some treatment A, B, C, D against some 3 controls. They are different, same component, different dose has been changed.
Yeah, if we change the doses, generally in the clinical trials, it is considered as the different
but,
treatment.
have you done any work on different drugs? Because
these are the examples that we implement. Actually,
can you apply it? Because here you are having some kind of escalated doses in all the both controls and cases.
Yeah, actually,
a lot of literature, no?
Yeah, actually, we have implemented on 5-6 different examples. Here, 2 examples I presented here. Normality comes out very nicely. There are some other examples where normality.
That much important, because only when comparing me, only variance, we are more bothered about this normality. In other situation, approximate normal is okay because
it is robust here. The test is robust.
Okay, any other questions, suggestions, or comments from the audience? If no there, I think let us thank the speaker, Professor Sumesh Kumar, for his wonderful talk. Really, it will be very enlightening for the youngsters, for those who are going to work in the medical field. Really, so both the speakers, I think, we got a lot of time mainly because one speaker is absent. So we are given enough time for them. Really, it is a great thing. And Professor Gopal Vasak has talked about cross-sectional regression, where he has one of the wonderful talk. Then Professor Sumesh Kumar, I think, particularly testing multiple treatments with multiple controls out of him. So you are not talking about any how to control the multiple comparison, type 1 error, how to control other things. You are not talking, but probably it may be the paper. So with this, now I thank both the speakers on behalf of the organizers. Now over to Professor Satish Kumar. Over to the organizers, please. So who is there? Nobody's there. Everybody is gone.
Yes, sir.
On the behalf of the organizing committee of
Right.
ICSTC 2025, I sincerely thanks Dr. P. Venkatesan for graciously chairing technical session number 26 and guiding proceedings. We are deeply grateful to our speakers for sharing their valuable research and insights, and to all delegates and participants for their enthusiastic engagement, which made the session successful and enriching. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Over to Professor Satish.
Thank you so much for your support. Excellent session. In fact, with Professor Basak, Gopal Basak, and Professor Somesh Kumar. We extend our gratitude to both of them. Also to the chair, Professor Venkatesan sir, for your support to us. Thank you so much for your nicely managed session. Thank you so much, Professor. Now we have some time for the next session. In fact, the Professor Ashokan Variat
missed. He has some throat infection and throat problems, so that's why he missed. So let us have some
Oh, okay.
time.
Let them. They can give. No problem.
Yeah. Next session at 5:50. So I hope several people are waiting for that timing, so that it is not possible for us to start early. So let us wait. Yeah.
Let us wait.
Let us take a small break in between.
Oh, I'll have to
Okay,
go for
okay.
a tea, try to have
Yeah.
one cup of tea and come back so that you can refresh.
Yeah. Get it? Yeah. Tea break. Okay, Professor. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
That is
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Or other sessions they can join. Session.
Yeah.
All
Those who
number
are
A,
interested,
B,
they
or
join
C,
other
D.
parallel sessions. Yeah. And
Parallel sessions.
please join this session after that.
Yeah.
Before, so I think by 5:45 itself, all are
Yeah.
please
Now
join this
itself you
session.
can join. No.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Professor.
Professor. Thanks for all
Thank
the.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
അടുത്തത് ഇപ്പൊ മെയിനില് ഓ എ ആക്റ്റീവ് ആണ്. ചേച്ചി ഹോൾ എയില് കഴിഞ്ഞ ആണോ? മറ്റേ വിനോദ് കുമാർ ആറുമുഖം ഹോൾ മെയിൻ ഹോളിൽ കിടക്കുമായിരുന്നു. അയ്യോ, ഇപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് മെസ്സേജ് ഇട്ടേക്കുന്നു. ആ. മറ്റേ ഹോൾ ബിയ ആണോ? ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ വിളിക്കാം. Hello. Hi, sir. Sorry. So extremely sorry. That session is winded up because I think they have waited for you to know a little long, but there was no response. So since there were four parallel halls, I was not in that session, so I didn't knew that. Okay. So one thing I can do is I can reschedule your talk into this slot. Okay, I will check this. 26D. I will call you back one second. Yeah.
Function and the non-decreasing function, which is to be on the unit interval 0, 1. So examples of such distributions are lambda distributions and its variants. There are different variants of lambda distributions, modified lambda, generalized lambda distributions, etc. Weight by distribution, power Pareto distribution, which is also known as Davis distribution.
ചേച്ചി ഡിയിൽ ഇപ്പൊ സുനോജ് സാർ കഴിയുമ്പം ഈ വിനോദ് കുമാർ അറുമുഖത്തെ കൂടെ കയറ്റി ഇത് ചെയ്യാവോ? കാരണം പ്രഫുല്ല കുമാർ സൈനി ഇല്ല. പിന്നെ ഈ വിനോദ് കുമാർ അറുമുഖം അമേരിക്കയിലാണ്. അപ്പം അമേരിക്കയിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്തേക്കോ രാവിലെ 3 മണിക്ക് എന്തോ ഇന്ന് ചെയ്യോ. അപ്പം കയറി ഇരിക്കുവോ, പക്ഷെ ലിങ്ക് മാറിപ്പോയി പുള്ളിക്ക്. ഞാൻ 26D കേറാൻ പറയാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. അപ്പൊ ചെയറിനോടൊന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരാളോടുണ്ട്. ആ ശരി. ഇപ്പൊ എല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞു ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ്. നമുക്ക് സീന് നടക്കുന്ന
Question number 8 and question number 9. So that is a characteristic relationship for the A, A is real. Now, generally, the no, there.
Ah, നോക്കട്ടെ 7 രൂപ തന്നെ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ്.
5:30 അല്ലേ? 5 മണിക്ക് പോകണം. മുമ്പാണ് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അവിടെ എപ്പോ എത്തും?
അവിടെ 8:30 എത്തണം
വൈകിട്ട്
രാവിലെ. ഇത് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ.
8:30
എന്നിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് റീഷെഡ്യൂൾ ചെയ്തു. വിജയവാഡ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്ന് 10 മണിക്ക് ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് വിജയവാഡ. അല്ല, ഉച്ചക്ക് രാവിലെ.
ഉച്ചക്ക് വിജയവാഡ എത്തും. ഉച്ചക്ക് എത്തും.
ഉം. പതിനൊന്നമ്പതാകുമ്പോ വിജയവാഡ. ഉം.
compensation if your flight was delayed or canceled. My flight from London got delayed by 3 hours. My friend told me that I might be entitled to compensation, so I did everything. Calls, emails, back and forth for weeks, and then they just shut me down, rejected my claim.
Ah,
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Technical Session 27, the keynote session of the 11th International Conference on Statistics for the 21st Century.
You're not audible, sir. You're not audible, sir.
Slight network issue. That is why.
Yeah,
Just a
now
minute,
you're
Professor,
audible,
please.
sir. Yeah, so you have
I
to
think you,
share, sir. If you have
Professor,
some
your
slides.
is
നോക്കട്ടെ.
So we cannot hear you, sir. I cannot hear at least.
Professor, your talk is speaking anything? Can't hear you. Whether you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. So
Okay.
you can hear Professor TJ
Yeah.
also?
Yeah, I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I
Okay,
think
okay. So yeah, so
audio.
it's okay then.
Oh.
So he can. Yeah.
Professor, please left and then join. Then try left the meet and then join again, and then try the whether the audio is working, or otherwise some headphone type. If you person, we can't hear you, person. We can't hear you. Probably due to some network issues there. Probably network, but just let us wait a few minutes, then try again.
No, sir. I cannot hear, sir.
Or you can join with your mobile and speak, so that
Yes. Slides are visible, sir. We cannot hear, sir.
Professor Rao, would you please join via using your mobile, clicking that link? I have sent the WhatsApp the link once again. You just click on that link, and thereby you can join via mobile and speak. We can move the slides from here as per your direction.
Till now. Yes, sir. So sorry. Extremely sorry. There was a problem with Professor TJ
Still,
now.
we
That's why
couldn't
we
hear
were.
you, Professor.
We have one more
You
speaker
switch off
now.
the audio
Two
and
more speaker
switch
now.
on once again, Professor.
I think. Let me check.
I shall call you.
Actually, there were two. There are two more speakers who. Uh, one second, sir. So I would like to thank the chair and the speakers, uh, Professor Sunos and Professor Shaktivel, Vinod sir. And there are two more speakers I will introduce. Professor Devendra Kumar from Central University of Delhi, and Professor Manoj Tiwari from Sultan Qaboos University. ആ ഇല്ല. I'm trying to call him. ഞാൻ കോൾ ചെയ്യുക. Hello. Hello. Good evening, Professor. I'm Nikhil from University, son of Dr. Satish Kumar. Okay, okay. So, hello. I think your mic is muted, sir. Yeah. So, sir, I you need to help. Uh, Please move the cursor to the downside of the. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. ഇപ്പോഴും കേറി ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട് പക്ഷെ മൈക്ക് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല അല്ലേ? മൊബൈൽ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് അച്ഛൻ്റെ ഹലോ. Yes, but sir, we can't hear your audio, so that's why I called. So I think, yeah, I can do that. I am doing here, sir. Yes, sir, but no one can hear you. Yeah. Okay, sir.
What I'm going to speak to you is a 75-year-old journey of National Survey of India. We started in October 1920. Now the celebration time of National Jubilee. Next one. Yeah, yeah. Next one. Next one, please.
അതെ.
Yes, sir, you can start, sir. You can hear.
ഇല്ലേ?
One, yeah. Is the creator of this National Sample Survey, and he was asked by the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru to conduct a survey for the whole of the country. That's because we didn't have enough data to compute national income. Therefore, Maharabis wanted to embark on this big project of a journey of National Sample Survey. And there was a national income committee consisting of 3 people. Maharabis as chairman, Gadgil as one of the members, and V.K.R. Rao, expert in national income, as another member. Yeah. So what PCF did was he asked the help of Gadgil, who belonged to the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, who, as I said, he is the other member of this National Income Committee. So they jointly planned the survey, and naturally, when 2 groups want to start the work, there will be some doubts and differences. So they sorted out between themselves. The next one. So the first round of the field work was carried out during October 50 to March 1951. Was carried out in a sample of 1833 villages in rural India. Next one. Besides the one developed by Indian Statistical Institute, Gokhale Institute also developed another schedule of inquiry, which was canvassed only in the districts of Bombay. I am speaking of presidency of Bombay, not the Bombay city. Next one. So the Calcutta schedule was used in 1189 villages, and Pune schedule in 644 villages. Already one difference between the two.
Yes, sir, but I have a network issue. Yes, we can start.
Yeah. So here is a personal interview. There were 350 plus trained investigators. And imagine there are 15 local languages, and there are 140 local system of weights and measures. Next one. Investigators face lots of difficulties. For example, villages in Orissa were accessible only through wild forest under protection of armed guards. Under the protection of armed guards. Villages in northern UP, where investigators had to wait for the snow to melt. Next one. And also to analyze this data, PCM Part A already HCC 2M installed in ISI. Yes. Then followed by a Ural test from Russia and so on. We also hired some from IBM Corporate. Next one. Well, the first round was completed, and the Calcutta schedules were analyzed by Mahalanobis and his team. But the Pune schedules were left with Godgill and his team. But then once again, Godgill doubted whether information can really be obtained in India by a random sample survey. Actually, I told you earlier that there are some differences which were sorted out. But once again, Godgill had doubted and started objecting to this survey. Next one. PCM, of course, you all know that he had experience from 1937 on the large-scale surveys. In fact, he got the FRS also on the basis of these surveys, and he confirmed the information from villages is flowing smoothly. So detailed scrutiny is showing up no defects, except for some few. But there has been no breakdown at all in the survey. Finally, I think he put a stop to the discussion, saying that I have experience of large-scale surveys. I find NSS is functioning better than I expected. NSS is expected. Next one. And indeed, NSS has moved along. And for successful 75 years and heading to a platinum jubilee. Next one. PCM remarks that based on this data of NSS, Beaton and Cosell in 2015 got the Economics Nobel. And you all know that Amartya Sen got the Nobel based on NSS data and poverty data again. Other countries also followed India for their large-scale sample surveys. Next one. PCM made the following remark. PCM made the following remark. All that I can say is that NSS is doing very well. And he mentioned that the first round of National Sample Survey, the results are very encouraging. Results are encouraging and provocative also of thought. And provocative of thought. Indeed it is so. Indeed it is so. Yeah, let's see why it is so. Why it was provocative of thought. Let us see now. Next one. Next. Now let me go through certain examples. Let me go through some examples. Yeah. NSS, the set started in 50, and then there is one colleague of PCM. There was a colleague of PCM. Colleague of named Rajarao. Who observed that mean of distinct units in simple random sampling with replacement. He observed that next slide, please. Yeah, that's the Rajarao of NSS. Went to Dr. Basu and Dr. Basu, with his great experience, found that after all, distinct units, that's an order statistic, which is a sufficient statistic. And therefore, he thought that this is due to the fact that sufficiency is play. Sufficiency is happening. That's you see, Rajarao of NSS is instrumental in collaborating with Basu. He was the, that is what I mean by provocative of the thought, and Rajarao was one who uses this NSS data and then. So what we can say now is that NSS is really is based on the provocative thoughts which it provided in the first. Can you hear me? I can go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Continue with my
Yeah.
post.
1 second, network issue.
1 second.
ഇല്ല ഈ ടീച്ചർ അവതാറിന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല മീൻസ് ഓഡിയോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. യെസ് സർ. Sorry, I have a network issue while sharing.
It will be.
Can speak. Speak.
Sir, just a minute. Wait. There is a network issue with this here, and it will be. Now it is okay. Now we can speak, Professor. Just a minute. Just a minute. Yeah. You please.
Yeah. Bhagirao led to lots of research papers which is based on sufficient seed sampling theory. Yeah. Next one. Next one, please.
The movie is it?
Answer.
Just a minute. Slides are not moving. Just a minute, Professor. Slides are not moving. Just a minute.
A little back.
Yeah. Please
Go back.
go back.
Back.
Yeah, that's okay, Professor. Isn't it?
Back, little back. Yeah, okay. So we have started with a simple technique, SRSWR. Now let's move on to PPS sampling. Okay. 1950 itself, NSS used PPS sampling. For those who are not familiar, PPS means probability proportional to size. That means if the units are of different sizes, one should not just go ahead with simple random sampling. Other than that, one should use with selection probability with probability proportional to the size of the unit. So NSS used PPS sampling because the sizes were different. In fact, PCM was aware of PPS sampling in 1937 itself. Even before Hansen and Hurwitz published their paper in AMS in 1943. Published. Yeah. So PCM is aware of this thing, and as I said, yeah. This is provocative. This is how it is provocative of results are provocative. Next one. Next one. Back. Yeah. Also of NSS Das, S.V. Das, and Desharaj, they derived ordered estimators and that PPS sampling without replacement technique. Yeah. Next one. Next. Murthy. Murthy in 1957. He obtained what is known as symmetrized Desharaj estimator. And it's called the, yeah, And this is quoted very much in the literature later on. And this also came in the literature later on. And this also came out of NSS workers, NSS professors. Now, and Murthy says that he followed a suggestion of Lahiri to construct this estimator. Murthy is, yeah, and therefore I think one should call it research. Next one. Yeah, Lahiri's method. Let's go to Lahiri's method now. Lahiri again of NSS, he noticed that cumulative total method has difficulties. Cumulative total method which is known to everybody is having some difficulties. Has some difficulties. So what he did was he divided the. If you can hear me, I'll just continue.
That's okay. Due to the network issues and slides audible. Yeah.
Shall I go ahead?
Go ahead, Professor. Okay. Okay, continue, Professor. Just a minute. Now it will come. Yeah, now it's okay. Can you see the slides, Professor?
Am I audible, please? Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and tell me that's better. No slides are necessary. Really. Okay. So I was talking about the Lahiri's method. Yeah. That, as we taught in the MSc courses, it says that accumulate all the totals. It's very difficult to do that thing if we have a large number of units. Therefore, he suggested a very simple method. He said that instead of one random number, take two random, how to select the unit based on that. So that is what is known as Lahiri's method. Not many people know about this thing. Even books like Cochrane and others, they don't have this in there. He didn't stop with that. In the 50s, what he did was he presented it to the United Nations Subsampling Committee, and then they appreciated the method given by Lahiri. Lahiri, being an intelligent person, extended it to ratio method of estimation. Ratio method of estimation is something which is familiar to all the students, which talks about getting the ratio first and then multiplying it by the known total of per auxiliary variate, which gives another estimator, of population total, which is much original ratio estimator. So, it is popularly known as Lahiri-Michino's age estimator, and thus the NSS sampler Lahiri of India was on par with other statisticians from other countries at that time. Now let's go to the next important one, the cost function. Mahalanobis always was worried about the cost in surveys because Neyman, when he started deriving allocations and so on, he didn't bother about cost because he was looking at his own laboratory and then trying to allocate based on the sizes of the population strata. Mahalanobis, we have to have the costs also in this allocation. This is, thank you for the slide there. Mahalanobis suggested put the CA in the denominator, the height stratum. So if the cost is more, you reduce the sample size. Next one. Furthermore, PCM solved the traveling salesman problem, as most of you know. The salesman starts in one place, goes to other places and so on. What is the best route? Grand corporation were trying to work out. But it was Mahalanobis who already verified in the late 30s that his expected value he calculated at based on his service. And one more thing is the Murthy and Nanjappa, they also constructed unbiased estimators, unbiased ratio estimator. I will go to the next item, which is rather surprising and interesting. I think very quickly I have to finish. This is known as next one. Next one. Salt in sampling. PCM considers salt as an important item. In this, I think we got the idea based on the errors detected by samplers. If you are familiar with the story, you refer to Sen Gupta or C.R. Rao's book on statistics and truth. I think most of the students by now perhaps know that thing. To avoid the errors in subsamples, we see the NSS report on salt alone. Next one. Mahalanobis got this idea of checking the data from Kautilya's Arthashastra. So he had somebody above him to cross-check his data, and they are called the fourth round of analysis. Choice of reference period once again comes into picture. Mahalanobis really thought what they used as 1 year was perhaps not all the time correct, and what was used by Godkill, week or month, may sometimes be considered. So he conducted an intensive survey in 1952, and then he provided an answer to this at that time. Next one. It's no wonder that the review committee appointed by Mahalanobis commented that next one. It consists of Chairman Hansen, Kitagawa, Linder, Gates, all stalwarts in sampling. They said that those from outside India must have more to learn than to teach. All this based on the NSS survey. Next one. Commenting on the future program in the first round, it is hoped that the NSS would supply in future progress for the purposes of planning and policy decisions of the government. Last one. Indeed, the journey continues. It's happening. So, during the last 75 years, and with the country now celebrating the 75 years of NSS this year 2025. Thank you very much. Happy journey, happy journey. Journeys are always have some problems. Now my journey also today had a problem. Thank you anyway. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Thank you. Sorry about the disturbance.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Professor, for the. Even we can manage it. So Gupta is saying something, but couldn't hear. Okay. Okay, bros. In fact, it was an excellent uh, talk, Professor. Due to even though there are technical issues, thank you so much, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sulat, yeah, please. Abhi-
Conference in statistics for the 21st century 2020. My sincere gratitude to the section chair, Professor Nitin Gupta, for his valuable guidance, effective moderation, and smooth conduct of the section. Would like to express my thanks to our distinguished speaker, Professor DJ Rao, for sharing his valuable insights and research contributions. I once again express my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your valuable time and presence. With this, we conclude the section. Thank you for your kind participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Okay, now
Professor Satish, you are muted.
Oh, okay. I just extended, yeah, my thank our on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our gratitude to Professor T.J. Rao as well as the Professor Nidin Gupta for chairing this session. Professor, thank you so much. We are always grateful to you, Professor. Thanks a lot. Now let us move to the next session. I think now it is right time, 6:45. Oh, no, it is 46, no problem. Professor Somesh Kumar is to chair this session, and Professor Thomas Matthew, I hope, yes, to join. Oh, great, Professor. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Students, please initiate.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the keynote session of 11th International Conference on Statistics for the 21st Century 2020. It's my great pleasure to introduce our session chair, Professor Sumit Kumar, Professor, Department of Mathematics, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. A distinguished and researcher, Professor Kumar has made significant contribution to applied mathematics and statistics research, and we are honored to have him as the chair in this keynote.
Professor Matthew. Yeah, actually, the background my talk is not specific. What I said was something else. I spoke on Codex testing in a previous conference, but that's all. I will show the title shortly when I start the talk. But before I start, I want to thank the organizers of the conference, especially Professor Sadish Kumar, for continuing to invite me to participate in these conferences and to speak. So thank you, Professor Sadish Kumar. And I am both humbled and also it's quite gratified to see that Kalyanaraman sir is in the audience. Very humbled and very gratified to see that. Namaskaram, sir. Okay, let me share this. Can you all see here now?
Yeah, yeah, we can see. We can see the slides also.
Yeah, I can just. Thank you.
The mobile.
Now, as I said, the type person was not that's testing. It is the kind of it. So I am going to talk about what are called tolerance limits. In two situations, one is
ഞാൻ സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ആരാരെ കാണാൻ പറ്റില്ല എനിക്ക് മാത്രം സുഖമാണ് ഈ ഇതാണ് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് സംസാരിച്ചു എന്നെ കാണാൻ
So yes, the interest of time when if anybody is interested in the slides, I will be happy to share them. All right. So not everyone is familiar with the concept of autonomous. So I will introduce that along the way. The complications, as I said, motivated by specific applications. Actually, the first one is a ballistic application, and this context of some for the US Army. Now, what the Army does, they keep on testing.
യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി വർക്ക് ചെയ്തു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രോഗ്രസ് സെക്രട്ടറിയിലാണ് എനിക്ക് PhD ചെയ്തു. ഞാനൊരു ആവറേജ് ഒരു ആവറേജ് സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആയിരുന്നു ഓണസ്റ്റ്ലി. എനിക്ക് ബാച്ചിലേഴ്സിൽ 8.9 ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു CGP. പിന്നെ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിൽ എനിക്ക് 8 ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു CGP. വർക്ക് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് 1 year അല്ല, 2 years അടുപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോഴേ ഇത് ചെയ്യായിരുന്നു, ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്സ് ചെയ്യായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിന്റെ ഒരു ഫസ്റ്റ് സെമസ്റ്റർ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് തൊട്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ പ്രൊജക്ട് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്സ് തുടങ്ങി. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രൊജക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതൊക്കെ പ്രൊജക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നപ്പോഴാണ് ഈ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്. ഞാൻ ഓണസ്റ്റ്ലി സ്പീക്കിംഗ് എനിക്കൊരു മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് തന്നെ എനിക്കൊരു ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കാസ്റ്റ് ഫിസിക്സിൽ തന്നെ PhD എനിക്ക് പേടിയായിരുന്നു ഇന്റർവ്യൂ എടുക്കാമെന്നാണ് വിചാരിച്ചത്. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ ആക്സിഡന്റലി ആണോ എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ഞാൻ PRL ഫിസിക്കൽ റിസർച്ച് ലബോറട്ടറിയിൽ ഗുജറാത്ത് അഹമ്മദാബാദിലുള്ള PRL വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അത് സമ്മർ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് പോലെ ജസ്റ്റ് വേറെ കിട്ടി. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയത് സോളാർ ഫിസിക്സ് ആയിരുന്നു. എനിക്ക് സോളാറിനെ പറ്റി കാര്യമായിരുന്നു അറിയുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. എനിക്ക് ബ്ലാക്ക് ഹോൾ, റേഡിയേഷൻ, ഗ്രാവിറ്റി അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളോടൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ സോളാറിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ അത് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെ അത് കുറെ കൂടെ നമ്മൾ അറിയാലോ, പ്രൊജക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ആ ഫീൽഡിനെ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ അപ്പൊ എനിക്കത് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് തോന്നിയിട്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ സോളാറിൽ ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടായിരുന്നു. യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചത് നമ്മള് ഫൈൻഡ് PhD എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സയൻസ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ദിവസം നോക്കി പൊതുവെ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലെ കാണാൻ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലെ അഡ്വർടൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് കാണാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇതൊരു പേര് നോക്കിയപ്പോ ഇങ്ങനെ കണ്ടു. ലാസ്റ്റ് ആയപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും മെയിലയക്കാനായി പേര് മെയിലയച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഒന്ന് നോക്കി അങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു നോക്കിയത്. ഞാൻ ഭയങ്കര ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ആള് തന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ പൊസിഷൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കി. യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചത് നമ്മള് ഫൈൻഡ് PhD എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് സയൻസ് സൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതില് ഞാൻ ചുമ്മാ ഇങ്ങനെ സ്ക്രോൾ ചെയ്തപ്പോ പെട്ടെന്ന് അത്
അല്ല ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചു നിങ്ങളെവിടെ കണ്ടു ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലോട്ടെന്ന് ടെൻഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവും നമ്മളവിടെ മാക്സിമം ഡിസ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്തു നിങ്ങൾ എവിടെ താമസിക്കുന്നത് ഇങ്ങനെ താമസിക്കുന്നത് എന്തിനാ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ എന്തിനാ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ വിജയവാഡം
അവനെ ഈ അമ്മമ്മയോട് പറഞ്ഞാണ് അവനെ ഈ ലാഭം നോക്കി ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എനിക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെ അമ്മൂമ്മ ഡയലോഗ് പറയുന്നത് അവൻ എവിടെ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയതേ
എന്താ
നിയമാവാൻ പറഞ്ഞായിരിക്കും നീ ലാഭം നോക്കി ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് അവിടെ പോണ്ട എവിടെയെങ്കിലും അവിടെ എയർപോർട്ടിൽ തന്നെ കുറച്ച് ഫ്രഷ് ആയിട്ട് അല്ല എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യും
അമ്മ വിളിക്കാൻ പോവാ അമ്മ വിളിക്കട്ടെ പോയിക്കൊണ്ട ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് മണു എവിടെ മണുവിനെ ഫോണിൽ വിളിച്ച ഞാൻ പ്ലാനെല്ലാം മാറ്റി അമ്മയെ അങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നു പ്ലാൻ അത് മാറ്റി
പേടിച്ചു
എടുത്തില്ല മോളെ
പണ്ടും ഫ്ലാറ്റൊക്കെ അല്ലാതെ ഫ്ലാറ്റ് സൗകര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ കാണത്തുണ്ട് അവര് ചെന്ന് ഫോട്ടോ ഇട്ടേക്കുന്നില്ല
ലാഭം ഇൻഡിഗോയിന് ഫൈറ്റ് വിജയവാഡയ്ക്ക് ഫൈറ്റ് കിട്ടിയത് അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് ഇൻഡിഗോയിന് ഇത്രയും ക്രൈസിസ് ആയിട്ട് അതൊക്കെ ശരിയാ ബസ്സിന് 3000 നോക്കണം നടക്കില്ല ഒരു ടിക്കറ്റ് ഫ്ലൈറ്റിന് കൊച്ചിന്ന് ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്ന് കൊച്ചി നഷ്ടം വലിയ വ്യത്യാസം 6000 രൂപ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ വെച്ച് ലക്കമില് 20 കൊച്ചി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു
ടിക്കറ്റ്
എല്ലാം
നേരത്തെ ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്തു
8 മണിക്കൂർ മുമ്പ് ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്തു
കുറച്ചുകൂടെ മുമ്പാണെങ്കിൽ റേറ്റ് വ്യത്യാസം
48 മണിക്കൂർ 29 ചാർട്ട് അത്രയും റേറ്റ്
ഞാൻ ആ ട്രെയിനിൽ അങ്ങ് ആലപ്പുഴ ഇറങ്ങണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ ഞാൻ എങ്ങനെ പോകും ഇതിൽ പോയിട്ട്
അല്ല എനിക്കൊന്നും അമ്മയ്ക്ക് ആ ട്രെയിൻ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കും
വൈകിട്ടത്തെ എന്തായാലും ബുക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ
ഇതിനി ആലപ്പുഴയ്ക്ക് നഷ്ടമാണെന്നാലും
നഷ്ടമാണ് വേണ്ട നോ ഫ്ലോർ ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യും ഇവരുടെ ഒപ്പം
ഇവരൊപ്പം പോയിട്ട് പിന്നെ പിടിക്കാൻ
ഇപ്പൊ എക്സ്പെക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല കേട്ടോ ഒരു 24-ാം തീയതി പോകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ നല്ല ഇരിക്കുന്നു
പക്ഷെ ആലപ്പുഴ വിളിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു
വിളിച്ചില്ലോ
അമ്മ
അതാദ്യം പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ ഇന്നൊന്നും വിളിച്ചിട്ടില്ല.
അമ്മയ്ക്ക് പിന്നെ 5 മണിക്ക് 9:40 ഞാൻ പൈസ ദൂരെടുത്ത് ഇവിടെ
ഉം.
1740 വന്ദേ ഭാരത് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്ത് ടിക്കറ്റ് ചിലപ്പോൾ 800 രൂപയായിരുന്നു വന്ദേ 1600 1770
ആലപ്പുഴ വഴിയാണ് അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ മാറ്റാം. പിന്നെ ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്തിട്ട് നോ പ്രോബ്ലം.
ദൈവമിനെ എങ്ങനെ ചോദിച്ചു കേട്ടോ പോയി
ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടം
കോട്ടയം വഴി കോട്ടയം
അത്രയും പിന്നെ മാമ വിളിക്കാനുള്ളത് രണ്ട് രക്തസാഗർ ആലപ്പുഴ സീറ്റ് ഇല്ലാവോ എന്ന് എനിക്കൊരു പേടി. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ തന്നെ കെട്ടിക്കൂട്ടി ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ടു സീറ്റ് ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ അന്ന് വരെ ഞാൻ ഈ ഷോയൊക്കെ കണ്ടോളി കഷ്ടപ്പാടാണ്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു പറഞ്ഞു വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഓപ്പോ ചെയ്യാം അപ്പൊ വേണ്ട കുപ്പിയിൽ ഓപ്പോ
ഞാൻ കേൾക്കുന്നത് ട്രെയിൻ പാടാ അല്ല ട്രെയിൻ മതി ലോക്കോ
ബസ്
ഒക്കെയാണോ അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ ഈ ഭദ്ര പോയിട്ടൊക്കെ വെക്കാൻ ശരി ട്രെയിൻ ഉപയോഗിച്ച്
ഇത്രയും നാളും ട്രെയിനിൽ കയറാൻ പേടിയായിരുന്നു.
പറഞ്ഞില്ല എങ്ങനെ ആലോചിച്ചു കുപ്പി വെക്കാൻ ട്രെയിൻ ആശ്രയം ഇതൊക്കെ പൊക്കി പിടിച്ചോണ്ട് കയറില്ലേ
മര്യാദക്ക് പറഞ്ഞു വണ്ടി കേട്ട് വേണ്ടി കണ്ണൻ്റെ കണ്ണൻ അവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ ടെൻഷൻ അടിക്കണ്ടത് എടുത്ത് കൈ പറ്റില്ല.
അച്ഛൻ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്തില്ലേ
കൊച്ചിയിൽ വരുന്ന നരേന്ദ്രപുരം എത്ര ആലോചിച്ചാൽ നമ്മൾ 4 ദിവസം ഇവിടെ സ്റ്റേ ചെയ്യുന്ന എക്സ്പെൻസ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം പോയി. നിങ്ങളുടെ ട്രാവൽ എങ്ങനെ സ്വസ്ഥമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്തിനാ ഈ പാട് കിട്ടുന്നത് മനസ്സിലായി. നമ്മൾ 4 ദിവസം താമസിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ ചെറുപ്പം ചെലവുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ലേ ആ ചെലവ് ലാഭിച്ച് നിങ്ങളെ യാത്ര സുഖമാക്കി വിചാരിച്ചുണ്ട് അല്ലേ.
ബാംഗ്ലൂർ ടു കൊച്ചി 7500 വിജയവാഡ ടു കൊച്ചി 7000
വിജയവാഡ നിങ്ങൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് ബാംഗ്ലൂര് വന്നു പിന്നെ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് പിടിച്ചു അവിടെ നമ്മൾ തുണി എടുത്തു എടുത്ത് വെച്ചാൽ കഴിയുമ്പോ കിടന്നു
ടീച്ചർ വാലറ്ററി ആവാൻ പരിപാടി ആ ആ എന്തെങ്കിലും ആ അല്ല ഇപ്പഴ ആ ആണോ? ഓക്കെ 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 ആ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ആ അത് ഞാൻ അച്ഛൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ശരി ശരി ടീച്ചർ പാട്ട് എവിടെയാണ്? അവിടം വരെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ട്രെയിൻ വരുമെന്നോ നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ നോക്കാം. നമ്മള് വരുന്ന ട്രെയിനേ ചെന്നൈ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ഉണ്ടോന്ന്
ചെന്നൈ വഴി ബാംഗ്ലൂരാണോ?
ചിലപ്പോ പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
നോക്ക് ചെന്നൈ വഴി ബാംഗ്ലൂരാണോ? ബാംഗ്ലൂർ വഴി ചെന്നൈയാണ്. ഹലോ ടീച്ചർ, കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ അവാർഡുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ലോകനാഥൻ സാർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തോ? ഇല്ലല്ലോ. സാറിന്റെ ചിലപ്പം മഞ്ജു ടീച്ചർ അനൗൺസ് ചെയ്താലും മതി. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ ബെസ്റ്റ് പ്രോജക്റ്റ് അവാർഡ്. മറ്റേത് മാം ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തെന്നാണ് ജോയിൻ മാം പ്രൊഫസർ TSK മൂട്ടർ ബെസ്റ്റ്. പിന്നെ വേറെ ഒന്നും ഇല്ലല്ലോ. അതാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഐറ്റംസ്. നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. 10:20 പറഞ്ഞ സമയം കറക്റ്റ് ടൈം ആയിരുന്നു.
The validatory session for 4-day international conference. It is 11th session of ICSTC, which is ICSTC 2025. So we had a very intellectually stimulating journey. A lot of research in the areas of statistics were presented. We have many competitions in association with that. And I really hope that all of you had a very intellectually stimulating experience being a part of the conference. So this is a short validatory session where we would like to know at least some of your impressions regarding the conference. And the most important part of the validatory functions are results. Actually, the best paper awards were already declared in the inaugural session. We have got 2 more awards to be declared. One is the best project award and the best statistician award. So those will be declared in this validatory session. So first of all, I would like to welcome the eminent resource persons, the various participants, and the great professors. I would like to now invite Sati sir, who is the coordinator of the whole program, to say a few words. Over to you, Sati sir.
Okay. Very warm greetings to all. It gives me great pleasure to mark the successful conclusion of this international conference, ICS 2020. Over the past 4 days, we have witnessed highly qualified academic deliberations, inspiring keynote, plenary talks, invited talks, and vibrant discussions that truly reflected the spirit of global collaboration in statistical science. I sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers, session the organizing committee.
ഇതിലെന്തോ ഓർഡർ ചെയ്ത് കഴിച്ചോണ്ടിരിക്കുക.
നമ്മുടെ ഓർമ്മയുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ അത് മോളുടെ മോള് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ? നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് 7-ഓ 8-ഓ എന്താണ് ടീച്ചറിന്റെ മോളുടെ അടുത്ത ആഴ്ച പറഞ്ഞു.
ബെസ്റ്റ് എമ്മത്തെ ബെസ്റ്റ് TSK അല്ല അവരുടെ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ തോന്നില്ല. മൂന്ന് പേരുണ്ടോ വിനീത സെറാവോ രണ്ടുപേരും ആറ് സെറാത്തോട് പിന്നെ പിന്നെ സാധനമില്ല ചെന്നിട്ട് പേടിച്ചു പോവാം
ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് അവരിങ്ങനെ മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചു ഇന്ന സമയത്താണ്
സാരൊക്കെ വന്ന് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ നേരെ ഞാൻ എന്റെ ലാപ്പിന്റെ മുന്നിൽ അടച്ചു വെച്ച് ഞാൻ പുറത്തു പോയി എന്നിട്ട് പുറകിൽ എടുത്തോണ്ട് പോയിട്ടുണ്ട് ഞാൻ വന്നിട്ട് ഇവരുടെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് ഇങ്ങനെ
ചെന്നൈന്ന് ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ചെന്നൈ വരെ വരണ്ടേ എത്ര നേരം
ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ എത്ര ബാംഗ്ലൂര് വന്നിരിക്കും എന്നിട്ട് വൈകുന്നേരം ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് 7:45 കൊച്ചിയില് 7:45 കൊച്ചി ഇപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങളെത്തി അന്ന് മറ്റേ ഇന്ത്യക്ക് ക്രിസ്മസ് ഒരു ഓണം മറ്റേ വെച്ചി പറഞ്ഞു മാമന് രാത്രി വണ്ടി പിടിച്ച് വിടുവോ
7 മണിക്ക് അവിടെ എത്തിയാൽ തിരിച്ച് നീ ഓടിക്കാൻ
അവര് വേറെ ആരും വിളിക്കും
ചെന്നൈ വരെ 9 മണിക്കൂർ ബസ്സിൽ
ബസ്സിൽ കയറി കിടന്നാൽ മതി രാവിലെ നിന്ന് ചെന്നൈ
എന്നിട്ട് ചെന്നൈന്ന് ഫ്ലൈറ്റ്
ചെന്നൈയിൽ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് 6:00
was conducted on the statisticians around the country, and we are extremely proud that we are happy that you got the award. Congratulations once again. This award that we are going to declare tonight is the thank you, ma'am, and thank you, organizing committee, for each and every piece talented, very nicely, and we thank you all. Audio, video, Taruna. Is it possible? If possible, please audio, video, so we'll be able to see you also. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Okay, congratulations. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, organizing committee and jury members, ma'am. They given some suggestions also, so I follow for my next research. Thank you all. Thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. So we are going to the next award, which is a Professor Krishnamurthy Kalyanaraman Best Project Presentation Award. And this award, many participants were there, and after 2 rounds of evaluation, we have identified the winner. I would like Dr. Manju, Professor of Gokulam Medical College, to please declare the result. Professor Manju, are you there? Yes, yes.
Please, Logan sir is here to do.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Logan sir, are you here?
Actually, I checked but couldn't find him, sir.
Okay.
I think he has not joined.
The convener of Logan sir. Convener of the
Jury convener, yes, yes. Yes.
So did it so okay. Yeah, so please.
Okay, so the first prize winner is the final round. There were 3 teams. The first prize winner is mathematical and results from the Department of Statistics, South by Pune University.
Congratulations. Are you here? That research. I'm Shreya Kalyan. Are the recipients of the awards in the group? If so, please on your video screen so we'll be able to see you. And I request all the other participants to please mute your audio because otherwise there'll be a lot of disturbance. Okay, thank you. I think they are not there. Yeah. So once again, congratulations to the winners of both the prestigious Young Statistician Award as well as the Best Thesis Award, Kalaraman, which was instituted.
First place,
Yeah, sir.
first place, second place, and third place, like that. All the project competition, all those have the prizes.
Yes, sir. The second place goes to Srigaran T. PSP College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Srigaran, are you here? Congratulations to Srigaran. So, third place goes to the team Mahanti T. Nandisharkishta C. Bhattachyam from Loyola Academy, Secunderabad.
Anyone representing those from Loyola?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the award. I'm Mahani from Loyola. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Congratulations.
You can also switch on your camera just see. Nice. Validate it. All have the credits. Okay. These they are not big, they are undergraduate students. Is it?
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Even university students shortlisted, there were university friends. So even
Yeah, so the combination is great cast. Okay, that's great about Andrea.
the first round there were PG students from universities.
Okay. Okay. So congratulations to all three. Yeah, so the award portion is over. Now, actually, we would like at least one or two of you to please say a few words regarding your experience in the conference. Maybe in minimum number of words. Will one or two of you please come forward and say a few words regarding your experience, how you felt regarding the conference, what you gained by attending the conference. It will be a great motivation for us to hear your words. Hello, ma'am. Good evening to all. Yeah, I'm Dr. Sarode Rega and present I'm working as a assistant professor in St. Joseph University, Bangalore. So, actually, that is the first time I visited at Trivandrum to attend the conference. But the way the volunteers they guided us, like accommodation, everything is to be very nice. So, which are also we are expecting more conferences, and I felt very happy to attend the conference. And thank you. Thank you for giving the opportunity to present our work for the nice on the nice platform. Thank you. Thanks the organizing committee and thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you, doctor, for your nice words. Anyone? Anyone? At least one more person? Hello? Am I audible? Yeah. Yes, you are. Hi, Bindu. It's really nice in the conference, but I couldn't attend all the sessions because of my duty at college. But in the evening, till late, I have listened to the interesting talks, and it's very useful for me and very new areas and new methods. And I'm thankful to ICSTC and Satish sir and team for organizing such a wonderful program regularly. And I got opportunity to listen to Thomas Koskowski and several great statisticians and relaying the nice and recent. I could update my knowledge in for recent methods and all these works are recent works, and I got opportunity to listen to this work, and it's very motivating. Thank you, Sadiq sir and team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, teacher. For doing nice work.
Thank you. Sadiq sir,
Yes, teacher.
shall we?
Let us conclude. Yeah, teacher.
So, we are reaching the very end of a wonderful experience. 2 days of workshop and 4 days of conference. But it's great experience. As many of you might have said, as you have shared, actually we are even more grateful for your cooperation, your presence, your participation, which actually um, which is actually the reason behind the success of each and every conference, each and every workshop that we conduct every year. So we hope to have your support in the future also, because every year we are planning to have more conferences, more such interactive sessions where we will be able to share the recent developments in statistics, to hear great researchers and great professors, to know about their work and have a better understanding of the newly developing fields of the subject. The conference is conducted by the International Statistical Fraternity, which is and all the programs of ISF are actually spearheaded by our dear Professor Sati sir. So on behalf of the ISF, on behalf of Sati sir, as well as each and every one of us over here, the great team that is working under his guidance, we wish to express our sincere gratitude to all the great professors, to the great researchers, to the students, to the participants of the competitions, to the paper presenters, all of you for being with us, for walking with us hand in hand for the past 11 years, making each of our endeavors a great success. So thank you once again for keeping your belief in our efforts, and we really hope to see you next year. Our webinars will be coming in, international webinar will be coming in June. The conference again will be coming in coming December, and we hope to keep the journey going. So thank you all once again, and we really hope to have you along with us. Sir, will you like to say a few words conclusion?
Thank you. And with a heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved, I formally declare ICSTC 2025 lost, but we are starting our journey for ICSTC 2026 during the next December conference, as well as WSTA 2026, our June conference, June 29 to July 2nd, and December 2nd week. And then we will call for the members in advance as well as and the best member awards also, and other awards, notifications, everything will be notified, released as and we need your support and blessings. Expecting each one of you for your support and blessings. I repeat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations to the winners once again. And tonight.
Once again, congratulating the winners, and also extending our gratitude to all the jury members and experts. And for supporting us. Evaluating awards and once again, all the delegates, short thank you all. Thank you all. Let us, for the time being, let us conclude
this session, these conference activities now, and expecting your continued support and blessings. It is, I say, good night for the time.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Night. Good.
Thank you all.
ജാക്കറ്റ് എടുത്ത്